that starts to split the mind of the child, and the child may actually choose to adopt the same defenses as the parent and to develop narcissistic personality disorder themselves, a traumatic split in reality. They choose to live in a grandiose delusional world. They only listen to one introjected message, which is you are godlike, you are wonderful, and you're amazing, and to try and use people and use the environment to wipe their way away from the negative message that says you're trash. Notice neither of these messages say you're just a person, you're a normal human being, a normal child, just as you are. You don't have to perform, you don't have to fulfill my expectations, you don't have to. Narcissistic personality disorder is typically hyper-competitive as well.
Save.
And you are just being given a lot of
Are we doing
acceptance, and if they're not receiving that, narcissistic personality disorder full blown. The fifth impact of being raised by narcissistic parents is that the person could become neurotically naive. So this is all things that could happen. NPD may not develop in somebody who's been raised by narcissistic parents, and nor might this. I've seen this frequently with my own clients. So there's a neurotic level of naivety, and I've seen it myself as well. Neurotic naivety here is probably best explained by saying, in order to survive being raised by narcissistic parents, the child needs to believe that their parents are good and loving, even when all the information, the data they're receiving is saying they're really not good at loving. So they have to develop a kind of ability to block out reality, and the particular parts of reality that are most threatening to them, most painful and traumatic to them, are that their parents are unkind and unloving and bad. This, from childhood into adulthood, develops into a kind of predator blindness. So because you're being raised by parents who are essentially predatory, who only want to instrumentalize you, objectify you, and exploit you, you would learn at an early age to misinterpret data, specifically about people who are predatory types, exploitative types, liars, con artists, or people who are just not what they say they are. People who are doing one thing and saying another, or the image that they project to their world just simply isn't matched by their actions. And people who are raised by highly narcissistic parents are stuck with this neurotic level of naivety, where to the point that I would say everybody who goes through therapy and coaching for narcissistic abuse has to deal with this issue of predator blindness, evil blindness, con artistry blindness, narcissist blindness. They train themselves to not see it, and so they don't see it. We have all these memes online now about red flags and so on. Somebody raised by narcissistic parents, one of their survival skill sets, the skill sets that they adapted from childhood, is the ability to be blind to predators, believe it or not. So in their childhood environment, that was an adaptive response, to be blind how predatory and evil your parents are being. And this shows up in adulthood as this neurotically naive state of mind where people are perpetually dumbfounded, bewildered by how nasty, evil, and evil is too strong, mean-spirited and petty and greedy the average person can be, because they're living in their own codependent defense mechanism, delusional version of reality in which people are lovely and nice because that's what they need them to be. Because in childhood, seeing the evil of your parents, seeing them as predatory con artists would have been a kind of death. It would have been so traumatic that I don't think many children would be able to survive that simple realization. The sixth effect that we might see developing from being raised by narcissistic parents is codependency. Codependency is not a clinical entity. The closest clinical entity to codependency is recognized as called dependent personality disorder. So it's bordering on all psychology term. When we're using it in the field of narcissism, generally speaking, we're taking the original meaning, which I think was developed by Alcoholics Anonymous in the 1970s. They originally would speak about enablers. So there might be the partner, the parent, or the child, maybe even, of an alcoholic or drug addict who enables them in their addiction, who didn't set boundaries for them, who even served the needs of times. And that person would be called the codependent. So you have the drug-dependent person, the alcohol-dependent person, and then you have the codependent person. So even though they're not directly taking alcohol and drugs become a part of their life. Whereas the, of course, narcissistic supply. So as a codependent, who are you enabling? You're enabling the narcissist to get their drug of choice, which is adulation, applause, being able to use and exploit people to meet whatever hungers, whatever needs that they have. Represented quite well in that film with Nicolas Cage, with the comedy one. It begins with an R. Say it in the comments. It's a good movie about it. It's silly, like it's a funny, at times like gory, but in a comical way, view of the narcissist codependent dynamic. Somebody in the comments will tell me now. Renfield. It's a good movie. It's not an amazing movie, but it's good if you're interested in the subject. So he was a codependent because he was feeding his vampire master victims to take literal blood, which is a metaphor for feeding somebody narcissistic supply and not setting boundaries with them, saying, hey, stop being a predator. It has a happy ending, that film. I recommend watching it. The seventh effect that we can see manifesting sometimes in children who are raised by narcissistic parents is that they are tyrant or cult seeking. So the model for how we internalize our ability to love ourselves is a direct reflection of the model for self-love that our parents gave us. So the way in which our parents loved us, we model, and that's how we love ourselves at an internal level. If your parents were demanding, the love was highly conditional, if they objectified you, if they were tyrannical, if they were punitive and executory, then you will. This is the same drive that leads people to seek out cults, because cults will typically have pathology at the center, and the most common pathology at the center of a cult is going to be narcissism or narcissistic psychopathy. So many people feel at home in that environment. So children who are raised by narcissistic parents may also find themselves going through a pattern of seeking tyrannical friends, highly narcissistic friends, highly narcissistic partners, cult-type environments that might be very, very susceptible to that. So those are the 7 potential long-term effects on a child being raised by narcissistic parents. I managed to do that in 14 minutes. I'm quite impressed with myself. So if you have any questions, please keep them one sentence long and end them in a question mark, and I will endeavour to answer them. Dead Ringers with Jeremy Irons depicted codependency very well. I like that movie. I think I watched it too young. I think I was like 15 when I saw it, so I didn't grasp all of it. Jeremy Irons does an amazing performance in that. Who's the director of that? Isn't that guy the same director who did that? Did a lot of body horror movies, right? Very famous guy. I'm quite a number of the names tonight. Is this why he says yes to every single movie, no matter what?
Come on.
I don't know who he is, so if you give me a little bit more context, I might be able to answer that. Can you talk about narcissistic mothers and their golden child sons? Yeah, so for the narcissistic mother, the son who is the golden child, as opposed to being the black sheep, maybe the sister or the other. For the narcissistic mother, the golden child son is a good source of narcissistic supply by proxy. So that golden child son, his job is to cultivate narcissistic supply so that his mother can bask in that light by proxy. So typically in these situations there would be some kind of performance. There has to be something performative about what the son or the daughter would be capable of doing. And the narcissistic mother will be unhealthily attached to her son in this situation. She seems to adore him because she had. As NPD, he is merely an extension of her. So she doesn't really adore him. She's internalized him. She's absorbed him into her narcissistic being, into her narcissistic shell. And then when people show him love, it's so
I had no idea what 100 calories looked like until I tried this. I thought I was eating healthy, but I never realized I was eating over 3 of all the lies published in the past 10 years. Almost ready to count. This may be remember this.
Make your plan to get one of these vaccines. They are safe and effective.
If there's one message that needs to come through all this, the vaccines are safe. I promise you, they are safe and effective. Listen to Dr. Fauci.
When we say that something is safe and effective, we mean it's safe and effective for everyone.
Our
Vaccinations against COVID-19 effective, and they're more important than ever. This vaccine has gone through the necessary and rigorous evaluation that ensures the vaccine is safe and highly effective.
Of course, they were neither safe nor effective, and that was obvious right away, as people who took the vaccine continued to get COVID, and more ominously, as some of the people died, and a lot of the probably people around you got sick in ways that no one anticipated. Anyone watching this carefully, and watching it at all, would know both of those things. And yet, most physicians in this country lied about it, continue to lie about it, and to this day lie about it. That's the topic of another show. But today, we'd like to introduce you to someone who bravely told the truth, regardless of the cost to himself personally, and that's Dr. Pierre Corey. He's the President and Chief Medical Officer of the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance. He joins us now. Thanks so much for coming up. And the point is really not to resurrect an incredibly painful moment in the country's history. It hurt even to watch that. Why are these people in jail? But to assess the cost now. So you hear, and one reason I'm so grateful you hear is because I think you're a responsible science-based person who's practiced medicine for decades. And you say can be trusted. Do we have any real sense of what the cost, the physical cost, to the country and the world has been of those vaccines?
I do think we have some understanding of the cost. I mean, I think you work of Ed Dowd, who's put together a team and looked analytically at a lot of the epidemiologic data. I mean, we have estimates for how many people have been killed. We have estimates now, pretty precise estimates for how many people have landed on the disability rolls. And all of those deaths and entries onto disability are tied with the onset of vaccination rollout. And, all these discussions about alternative explanations for why that might be, they all fail because you cannot argue against the temporal association. I mean, time with that vaccination rollout is when all of the numbers started going sideways. The excess mortality started to skyrocket, the disabilities. It's an immense cost. I mean, we can be precise, but
Give us a sense, like if you were to, and on the conservative side, trying to be as responsible and fact-based as possible, but like in this country, what kind of death toll we're looking at?
So just the most kind of about is just in 2023 alone, the first 9 months, we had what's called an excess mortality of 158,000 Americans. Now, that's compared to baseline death rates in this country to before the pandemic. This is in 2023. I mean, we've had Omicron now for 2 years, which is a mild variant. Not that many go to the hospital. When you look at which drugs, and by the way, that's more than all wars since Vietnam, including Vietnam. That's more people dying, and we've lost them
In 9 months.
in 9 months of 2020.
Vietnam took 11 years.
Exactly, in 9 months. Now,
No,
that 150,000 is not all
Okay.
from, let's say, vaccines. There's a portion that is from COVID. Obviously, we have other societal ills which are troubling us. We have a drug epidemic. We have deaths of despair. But those are actually pretty well accounted for. And
Those have been going on for sure.
exactly. You can't blame all that. Like, fentanyl did not just arrive in this country in the third quarter of 2021. And even more troubling with the data is who is dying? It's not the elderly. I mean, our life expectancy in this country dropped by 3 years in a span of 3 years. And who has to die arithmetically for that to happen? Young people. And what the data is screaming is that it's not only the young people that are dying, but they're the healthiest and most employed. So the employed is a risk factor for death now. And so you're left with a conclusion looking at this data. You're left with two big questions. Why was there an explosion in the youngest, an explosion in dying in the youngest and healthiest sectors of society? And why did the employed fare far worse than those that weren't? And this is particularly white collar more than gray collar, more than blue collar. And so you're left with the
We
question,
fared worse.
fared
That's
worse.
the opposite of what you would expect.
100%. So why is the healthiest, most educated, wealthiest sectors of our labor force dying at higher rates than those that are what are called gray collar, like cops and teachers, versus blue collar? And you have to ask yourself, what happened in the American world? White collar versus
That's crazy.
never. This is
Because that's the healthiest segment of society. People who are dragging their
always happened.
themselves out of bed every morning.
Always happened. For very good reason. They tend to be the most educated,
Yes.
employed, wealthy, and so generally the healthiest. They have all the risk factors.
Fittest, best food.
100% exercise, and that's what my practice is full of today. Is formerly really successful, healthy people who are
There's a story here for you.
waiting to be told,
It might include faraway galaxies.
or tales from the past.
It might even feature some side characters.
Everyone who visits,
Comes home with a different story.
So come find out.
What happens in yours? Plan your Mark's Canada visit.
Get this color sweatshirt for free on Temu. It's made from comfy material for a snug fit. Plus, it comes in sizes small to triple extra large. Take advantage of free shipping for new users. What are you waiting for? Download and shop on Temu now. Only for new app users with qualifying orders.
we're now effectively disabled.
Well, that's even worse than I understood.
Oh, it's been hard to watch.
And when you made reference to people joining disability roles, what do those numbers look like?
So in 3 years, we've added, I think at the last count, 4 million people to the disability roles. And again, another signal. Who entered this disability role? The employed entered at higher rates than the unemployed. And so why are most healthiest employed folks dying at higher rates?
Because you think, not to be rude, but I think social scientists have thought this for a long time. Disability is kind of stealth welfare for a lot of people.
Can be.
It can be, sure. But if people are leaving decent jobs, that's the medical condition.
Why would someone leave a job to go on disability? I mean, disability is not compared to being employed.
pays better.
It doesn't offer you the same.
No, it's like a seasonal thing.
Yeah.
You're a carpenter in a cold climate, wintertime you go on disability. But that's not this.
No, that's not this. And the most telling is really the data from the group life insurance industry, because group life insurance is generally, you're talking about Fortune 500 companies, right? So those of us who work for employers that offer us group life health insurance tend to be large corporations, that have the kind of resources that they can use that way. And when you look at the group life insurance industry, that was the kind of the canary in the coal mine, is when we started to see the reports in the life insurance industry, where you saw in the third quarter of 2021, just immense, a doubling of the death rates in the age groups of 25 to 34 and 35 to 44. And in one quarter, you just saw this explosion in dying. And no one's asking the question, Doug.
Okay, so you've been practicing medicine for decades. You practiced for a long time in an academic setting and a big research university. So presumably you're familiar with these kind of data sets. Has anything like this happened that you're aware of before?
Unprecedented. And that comes from CEOs of the life insurance industry. Okay? So one of the big events was at the end of 2021, the CEO of One America, one of the largest life insurance companies, at a Chamber of Commerce meeting in Indianapolis, said that they were observing an increase in life insurance claims of 40%. Now let's put that in context. He also said a rise of 10% year to year. Remember, this is life insurance industry. How do they make their money?
Oh, yeah.
Predicting that very accurately, setting premiums appropriately so that there's a profit. If they see a 10% unexpected rise in a certain sector of society, that is a 1 in 200 year event. And here he says that they've seen 40%. Unprecedented, outside of wartime, outside of some major terrorist event. What could be causing such an explosion in dying of healthy? And this is the secret that this is almost like private knowledge, because we can't bring this private knowledge out into common knowledge. There's very few vehicles to do that. I think you've given the opportunity for many of us who have this private, really disturbing knowledge. But it's a challenge.
Well, it's just so crazy to me. I can't believe this is happening. By the way, I have no weird agenda. I don't want it to happen. I think it's awful, actually.
Well, I think if looking at the kind of the montage you showed before we started to talk, that refrain of safe and effective, it's my kind of belief looking back now is that was a predetermined conclusion. There was no data to support that, but it was agreed upon that it would be presented as safe and effective. And for those of us who were a little bit more skeptical, more data driven, we saw that it was based on really no data, and the data started going sideways south. But the refrain got louder and more pervasive, and then they doubled down. They started to demonize gun
Well,
vaccines.
that's a criminal act you're describing. So, I mean, I have some questions about why the people who made that claim and abetted the killing of all these Americans weren't being held to criminal liability for that. But, neither was the lawyer. What was the effect on your life when you started to describe the data you were seeing?
Yeah, so I'm going to say that before I sort of dug deep on the data, I was seeing things clinically that was really troubling. The amount of just observationally in my practice, people approach
As a doctor treating
this isn't data, this isn't numbers on
Right.
This is just my reality started to send me that something was going on.
That same thing happened to me.
Yeah. Not a question. And to other colleagues that I know that were observing,
What did you see?
so people started to come to me complaining of lots of different problems after the vaccine. And, I was advocating for a lot of things, fighting censorship, propaganda. There's lots of lies that were told in COVID. I mean, vaccine's one set of lies, and suppression of early treatment drugs is another. They were kind of mirror images of each other. They both have the same goals. Slightly different tactics, but propaganda and censorship are the main weapons. So I've been kind of fighting one war, and then got very interested in the vaccines because I saw a huge need. I started meeting lots of vaccine interests. Started working with some of those nonprofits. My nonprofit, which is we're a medical education organization that focus solely on developing treatment protocols for all phases of COVID, prevention, treatment, long vax, long COVID, But then we started to get really interested in vaccine injury because it was a new disease, it was a new problem. And I also want to tell you another deception. The entire country medical system calls the chronic problems after COVID, they call it long COVID, right? You've heard of the term, disease long COVID. So I'm an expert at it. But the reality is, if you look at my practice, maybe 1,200 patients, 70% are long vax, not long COVID, meaning all of their issues, the syndrome, started after the vaccine, not COVID. The vast majority of long vax. And so the only disease that's recognized in this country is long COVID. All the academic medical centers, they have these little long COVID clinics. It's not vaccine injury clinics, it's long COVID clinics. So there's this constant burying of the role of the vaccine in what's befallen society.
Well, why? I mean, that's so evil that it's hard to believe this happened.
It threatens so much. It not only threatens the reputation, credibility of our health agencies, which is already, I think, splintered and fragmented.
Yes.
I mean, a week ago, a paper was published in the Journal of American Medical Association. I just saw it this morning, where they actually survey people's attitudes towards the agencies and the vaccines. And a majority, about half to 60%, all have concerns about whether these things are safe. Now, I don't think that was going to be the answer 2 years ago, but a good portion of society now is now questioning not only whether the agencies are telling the truth when they make these proclamations, but you can see that in their hesitancy to get the boosters. I mean, those numbers are plummeting. So I do think that people are slowly becoming aware. But for those of us who've been aware for a long time and been trying to fight to get people informed, it's been a war. It's been a long couple of years, and all of us have suffered from censorship, loss of jobs. I've lost 3 jobs in COVID for my advocacy and expertise, and so it hasn't been easy. But
We lost jobs in science.
well, yeah, I lost clinical jobs. I mean, first one, I have to admit, I resigned, but for fairly serious reasons. I saw what I thought was unethical behavior. That was early in COVID. The second one is because I gave public testimony in the Senate around the use of ivermectin. And then the third one is pretty clear that came from outside. They told that hospital to get rid of me.
Because they just had too many competent doctors, they didn't need another.
Something like that.
Did you ever think that could happen here?
Never. I mean, if you look at my partners, right? So my organization, we call ourselves the FLCCC, founded by Professor Paul Marek, who's the most published practicing intensivist in the history of our specialty. He was railroaded out of his hospital with a sheaf of complaints about his behavior after 30 years as a physician, as a celebrated physician who's won awards, was lectured all over the world. Suddenly he has 8 complaints and they get rid of his privileges. My other colleague, Umberto Maduri, one of the world experts on the use of corticosteroids, he works for the VA, which is the federal government, and he gets pressured to resign. They told him they would take his pension if he didn't resign, and he was also probably told that information came from Washington. And I've seen this in some of my other colleagues. Jim Thorpe, one of the most outspoken OB-GYNs in the country, he lost his job, even though the most productive physician in that group. We know that the pressures come around. So they need us to lose our jobs so that we lose credibility, so that we lose our voice, because nobody wants to listen to someone who is uncredible. They do this to Bobby Kennedy all the time to try to censor him, right? Because if they can't get you to shut up, they just take away your reputation.
But if the evidence presented to you suggested strongly that the compound you're suggesting or requiring is killing people, you would think your own conscience would restrain you. I can't push this shit. People are dying. Like, doesn't anyone think that?
I don't want to make excuses for people's behavior, but I will be generous and say I think many of them trafficked in a toxic medical intervention. I think many can claim ignorance because I think most physicians are victims of the lies propagated in the high-impact journals. That is a whole issue of what's happened in the high-impact medical journals over the last several decades, how they've been completely captured and run by the pharmaceutical industry. Means that the pharmaceutical industry can get doctors to believe whatever they want. And they
by publishing in a small number of journals.
Absolutely. I usually say the big 5. You know, it's New England Journal of Medicine, Journal of the American Medical Association, The Lancet, the BMJ, and Annals of Internal Medicine. But there's a few others. But when you get a paper in there, I mean, that's like, planting a stake in the ground of truth, right? And so if you get a review paper saying that something's safe and effective, those doctors are now responsible to inform you because this is the heights of science. This is the best journals done by the best. I got to tell you, Tucker, this is what I believed before COVID. I literally idolized, deified those journals. I really thought the best science and scientists were published there. And through this journey, in the world, by far. And to get a paper in there, I thought it would have to be, airtight, best study design, most meticulous data keeping and analysis. And what I've discovered is that's not true. And hasn't been true for a long time. And former editors of those journals are on record. They've written books. As long as 20 years ago, the former editor of New England Journal of Medicine, a woman named Dr. Marcia Angel, she wrote that over half of what's published in those journals you should not be believed. And she was a 20-year editor of the top journal in the world. Former editors of the BMJ have tried to say that these warnings have been put out, but they're suppressed. We don't have a class in medical school, by the way, of pharmaceutical industry influence in medicine. I think that should be a required curriculum for anyone going into medicine. But we are purposely kept in the dark as to how controlled and how much financial interests are involved in everything. The guidelines we read, the studies that are done, the studies that are not done. Right? So there's things that they don't want to study because they don't afford profits to the system, and so it's gotten really dark for me. The way I look at science and medicine now is extremely different.
It's freaking me out. I'll tell you that. So how aware of any of this were you before 2020?
Well, I got to be really humble. It's almost funny. I think my understanding of pharmaceutical industry corruption was like at the level of the drug rep. You know, very pretty or handsome drug rep. It comes in with the high heels and a nice smile and gives pens and invites you to dinner. Like, I thought it was that kind of corruption was like most of what they did.
Yeah.
Now that's like the icing. Bake the cake. And they can get doctors, going back to your original question, they can get doctors to believe whatever they want to get doctors to. And doctors still have implicit faith and trust in the institutions of science, including which is the agency. So agency heads, when they make a proclamation on national television, that's considered to be scientific truth. Something published in a high-impact medical journal is scientific truth. So they believe these institutions without knowing that they've been captured.
Thanks for watching that amazing conversation with Dr. Pierre Corey. Now, if you're a certain age and you believe in the dignity of the individual, you probably think government is the greatest threat to your freedom and your well-being. And it may be, but government doesn't act alone. It acts in tandem in this country, this is a new thing, with corporate America. It's corporate America that's making America ugly. It's corporate America that's building dollar stores in your neighborhood. It's corporate America that employs the HR morons who scold you and try to dehumanize you. You hate to think we've gotten to a place where corporate America is as great a threat to you as, say, the federal government or Joe Biden, but it is. So what do you do about it? Well, we recently discovered a marketplace that is doing its very best to change that. It's called Public Square. And it's established a new way of conducting commerce by connecting you with over 80,000 small businesses that may share your values.
Wow.
Feels good to put your money where your values are. Learn more at publicsquare.com. Why do you think all these people are dying?
From the vaccine?
Yeah.
Now we're going to get science.
But why do they? I mean, so, I understand everything you're saying, and I'm trying to be compassionate, and I've been misled many times in my life, and so people can be misled.
Yeah.
But if you have a massive rise in life insurance claims and group policies, even I understand that is, wait, slow down, what's going on? How do they account for that?
They don't know about that. I mean, I would say things have changed in the last few months. So since August, myself and my writing partner, Mary Beth Pfeiffer, really terrific investigative journalist who first wrote a book looking at the chronic Lyme disease. She's done great work throughout COVID, and she and I have now written 3 op-eds in USA Today, Newsweek, and then a couple weeks ago, The Hill. And each op-ed is a little bit more, it's calling attention to all of the excess death, like why is our government, our public health agencies not doing anything about this? I mean, they literally have one job, which is to protect public health.
Yes.
And they're sitting on an unprecedented surge in dying of Americans, the youngest and healthiest of Americans, and they seem to not be questioning that. And so we are trying to call attention to that. And I would say the last one that got published in The Hill, that seemed to create a little bit of a news cycle. I was on Fox with Laura Ingraham. I think she was interested in learning more about this. And we've seen that, there's a little bit of social media traction, but there's no official governmental recognition. Now, they've put out papers showing that they're aware of the mortality rate. They just, or they'll give a list of reasons, right? Like the list of reasons, well, they don't always get as ridiculous as global warming, but they get close. Just trying to explain away this sudden surge in death. It can't be done.
So, what is the CDC, for example, or the federal government more broadly doing for the vaccine industry?
Very, very little. I'll give you an example. So, remember, there is no such thing as vaccine injury syndrome, although I specialize and I have a whole practice which focuses on it. It's all long COVID. So let's just pretend that they're studying vaccine injury with long COVID. $1.2 billion has been dedicated to funding long COVID research. This is as of 2 months ago. Only 4 trials were set up to enroll patients. Only 1 trial was ready to enroll patients, and that was a trial studying Paxlovid. Paxlovid. If anyone could ever tell me one rational reason why that would work in long COVID, all ears, there's no justifiable rationale for why you would study Paxlovid. Now, why you would want to study Paxlovid, that I can easily answer. It's a very profitable drug for a certain pharmaceutical company, but literally we're 3 years into the pandemic. We don't have like a really good response into studying and treating long COVID. Instead, it's me and a whole network of colleagues and my organization that are really sharing experiences, insights into pathophysiology. We're doing reviews of like a lot of basic science studies showing us what the mechanisms of injury are from the spike protein, from the virus, from the vaccine, and we're trying to marshal mechanistic therapies. But like, it's like we're out here in the Wild West doing it on our own, and it's really a shame because it doesn't have to be this way.
This is not what you signed up for when you became a physician.
No, I mean, I was a system physician. I was embedded in that system. Like I told you, I was I believed in the journals. I taught what I was taught. I believed all vaccines were safe. I never questioned vaccines. I mean,
so why do you think, and I think you speak for the overwhelming majority of Americans,
Yeah.
we think are basics, we have flaky politicians or weird seasons, but the systems, the institutions that make this not third world are totally sound. I think everyone thought that. But why, what about you allowed you to see what was happening and be honest about it? Why not everyone else?
Well, I've always questioned orthodoxy, especially in medicine. Like from early on when I was a doctor, when I would come in, and especially after I got some training, and I would come into new ICU or new hospital, and I'd see like how they were treating, for instance, like kidney injury, and I'd be like, "That's weird. That's like data from 15 years ago. Like, why aren't we doing it this way? We now know this, this, and this." And that could apply to almost any, heart failure, heart attacks. I knew there was evidence showing more insight and more effective therapy. We were doing stuff in the past. I just think change in medicine comes very slowly, and I was always an early adopter. I'd like to study new novel therapies, and so I was actually, I talked about Paul Merrick. I was celebrated in my specialty, pretty well known nationally and even internationally, because I was a pioneer in a field called critical care ultrasonography. The textbook that I was the senior editor of was like one of the best-selling textbooks in that field around the world in 7 languages, and so I taught for years around the country doctors this new skill on how to use ultrasound to make life-saving diagnoses. Like critically ill, patients crashing, you put a probe on their chest, you can see what their heart was doing, the right ventricle, left ventricle, the lungs were full of fluid. So it was this huge, it changed my life when I learned ultrasound. I felt like I was a super doctor, like a doctor with superpowers. And I tried to teach those powers, and it became standard of care. Now there's not an ICU in the country that doesn't have an ultrasound machine in it. Most critical care doctors now get trained. There's certification exams that you can do, and that's what I did for most of my career. And I got interested in something called therapeutic hypothermia, which is how to treat the patients after cardiac arrest with brain injury. And so I'll just finish by saying when COVID came, I was like game on. I was 50 years old. I'm a pulmonary critical care physician. I saw pulmonary critical care disease literally enveloping the world. And I think innately just committed to learning everything I could to figure out how to treat it. And I had around me, I had Roberto Baduri around, Joe Verone, and Jose Iglesias. That's kind of the 5 ICU docs that started our organization. And what we did was read papers and the emails, like preprint servers, the papers that we're reading, and we were fashioning protocols. We were learning stuff that worked and what didn't, and just it was this frenetic push. And it's something that they should have had. They should have done that at the government level. Had like a group of committed frontline clinicians have a seat at the table. No clinician has ever been given a seat at the table. No real frontline clinician.
A doctor who treats patients.
Yes, that's what I mean by clinician. Yeah. Someone who is literally immersed in patient care. Now, you have people in those 3-letter agencies who, yes, they'll see patients on the side most of the time, especially in offices. Deluge seeing like these acutely ill COVID patients to the hundreds, if not thousands. And I was seeing them not only at the most severe stages of the game in the ICU, but also as an outpatient. And so I had a wealth of experience and insight into the disease and how to treat it. No one ever asked us. And whenever I would try to bring out my insights,
for a while, my impression is that people on respirators was part of the protocol.
Well, yeah, that's true. It's a little bit like this. pushed to put someone on a ventilator. They probably did it too early as a rule early on. I think a few things drove that. It was ignorance of the disease, the trajectory of the disease. I think there's a little bit of fear around controlling infection. So that definitely, I think ventilators were overused. The main problem was that we were not treating. We were literally saying supportive care only. This is the first keyword. Fluids for hydration, nutrition, oxygen, Tylenol for fever. That's what's called supportive care.
I can do that at my house.
But that would seem to be our response. And like Paul says, my partner, he says, there is no disease you cannot treat. And there's really simple stuff that we knew that would help fortify immune systems and help protect against severe disease that we thought that are super safe, that on a risk-benefit precaution, we won't just recommend it. Vitamin D for one, we should have a vitamin D, supplementation campaign nationwide. It would have been very easy to do. Now, as an substances over the last 3 or 4 decades by the pharmaceuticals. Why? It threatens the disease model. We can do an hour on vitamin D, Tucker, but
Vitamin D like in milk?
yes, like vitamin D, vitamin D is a whole vitamin. Our normal
Can I say, if you find yourself terrified of vitamins, you're probably on the wrong side.
Exactly. You're probably on the wrong side. Yeah, there you go. I think you got it. But yeah, no, I wrote a book called The War on Ivermectin, and my expertise on ivermectin and my vast clinical experience. And I told the story before, but I got an email during this journey from a guy named William B. Grant. He's a professor out in California. And he wrote to me this email just one day. My life was going totally sideways because our protocols focused on ivermectin. I was using a lot in my practice, as were tens of thousands of doctors around the world, to really good benefits. And I was getting attacked, was hit jobs in the media. And he wrote me this email and he said, "Dear Dr. Corey, what they're doing to ivermectin, they've been doing to vitamin D." To an article called The Disinformation Playbook, and it's got 5 tactics, and these are the 5 tactics that all industries employ when science emerges that's inconvenient to their interest. So I'm just going to give you an example. Ivermectin science was extremely inconvenient to the interests of the pharmaceutical industrial complex. I mean, it threatened the vaccine campaign, it threatened vaccine hesitancy, which was public enemy number 1. We know that everything, all the propaganda censorship was literally going after something called vaccine hesitancy.
Yes.
They're trying to
I experienced vaccine hesitancy.
Yeah.
It was
It's a terrible condition. Or life-saving.
I'm so grateful for it.
It could be a life-saving condition, but with this information, I didn't understand what was going on, Tucker, because when for instance, I gave testimony in a Senate hearing for the first time in May of 2020, nothing to do with ivermectin. I just said it was critically important that corticosteroids be used in the hospital phase of the disease. I was attacked widely for saying that, even by my own university. They did not want me talking to the press. And that was based on the expert opinion of my group. Humberto Badura was one of them, like I said, one of the world experts in lung injury and corticosteroids, myself and Paul. And we were validated because 2 months later, a trial came out of Oxford showing that huge mortality reductions when you use corticosteroids. And now it's a standard care worldwide. 6 months later, I go back. Now I'm an expert at an early treatment drug, which is ivermectin. Do the same testing. It goes viral on a Fox News website, which was the most watched. It got up to 9 million views. And then it was taken down in the middle of the night. And this is before the fraudulent trials would show that it supposedly didn't work. So they had no data to show that it didn't work. All the data showed that it worked. Now they changed that equation using disinformation, but the point is I couldn't figure out, I gave that testimony. The Associated Press did a hit job on me within 2 days. They sent a reporter. I buried her with all this data, all these trials, all these health ministries, in South America and other places that were literally obliterating COVID. And she wrote an article about how it's another drug to be debunked, like hydroxychloroquine. And then she even wrote about some couple who drank a fish cleaner or something like that. This was in an article interviewing me about ivermectin. It turned into this. We actually filed an ethics complaint. This is how naive I was at the time. This is almost 2 years ago, or over 2 years ago. We filed an ethics complaint with the Associated Press. We were so disturbed by this article. We didn't know that the fix was there. But the point of that story is, when he sent me the article, the link to that article, I read it, and it was like, my mind exploded. I suddenly saw the world different, because every tactic that they described, I had dozens of examples of in relation to ivermectin and even hydroxychloroquine. And so I saw that myself and our organization were literally like the bad news bears, fighting like a war, a global disinformation campaign, trying to destroy early effective treatment drugs in order to prop up this vaccine campaign. Craziness. That's my life.
So, but I mean, what you're really saying is that the drug companies applied pressure to the medical establishment to withhold life-saving treatment so that people would have no option but the vaccine.
Differently, I think all of it starts at the level of the medical journals. Because once you have something established in the medical journals as a, let's say, a proven fact or a generally accepted consensus comes out of the journals. So that, I think that's the core of the corruption. And in fact, in my book, I document very well, in particular, just using the example of ivermectin. It does not have to be about ivermectin, but I mean, I have dozens of rejection letters from investigators around the world who did good trials on ivermectin, tried to publish it. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. And then the ones that do get in all reportedly prove that ivermectin didn't work. So, and then when you look at the ones that actually got in, and this is where like probably my biggest estrangement and why I don't recognize science and don't trust it anymore, is the trials that flew to publication in the top journals of the world were so brazenly manipulated and corrupted in the design and conduct, and many of us wrote about it, but they flew to publication. And then every time they were published, you saw these huge PR campaigns in the media, New York Times, Boston Globe, LA Times. Ivermectin doesn't work. Latest high-quality, rigorous study says. I'm sitting here in my office watching these lies just rip throughout the media sphere based on fraudulent studies published in the top journals. And that has changed. That's why I say I'm estranged and I don't know what to trust anymore.
You speak for so many, but you speak from obviously a much deeper reservoir of knowledge when you say that, which makes it I live setting.
Being blonde always came with a sacrifice. Dyed blonde or healthy hair. Now I can have it all.
New John Frieda Blonde Plus Repair System with bond building packs. Repair blonde damaged hair in just 1 minute.
I love it.
Blonde without compromise with John Frieda.
Is there a hope for reform?
At the medical journal level, I don't know. I think that's a complex topic, although I don't want to get political here, but I did listen to an interview with Bobby Kennedy, and I heard this, I never forgot it, because to me, it spoke to my heart, but he said if he were to ever become president, one of his first orders of business would to call into the Oval Office the chief editors of all the top journals and tell them, clean up your act, or I'm going after you with RICO statute as a racketeering organization, which is interesting because the name of the chapter, there's a book called The Editorial Mafia. And so when I heard that Bobby Kennedy was going to bring these guys to the Oval Office and threaten them with RICO, statute, I was like, oh, he knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what the problem is and what to do with it. So, going back to maybe this current issue that you kind of invited me to talk about, right? Which is this just unprecedented excess mortality that we're observing, not only in this country, right? I don't know if you follow, but the UK, there's a couple of brave politicians there trying to bring this issue to the forefront. Australia, Canada, a lot of the advanced health countries in the world are seeing really large and unexplained excess mortalities, even as COVID has waned in severity. But in order to address this, I mean, first of all, this is the clearest indictment of our public health agencies, which is just their inaction. The knowledge that this is occurring and they're not doing anything, tons of studies looking at causes. I mean, these studies are easy because they could do one thing that no one has done in advanced health countries, which is give us open source, rigorous data of vaccination status and outcomes. We want to know who's unvaccinated, who's vaccinated, and how they're doing. And they try to avoid doing that. So that there are solutions to doing it, but I think you need people free of conflicts. I think we need like industry to get involved, not just the academics and the agency folks, but like, for instance, get someone whose conflicts of interest would promote stuff like this, like the insurance industry. they are looking back. They're getting hammered. Look at how much they're paying out. You can see it in some of the industry trade magazines. They literally have never paid out this much money. And keep in mind, you pay out a policy on a 32-year. How much money have you lost compared to when you pay one out at 58?
Exactly.
So
Or a 70.
and there is a collaborative of insurance guys that I've worked with. And by the way, I was on a call a year and a half ago. I was invited to present data to a group from a whole bunch of different life insurance companies. Almost all of them had their cameras off, and almost none said it. I would say about 30 people on the call, only 2 people actually had their cameras off and were asking detailed questions. But they showed up. And I found out from the guys who organized it that many of them were like under the CEO. It wasn't CEO show, but they sent someone there to listen. And so they're well aware of this. And if you think about the insurance industry, right, how much they've done to protect the health of the country, again, in their interest, but like automobile safety with seatbelts, right, fire codes, electrical codes, nautical, building, right, all of those things, obviously it protects their business, but it also protects their health. And I would just like to see maybe somebody who's interested in finding out the answer why everyone's dying. I mean, I think that industry wants to know that answer more than any other, and they have the resources to do it. But I think the government and other medical experts need to help, and they need to be of a diverse spectrum and transparent.
Such a wise point. So I just want to end by hearing what you are seeing in your clinical practice now with the vaccine injured. And I think it's important that people hear it because everybody knows somebody. I know a couple of people. But it's sort of hard to know. Like, what are we looking at? What do you see?
So this is how I divide, this is just kind of my perception of vaccine injury, is that when I use the term vaccine injury, I'm usually referring to what I call a single organ problem, like pericarditis, myocarditis, stroke, something like that, an autoimmune disease. What I specialize in my practice is I treat patients with what we call long COVID, long vax. It's the same disease, just different triggers, right? One is triggered by COVID, the other one is triggered by the spike protein for the vaccine. Much more common is long vax. The only real difference between the two conditions is that the vaccinated are, on average, sicker and more disabled than the long COVIDs, with some pretty prominent exceptions to that. But the point I want to kind of give you, Tucker, is that the disease, although it has a new name, long COVID, it's not a new disease. It's been around for decades, and it's traditionally been called myalgic encephalitis / chronic fatigue syndrome. ME/CFS. You've heard of CFS?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
What?
That's effectively what long COVID and long vax is, because the hallmarks of that disease is a new inexorable fatigue, what's called post-exertional malaise, which means when they try to do even simple activities,
Yes.
they pay for it in terms of fatigue.
Yeah, they're enervated. Yeah.
They're like the classic example. I get one of my patients, like he'd go to his mailbox and get the mail from the curb, come back into his house, and he'd be in bed for 2 hours. Like, that's classic post-exertional malaise. And then the third is what we call brain fog, which is some amount of cognitive. That triad, ME/CFS. And that's always been associated with infections, things like Epstein-Barr virus. But the difference now is the rate at which it occurs with coronavirus and the spike protein and the spike vaccine is so high that, like I said, just me and my partner alone, and mostly disabled.
And because there was some debate about whether chronic fatigue syndrome had psychiatric origins or physical origins.
I think there's always been a debate, and that's always been a problem for that disease, and that's why there's very little to show for it in terms of great studies. About the only thing they know about how to approach that disease is you tell patients to pace themselves, to stay under that exertional limit that makes them sicker. And pacing is a good part of what we do, but we've learned lots of different therapies. But what makes our kind of plight easier is that we're learning so much about the pathophysiology of the spike protein and what it does to the body and all of the disturbances that it causes, that because we know it's the spike causing it here, so I don't have to worry that it's some psychiatric illness or depression or something in the environment. Like, I know what it is. It's the spike protein. And I'm learning a lot about the spike protein, what it does to the body. And then we choose medicines whose pharmacologic mechanisms of action best counteract those disturbances in pathophysiology. And we have a lot of success, but I will tell you, nothing works in everybody. It's really a trial and error system. We use our most frequently effective medicines first, and then I have second, third, fourth, fifth one. Things where, like, I'm trialing new things. You have to do. The patients are suffering immeasurably,
And so they're tired,
out of foggy, can't do very much. Many of them are housebound, so some start bedbound, some are housebound, some can go out for short excursions, but most of them are nowhere near living the life they used to.
So what happens to their relationships?
No, that's a good question. I haven't seen, to be honest, that's a cool question because I've thought about that myself. I've seen some decimated people, and by and large, I can't think of an example. Their partners have stayed with them. Their partners have supported them. I've seen a lot of love and devotion, at least in my patient population, that I kind of wonder when that's going to be, when some partner's going to say, you're not who I married, I'm not happy, and leave them in illness, which is what you're not supposed to do in the marriage vows. But I haven't seen that very much. But clearly their relationship, the partner also suffers. The partner can't go to dinner with them. They can't go see the ball game. They can't go on the trips they used to go on. And so they're all leading different lives. But I've seen a lot of partner support and commitment.
I mean, if you knew that your life had been completely destroyed, you couldn't work, you couldn't even go out to dinner because you were forced to take a vaccine, and no one ever. How angry would you be?
The amount of anger is incalculable. The patients that I see, they are equal parts. I think wrongly they feel ashamed because they were duped. They did some, and many of them were actually kind of reluctant. You've got those of them, of course, they really didn't want to. They pushed back a little, tried not to, and then finally succumbed because their livelihood was on the line. So there's a lot of regret, shame, anger, and then some of them, there's also a lot of, they're injured, they're sick, but they're active in vaccine injury groups. They try to share their experiences with things that have reach out to their politicians, trying to bring this more to common knowledge, and so.
But they have no power. There's nothing they can do, right? They can't sue Pfizer.
Nope, not yet.
So I have a close friend who was forced to take the vaccine and has been sick ever since. 2.5 years, all the time, COVID repeatedly, and all kinds of every flu. I'm assuming
that's part of what can happen. My patients, it's not so much the immunosuppression, it's really that CFS component that I see, the chronic daily symptoms. So it's the triad that I talked about, which is fatigue, post-exertional malaise, brain fog, and then next on the list is neuropathies. So sensory neuropathy is just such high rates. So burning, taking pins and needles, odd distributions, odd times a day, different severities. Many people are burning or numb, or they feel pain.
What is that?
It's what's called a small fiber neuropathy. So it's the tiny nerve endings that infiltrate our skin, and they got inflamed or damaged. I think some of it's probably autoimmune, some of it's probably from microcirculatory problems, something called microclotting. I don't want to get too sciencey if you don't want me to. Fiber neuropathy is very high rates, and then equally incident is something called dysautonomia or POTS, where resting heart rates are like 110, where like you have these fit people who are exercising, they enjoy their resting heart rate of a 60, right? For those of us who fit, when we have those. Now they're sitting in a chair, there's 95, 100, they go walk out of the bathroom, it's 140, or they get up suddenly, their blood pressure drops, and it's basically the small nerve fibers that control constriction of blood vessels and control our heart rates are all off. And so when you try to do some activity and your blood pressure is not appropriate for the activity, the heart rate's not appropriate for the activity, good luck doing that activity. And that's another thing that drives
the stroke risk.
If it's severe enough, it could be, but no, generally the stroke's not what causes that. A lot of dysfunction, a lot of fatigue, and then a whole bunch of other stuff, skin manifestations, different GI things. Because the other thing, remember, a lot of our GI system is autonomic as well, right? Peristalsis, gastric emptying. You don't think about that. That's all supposed to be under control of the body. And now the small fibers aren't telling you to propel the food down your intestine or to empty the stomach. And so many of them have lots of food intolerances. It ramps up allergies. I see patients who can tolerate every food and everything. Then after the vaccine, suddenly complain of immense amount of allergies to things. I could go an hour with what I see. It's so broad, so vast. It's an immensely complex disease. I will say most of the time it's satisfying to treat, because I would say the vast majority, if not all of our patients, get better to some extent. The problem is it's the minority that we get to a distinct small minority. The vast majority, modest, large improvements, and then I have a cohort which I really, even after a year now, I'm difficulty out.
Appreciate. I mean, at what point does this end?
Well, if you look back at papers on MECFS, they say that in their lifetime, only 5% ever get back to baseline. And so for most, with the chronic form that I see, it's accepting a new life and said level of functioning.
For people who are watching this and want to learn more about what you're doing and more information on this, I feel like they might fall into these categories. Where would we go?
So first is my organization. We have protocols, we have sort of recommendations of things that we find are helpful for treating vaccine injury, long COVID or long vax. We also have it on treatment of various other infectious illnesses. We even have a monograph on Perfect Drug for cancer that my partner just worked on over this past year. And so we have a lot of unbiased, unconflicted medical information that's come out of deep study or clinical experience. And I think that's the first step. And then obviously I have a private practice. I couldn't treat the country, but we certainly see patients in all 50 states. We do what we can, and that's drpierrecorey.com. But that's really what we focus on is these two diseases. It would take me 10 years. And even in 10 years, I don't think I'd have all the answers. But we're learning every day, and we're getting better at what we do every day.
Dr. Pierre, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Most people got poorer during the COVID lockdowns, probably poorer than they realized. They're finding it now, unfortunately. But the tech companies got a whole lot richer. And it's simple why. Politicians forced the entire population indoors at gunpoint. So millions of people had no choice but to live out their lives in the lonely hell of the internet. That turned out to be a disaster for America, as rising suicide rates now attest. But for Silicon Valley, it made for an epic payday. And that epic payday was soon reflected epically on the balance sheets of its biggest local lenders, which was called Silicon Valley Bank. In 2018, SVB had about $49 billion on deposit. 3 years later, that same bank had amassed more than $189 billion. That is a gargantuan increase in deposits over a very short period of time. Well, certainly dramatic enough to have raised a very serious question, and an obvious one. What was Silicon Valley Bank going to do with all that money? Even in the San Francisco Bay Area, it would be hard to find qualified borrowers for $189 billion. You could not responsibly loan all of that money, even if you wanted to. So what would you do with it? Now, that's the question you would have asked if you were paying attention, from inside SVB or from the federal regulatory agencies in Washington. But it turns out nobody was paying attention. Nobody thought to ask that or many other questions. Nobody thought to stress test Silicon Valley Bank in the middle of a boom. And of course, that turned out to be a grave mistake. But the remaining question is, what were they doing at SVB and at the other banks that have either failed or come close to failing?
Yeah, it's good. I want it. Gotta have it. It makes me feel nice. So right. So perfect. So free and so light.
Over the last week, well, they were doing what you would do if you were a mediocre but highly credentialed, irresponsible person with a narcissism complex who talked about your ultra marathons to move to climate change. If the central bank handed you trillions of dollars free with no strings attached, you would party like it was 1999. Or to update the reference, you would virtue signal like it was 2023. You would spend hundreds of millions of dollars bragging about what a good person you are. And that, of course, is exactly what they did. Consider Signature Bank. Now, Signature Bank was shut down by federal regulators this weekend on Sunday because it posed an imminent threat to the entire financial system. Its demise marked the third largest bank collapse in American history. Why did Signature Bank fail? I can give you the technical math-based answer, but here's the real reason. Signature Bank failed because it was corrupt. That's a strong charge. How do we know that? Well, simple. Its directors gave Barney Frank a board seat. That's it. Frank is the same person who was a member of Congress from Massachusetts, wrote the banking regulations imposed on Signature Bank and all the other banks by Washington after the 2008 collapse. Barney Frank has never had a real job. He has spent his entire life in politics. He's elderly now, but he has no relevant experience or expertise. So the only reason that Signature Bank hired him is because he once regulated Signature Bank. Now, if we were looking at a foreign country, we describe that instantly as what? A payoff. The people who actually ran Signature Bank, meanwhile, the so-called bankers, did not seem to spend a lot of time banking. Of course, they didn't need to bank, really, because the Fed was guaranteeing them a never-ending torrent of cash in the form of free money. So what did they do? Well, here is Scott Shea, the chairman of Signature Bank, welcoming his employees to a meeting of the bank's critical Pride Council. This video is from last December, just months before Signature Bank slipped beneath the waves. And the Pride Council in question, as you will see in a moment, featured a self-described genderqueer transmasculine person called Finn Brigham, who arrived to teach employees about pronoun use. Watch.
I'm Scott Shea, chairman of Signature Bank, and it is a pleasure for me to welcome you to this multimedia, multicasted, multi-spatial meeting of the Pride Council. And I'm just thrilled that there are about 40 people in the room. I understand there are something like 190 people at watch parties. So hi to you all at the watch parties.
You know, the most common pronouns that folks are familiar with are she and he, becoming much more common. And I don't know if there's anyone in the Signature Bank world, but probably you have clients that use they, them as pronouns. They're gender neutral pronouns on purpose. We talked about folks that are non-binary that intentionally don't identify as male or female. So some of those folks use they, them as their pronouns. Z is another gender neutral pronoun. And the other part of that would be here, spelled H-I-R.
Scott Shea is just thrilled to introduce the genderqueer transmasculine pronoun expert and to host watch parties so everyone else can watch him explain. What do they pay that guy? What did they pay that guy? How much do they have to pay you to swallow your dignity? To completely eliminate the possibility that your children would ever respect you in order to put on a performance that embarrassing? Probably a lot. We don't know what he was paid. Clearly a lot. Clearly they pay a lot of money because trans pronoun experts are not cheap at all. But Signature did have a lot of cash, of course, because the Federal Reserve, and they got the first pass. This is what low interest rates for 13 years means. So again, this was going on for years. Here, for example, Signature Bank's music video. Did you know banks make music videos? Of course they do. What else to do with the money? This one is from 2011. Sorry, it was a dance party at Signature Bank. Like there was banking going on. There was a dance party at Signature Bank with pronouns. And that's not the only video from Signature Bank like that. You can go online and find many others, including their Broadway-inspired sketches. You can spend all day watching these videos we just did and are better off for it. But it's not just Signature. The guy ran Signature. Repulsive, but he's not alone. No one at any of these banks seemed to spend a lot of time banking, which the rest of us believed was the core business of a bank. But no. In fact, at Silicon Valley Bank, only a single member of the board had any experience at investment banking. The rest were silly rich ladies. The Daily Mail reports that every other member of the board was an Obama or Clinton mega donor. One silly rich lady was such a sensitive soul, of course she was, that she had to go to a Shinto shrine to pray when Donald Trump won in 2016. We looked up her picture. She doesn't seem like a native born Shinto, but whatever. There was a lot of fashionable rich girl politics underway at Silicon Valley Bank, but banking, not so much. SVB had no head of risk management for 9 months in the year before it collapsed. Ooh. Guess someone should have been paying attention, but no, they're visiting Shinto shrines, they're having dance parties with the pronouns. Meanwhile, Silicon Valley Bank UK, that would be the UK arm of Silicon Valley Bank, because the name didn't give it away, did have a head of risk management. Unfortunately, the head was called Jay Ersapa, who didn't seem to know a lot about managing risk or care. She talked mostly about herself, because it's so fascinating to talk about. Enough about you or risk management. Let's talk about me. And she did. At one point, she described herself as a, quote, queer person of color from working class. Background. Oh, yes, narcissism is so much more fun than banking. So needless to say, the risk manager was working hard on LGBTQIA plus rights. How did that end? How does it work if you run a bank like this? People just talk about themselves and their identities as if those are interesting topics. This week, Silicon Valley's UK bank's UK branch sold
Oh my god, yeah, keep
the
funny
slow sum
thing.
of $1 for the bank. But as you would imagine, in a bank where nobody cared about risk management, the collapse was pretty entertaining for the rest of us. Of course, there's a tragedy at the core that perils the entire Western economy. But the good news is we have videos like this. This is a video that SVB put out days before it went under. More entitled people talking about themselves. Let's talk about me and my identity. It's so interesting. Banking is boring. The Fed's got that covered. Is this starting to scare you a little bit? This is what banks are actually like?
You were starting to
We don't
scare
want
me
to
a
harm
lot.
anybody or get censored by Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona, who's now on the
Full
record
on
saying he's not want
freak.
you complaining about banks. But we should tell you it's not just Signature SVB officials who talk like that. JP Morgan, it's the biggest bank in the world, we think, as of tonight, one of the few banks that consumers still have some confidence in, put out a whole video about how they give out money, not on the basis of economics or math, but on the basis of irrelevant characteristics like your appearance. They're judging the book by its cover. Watch. Wait a second! Am I getting a moral lecture from a bank? From a bank? Really? A bank is telling America how to live? Describing America since you're a bank? Where's the left, by the way? 90 years ago, in the 1930s, the last Great Depression, nobody would have sat still from a moral lecture delivered by a bank. But they're very common now. Why? Well, a little history. After 2008, a movement emerged called Occupy Wall Street. At the time, it was at the cutting edge of left-wing social activism. And it did seem kind of organic. Most of these things are completely fake, like BLM, obviously orchestrated. But Occupy Wall Street seemed kind of real. It seemed like angry people. And some people from Occupy Wall Street turned their attention to the head of JP Morgan, who of course is Jimmy Dimon. They went to his office, they held signs outside for 24 hours a day. They hassled other bank presidents too. And before long, a funny thing happened. Everybody in the media decided that Occupy Wall Street was boring. And the thing about economics was boring, because who cares about carried interest? What's that? What we really want to talk about, they told you, is racial oppression and your role in it. And so we got a lot of that, only for like 12 years now. And it was creative lies about this or that, your complicity in systemic racism, police shootings. They're everywhere. Everyone's getting killed by the cops. Hands up, don't shoot. Remember that? So we're all still talking about that nonsense, ripping the country apart along racial lines. But guess what we're not talking about? Oh, banks. I guess who loves that? Banks. They deeply appreciate that. And maybe that's why, as BLM rioters torched major cities, Democrats who took big money from big banks knelt in reverence to BLM.
We are.
Oh, so great. What does everybody in that frame have in common? Well, they have kente cloth robes on. A lot of them will wearing masks. No, but they're all bank shills. That's what it is. They're all bank shills. They're shills for finance. Of course, every single one of them, particularly the utterly soulless Nancy Pelosi, she'll say anything on behalf of the banks. The next ones, of course, they want to make sure it continued. And that's why, according to amazing new analysis from the Claremont Institute, Silicon Valley Bank, brace yourself, spent more than $73 million on donations to BLM and related organizations. Wow! And this is not personal funds. Apparently, these are bank funds. It'd be kind of nice to have that money now. But it's hard to argue, even in retrospect, now that SVB has failed, that was a bad investment. Because even now, as banks are collapsing, no one in media is anxious to criticize banks, almost no matter what they do. It doesn't matter what they do. Even if they were to, just pulling this out of thin air, openly profiteer from a war in Eastern Europe that's killing hundreds of thousands of people. Oh, it turns out they are. And we know that because Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, and a very close friend of banks and BlackRock, is bragging about it. Watch.
It is obvious that American business can become the locomotive that will once again push forward global economic growth. We have already managed to attract attention and have cooperation with such giants of the international financial and investment world as BlackRock, JP Morgan, and Goldman Sachs.
So we're getting moral lectures from the banks, and we're getting a lecture on capitalism from some Ukrainian oligarch in a sweatshirt. Okay, now. Stephanie Pomboy, founder of Macro Maven, she joins us to kind of untangle the insanity here. I'm not, Stephanie, I have to say, you're one of the very few people who called this early and said there are going to be tragic and distorting effects of flooding the American economy with fake money from the Federal Reserve. And I think you're right.
Yeah, well, it was hardly a radical conclusion to draw when you slather on layers and layers of debt on an economy.
Love your cat, but not litter. What if litter were a little bit better? Easier to clean, less mess, no scrubbing or scraping. Plus, destroy stinky odors. Arm & Hammer Slide. The litter for people who hate litter. Switch today.
Encourage people to take reckless risk, and then you ratchet up interest rates at the fastest rate in history. I mean, God knows, the surprise is that it took this long for the bodies to float to the surface. And honestly, Tucker, this banking thing is particularly remarkable because of the level of impunity that the banks evidenced. And you've talked about, this whole diversity, equity, inclusion, and the woke agenda, and this idea that, banking doesn't need to be boring. You used to want to get away from the banker at the cocktail party. Now he's, throwing confetti and he's got a lampshade on his head and he's the life of the party. But the reality is these problems at Silicon Valley Bank and Signature, their pursuit of these woke agendas may make them, let's hope, exceptional. I mean, hopefully these videos aren't pervasive to the entire banking sector, although they may very well be. But ultimately, the entire banking sector did the same thing, and that is that they watched their deposit base wither over the last 12 months while the Fed was raising interest rates, because people like you and me looked at it and said, why am I putting my money in the bank and getting zero when I can buy a treasury bill and get 3, 4, 5% as the Fed kept raising rates? So their deposit base was shrinking. At the same time, all those assets that they held that you talked about last night, the treasuries and whatnot, were declining in value. And they sat there and they did nothing about it, Tucker. And they didn't just do that for 1 month or 2 months, which might be excusable. But 6, 9 months go by, the problems are getting worse and worse. And they did nothing. Why did they do nothing? Because they knew all along when this day came, the bailout would be there for them. So the impunity of this banking system is beyond that. They've been taught there are no consequences for mismanagement and this ridiculous, all these ridiculous woke priorities, which, you should actually, when someone comes in and presents a business idea and wants a loan, you should be looking at whether it's a viable business model, not whether it's, some sweaty teenager in a hoodie with some harebrained scheme that you can throw money at without consequence. But this is where we are. And sadly, I think we're just at the beginning of this, because the companies that SVB and these other banks lent money to are all going to go belly up, just like the clients of SVB started to do.
Hopefully they'll spare us the moral lectures. They already pay half the tax rate in a lot of cases. It's a much, I would say. Stephanie, I appreciate you coming on, Jack. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Last night we showed you a pretty shocking video actually from the Stanford Law School, and it showed someone who identified as a, quote, diversity dean lecturing a sitting federal judge who's a serious person on the, quote, harms that he caused. And that video got us thinking about the state of colleges and universities in this country. Why are there so many diversity deans? And why are they like this? Tanya Lee is a former diversity director at De Anza College. She was removed from her role for questioning the school's anti-racist policies, and she joins us now. Leslie, thank you so much for coming on. So tell us your story, if you would, because it's It's a little shocking, honestly, but I think it tells us a lot about the state of higher education.
Well, thank you, Tucker. I was hired on at De Anza College in 2021 as faculty director of an Office of Equity, Social Justice, and Multicultural Education.
Wow.
And this was my lifelong dream of a tenure track faculty leadership position.
Yep.
And I thought that I would be afforded, the academic freedom and freedom of expression that's available to any faculty member. And what I discovered was that as I started to, enact my teaching approach, which I was very transparent about when I was hired on, what I seek to do is bring together people of diverse and divergent perspectives and to identify points of commonality between those so that we can best serve our students. As I began to do that work, there was a severe backlash from some of the extremists on the campus who identify themselves as woke and as aligned with critical social justice ideology. And they attacked me viciously. They subverted my tenure review process to do so. And it saddens me as someone who benefited from California community colleges as, foundational to my scholarship and to who I am today, to see the state that we're in and to see the tenure review process misused and abused by individuals for reasons of not wanting to have multiple perspectives and viewpoint diversity and critical thinking, which is part of the mission of California community colleges.
I can't think of anything more virtuous than bringing people with different beliefs together to find something that they have in common, and that's what the country really needs, of course. But I have the feeling that the divergent viewpoints part of your mission was the offensive part.
Yes, unfortunately, as I did my needs assessment conversations, multiple people did tell me that there was some issues with viewpoint diversity and, certain groups, small groups, but vocal groups of people being really reticent to engage with divergent or diverse perspectives. And as I began to do my work, these individuals were seated on my tenure review committee, and they began to attack my work for doing exactly that. I'm someone who I talk about teacher ideology and practice, and what I'm really trying to do through that work is get teachers to become more conscious about the ideologies that they express, embody, and enact in their teaching. And that is something that I do. I don't work from a singular ideological perspective or even promote, any particular ideological perspective. What I'm doing is bringing adult learners diverse opinions and viewpoints, and also letting them know there's many ways to do this work, not just one, and for not towing the line of absolute fidelity to a critical social justice ideology. I was made a pariah. My work was undermined. My leadership was undermined by key senior leaders and faculty members there, and they literally obstructed me from doing my work, and I was subjected to censorship and profanity in the tenure review process. And it was just something that was really hard to see because, as educators, there's a certain level of professionalism and civil discourse that we should engage everyone with, whether they're different from us or not.
And I hope you sue them in this stone age. And it's so nice of you to come on and tell your story tonight, which is a scary story. But we appreciate this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tucker. I appreciate your time.
Of course. Pretty shocking story from Ukraine. Zelensky, the president of that country, continues to, with force, close churches. The U.S. Congress is funding this. Why? The Biden administration is pushing this. Why? Because we know why. But Americans should know that it's happening. The details next. Last night we told you where the Republicans running for president stand on Ukraine. No one had asked them, so we did. A lot of the answers were what you would expect. Ron DeSantis' answer, we didn't know what to expect. This is very straightforward. He said, and we're quoting, without question, peace should be the objective. Now, if you're a normal person, if you're not a neocon who derives deep emotional pleasure from hurting people, that seems like a totally expected answer. Why wouldn't you want peace? All those people being killed, including all your kids. But the neocons were enraged by this. Here's a selection.
Why DeSantis is talking about something far worse. He's talking about trashing the international order. He's talking about dismissing a full-scale invasion of a sovereign European nation as a border dispute. This is so reckless. Ron DeSantis basically said, so what? Russia is in Ukraine. Let him alone. It doesn't affect us. I mean, the narrowness of that vision, the narrowness of his statements, it's more than upsetting. It's scary.
The Tucker tail is wagging the dog. That's why. I mean, look at the forum through which he wanted to give this information from a host on Fox News who has been railing against the U.S. involvement in Ukraine.
As a national security person, from my perspective, it's actually horrifying to me that you have two potential frontrunners for the Republican nomination espousing pro-Putin
She's
and standing against
horrified.
Ukraine.
There's a national security person. No, you're a moron. And give us the last 3 successes that your national security policy has won. Oh, none? Okay. What's interesting is how very much they care. This is actually what they care about. They claim to care about a lot of things. What they really care about is foreign policy and neoconservative foreign policy. It's exactly why they hated Trump. They would have put up with anything. When he criticized the Iraq War, he was done. Same with Tulsi Gabbard. They kicked her out of the Democratic Party for it. So they were very mad that Ron DeSantis took a completely reasonable position consistent with the overwhelming majority of Americans. Liz Cheney, DeSantis is wrong and seems to have forgotten the lessons of Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan. Lindsey Graham primly said he could not disagree more. Of course, Bill Kristol and David Frum said angry tweets as well. And they are mad because now they are stuck with, let's see, Nikki Haley and their potential candidates for president in 2020. It's so great. And very funny. Pedro Gonzalez is politics editor at Chronicles. He's the author of Contra on Substack, which is excellent. He joins us tonight. Pedro, thanks so much for coming in. Tell me that you derived a little bit of animal joy from watching the outrage at NBC, at the Atlantic magazine, etc.
Well, the talk about trashing the international order, that does get me excited. But I also shouldn't be surprised by these neocon guys from David Frum, David French, Bill Kristol, putting on the pearl necklaces of their wives just to clutch them when DeSantis says that we should avoid World War III, because neocons actually began as a movement of liberals and leftists who moved into the conservative camp in the 60s and 70s and ultimately hijacked foreign policy and drove the U.S. into one disastrous war after another, leaving a trail of blood and tears in their wake, which is what they call liberal democracy. That's what that term actually means in practice in the mouths of these warmongers. But, Tucker, I actually think the term neocon is inaccurate because there's nothing conservative about neoconservatives. They're just liberal interventionists. Their vision of the world is drag queen story hour here and gender studies taught at Kabul University. But of course, you'll never see guys like Frum and Kristol and Boots, Kinzinger and French on the front lines of combat in Ukraine. They'll never pick up a rifle and go over there. They're too comfortable tweeting outrage about it, about DeSantis calling for realism and restraint. When you accept that they're just liberals who want to intervene everywhere, it starts to make sense why all these people who used to orbit around the GOP have now swung behind Biden on Ukraine, because they're just liberals who want to intervene all over the world.
I'm going to stop using that phrase tonight, and I think you make a really smart point. And I'm sorry I've used it for so long, because they're not conservative in any sense. Pedro Gonzalez, thanks so much. So, in order to support Joe Biden's policy in Ukraine, you have to support what the government of Ukraine is doing with American tax dollars, including cracking down on faithful Christians within the borders of Ukraine. Zelensky is now closing churches belonging to the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. He says the country needs spiritual independence. So you have to ask yourself, he's literally shutting churches and arresting priests and nuns. This is happening on the internet. You can see it if you want. So why are Christian leaders in the United States saying anything about this and instead endorsing it effectively, as Russell Moore and many others have? Megan Basham is a reporter with the Daily Wire. She joins us today. Megan, thanks so much for coming on. This seems like a big deal. I can't remember in my lifetime a European country closing churches and throwing Christians in jail at this scale. Why did no Christian leaders here notice it?
Yeah, it's pretty surprising because when you look at the situation here, they are ejecting monks from an 11th century monastery. There are saints buried beneath this church, and you don't see this type of behavior in liberal democracies. And so you think those who held Zelensky out as a particular hero, who cheered him, who assured us this is someone that we need to support, that we need to throw our support behind as Christians, would now be questioning his particular actions. And we're not seeing that. There's really been total silence as he has begun doing what can in many ways be called persecution of members of the Ukrainian Orthodox faith. So why is that silence there? I would even point to the fact that we're not even seeing a lot of coverage of it today, which Russell Moore is the editor-in-chief of. And that's just some big questions that I have. How can you write so many essays about Trump, who hasn't been in office for 3 years now, but really say nothing about what is religious persecution? Possibly, Ukraine says they have found leaflets, but that's all that they're pointing to is they found some rubles and leaflets in these churches, not weapons, nothing, particularly scary. So you have to wonder, why the silence?
Well, it's absolutely shameful. They're closing churches and arresting priests, and Christian leaders here say nothing about it. I think it's genuinely shameful, and I appreciate your reporting on this subject. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thanks so much, Tucker.
So, one man was at the Capitol on January 6th, one of many thousands, saying he's being prosecuted by DOJ even though he didn't do anything. He was in the building for 1 minute. He left the second. Capitol Police told him to delete the footage to prove that, but they destroyed his life anyway, and almost nobody has told the world about it. That man joins us next to tell what is happening to him now. One of the things we learned, maybe the main thing we learned when we finally got access to thousands of hours of surveillance footage that the January 6th committee had been hiding, is that some of the people the media told you were terrorists, and needed to go to prison, and who did go to prison, actually never committed terrorism of any kind, just the opposite. They just kind of wandered through the Capitol building with Shrivel Jacob Chansley, the so-called QAnon shaman, who the media told you should be killed. But he's hardly the only one. This is video of a man called Daniel Goodwin walking through the Capitol through an open door on January 6, 2021 at exactly 3:32 p.m., as long after the doors were breached. Now, we got this video that when you're watching now from the Speaker of the House's office earlier this month. Mr. Goodwin's attorney tells us that the legal team was also provided this video, and in it you can clearly see that Goodwin was inside for less than a minute. When he was asked to leave, he left. So there's no dispute about any of that. It's all on tape. But the DOJ is still trying to send Daniel Goodwin to prison, and in the meantime, they have completely wrecked his life. Daniel Goodwin joins us now, along with his lawyer, Carol Stewart. Thanks to both of you for coming on. First to you, Daniel. Your story, I think, is similar to the story of many people in your position. But just give us a sense of what the federal government has done to you for the crime of wandering around the Capitol for 1 minute and leaving when asked.
Thanks for having me on, Tucker. Yeah, it's what they've done is I had to spend about a month incarcerated pre-trial and then about a year in pre-trial home confinement, and I was facing 20 years, and now I'm still facing 1 year.
You're facing a full year in prison for that.
That's right. I was in there for less than a minute.
And I just want to be as fair and transparent as possible. Is there anything you're leaving out? Did you commit vandalism? Did you hurt anyone?
It's actually I didn't steal anything. I didn't break anything. I didn't hurt anyone, anything like that.
So, how is what they're doing to you allowed in this country? You seem like a political prisoner. What would be another name for it?
Political hostage, because prisoners have rights, and they've taken many of our rights away as January 6ers.
It's disgusting. Carol Stewart, you were representing Daniel. Thank you for that. How common is this story? I strongly sense that Daniel is not alone in having his life destroyed by the Biden administration for not really doing anything.
Yes, good evening, Tucker. Thanks for having me on. All
also, I just want to point out Joe McBride is working on this case too and has been helping.
Yes.
And you know him. So this is very common. The majority of people, and I've read through many cases, being violent, they've broken nothing, they were there where they believed they had a right to be, no signs, nothing indicated they could not be there, and they are being labeled as domestic terrorists.
So this is such an atrocity that I think a lot of people watching, and I just want to say in good faith, we are holding nothing back. We don't know anything, and we're not telling you if you're watching this at home. This is the sum total of the story, as far as we know. How can people help? What, the media is not covering this. Nobody in Congress seems to care, with a few exceptions, Marjorie Taylor Greene being one of them, but most don't care. So how can people who do care make a difference for these, and I'm just going to say it, these political prisoners, because that's what they are?
Well, the first thing, of course, is if Kevin McCarthy would release all the footage to all the public. The thing that the public can do to help is they can research through the footage that's already out there. They can go to stophate.com/J6 and see our calls to actions, which include praying for us, which include fundraisers to the people, and you can make sure the money goes to the people themselves, and which includes writing letters to the people who are currently incarcerated. You can also
Writing letters?
Leo Space was just renovated by a reliable contractor recommended by the Reno Assistance team. Luckily, the contractor handled everything for this home expansion project because Mom and Dad had their hands full. The new parents love looking at this brand new space, but not as much as they love looking at their brand new Leo. Reno Assistance. We're dedicated to the most important space in your life.
the truth which is going on out there, which is being held back by the gatekeeping media, that, for example, 4 people died that day and they were all Trump supporters. Of course, you've revealed that Signick died the next day and it wasn't because of Trump supporters. There was a lot of police violence that happened that day, and yeah, that needs to be investigated.
January 6th, I think is probably second only to the 2020 election, is the biggest scam in my lifetime. And you know it is because they become completely hysterical when confronted with facts that deviate from their lies. So I'm grateful, Daniel Goodwin, that you came on tonight, Carol Stewart, who's representing him. And Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you.
So just in case you think we're being hysterical or overstating the case, is assault on civil liberties on the most basic human rights of all. Joe Biden is now trying to throw a man in prison for years for mocking Hillary Clinton voters on Twitter 7 years ago. That case is about to go to trial. More on it next. The federal criminal trial of a man called Douglas Mackey began this week in Brooklyn. It's the single greatest assault on free speech and human rights in this country's modern history. The Biden administration is trying to send a man to prison for saying things they don't like and create a precedent so they can do it to you too. Here's the background. During the 2016 presidential campaign, Mackey posted memes that made fun of Hillary Clinton and her supporters. One of them on Twitter read this way, quote, "Avoid the line, vote from home, text Hillary to 59925. So it was obviously a joke, and everyone knew it was a joke. But the FBI, which probably has nothing else to do, tracked down several people who texted that number in Mackey's meme. None of them remembered even doing it, according to discovery in the case. So there's no victim here. No one was fooled by what Mackey did. And yet, days after Biden took office, 4 years after Mackey posted that meme, the feds arrested him, and they charged him with conspiring to interfere with the rights of American citizens. He'd go to jail for 10 years for that. That means if you crack a joke on the internet that Democrats don't like, federal prosecutors get to decide you're interfering with an election. It's hard to imagine a more Soviet prosecution than this one, but it gets worse. The DOJ's key witness against Mackey is a member of Mackey's group chat from 7 years ago. But DOJ will not let his lawyers, Mackey's lawyers, conduct a full cross-examination of that witness because he works for the FBI. The FBI put an agent in his group text. DOJ just obtained an order, quote, precluding questioning by the defense concerning the details of any of the confidential witnesses' current proactive work for the FBI or any other government agencies. What? The DOJ is also telling Mackey's lawyers they can't even say the name of this witness, the snitch, in open court. Now that violates the confrontation clause in the Constitution to confront witnesses against you in a free country, especially when they're FBI informants, but that no longer exists. The DOJ says if this man's identity is disclosed, he will face online harassment, therefore he gets to testify anonymously. What's incredible at the standard is it does not apply to the defense's own witnesses because rights only apply to the Biden people. Yesterday, a hatchet man with the Southern Poverty Law Center, an organization that currently employs at least one suspected domestic terrorist, was recently arrested, reached out to a defense expert witness called George Hawley. The Southern Poverty Law Center's goon also obtained Hawley's private emails and questioned him about them. He threatened to write an article about Hawley and asked Hawley if his employer was aware that he was a witness in this case. That's witness intimidation. That's what it is, witness intimidation. And it worked. Hawley had withdrawn as a witness. He's now an FBI informant, so he gets no protection from harassment. Today, Judge Nicholas Garoff has postponed the trial until next week so the defense can find a new expert. He should dismiss this case immediately with prejudice. Everything about it, starting with the charges themselves, the timing, to the intimidation of witnesses, violates the Constitution. And if free speech, the First Amendment, means anything, it means that what's happening to Doug Mackey is an outrage and should end immediately. We'll be right back. State of the Union address last night. We do not blame you if you took a pass on that. Tuning in was a grim task. 80-year-old Joe Biden shuffling stiff-legged and bewildered to the podium, a husk held together by Botox and enough amphetamines from the White House doctor to read the slogans written for him by elected Obama acolytes who actually run the government. This is our president, ladies and gentlemen. It's always pretty hard to believe when you see it. The whole scene is so awful, so degrading to our once proud country, it cannot end soon enough. But the moment was, we will confess, at times pretty amusing. At one point, the eminent TV doctor, Dr. Jill, who really ought to have her own show on Bravo, dispensing sassy and empowering medical advice, walked over to Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, and kissed him deeply, square in the mouth with a mask, something that never ever happens at his house. What was that about? There was an unmistakable 1970s suburban Connecticut Tea Party vibe to it. Kind of a John Cheever story, old school stuff, except they let bystanders film the whole thing, so clearly these people are exhibitionists too. Not tea.
Gross.
There's a lot going on behind the scenes in the Biden administration, a lot of which we don't want to know more about. But where do these people find the time for hijinks? Dr. Jill, for example, is extremely, extremely busy, way busier than you are. According to her husband, Dr. Jill is working day and night to drag this country out of its medieval ignorance. And that's not an easy task. Watch.
Jill, my wife, who teaches full time, has an expression. I hope I get it right, kid. Any nation that out-educates us is going to out-compete us.
Wait a second. Dr. Jill is teaching, quote, full-time? How many hours a week is full-time? And where is this happening? What school or university or madrasa is she teaching at? What is she teaching? Can we sign up for her class? How come we didn't know any of this until last night? Any nation that out-educates us is going to out-compete us, says Dr. Jill, and that's a fair point. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. Bravo, Dr. Jill, bravo! The question is, how shall we as a nation respond to Dr. Jill's clarion call for action? Obviously, we need to shut down the schools for an entire year because unionized teachers feel like longer vacations, and then get rid of all standardized tests because racism. That's the solution. It turns out that Dr. Jill, who, like an awful lot of community college geniuses from Delaware, have received advanced degrees in, quote, education, she has an awful lot of good ideas. Well, listen to her. Unfortunately, we don't often get the chance because she's always teaching. So that really was the highlight of the evening. Dr. Jill making out with the vice president's husband, and then Joe Biden bragging about a job she doesn't actually have. Pretty hard not to find that funny. And then there was Biden himself. Now, the president's mental condition is either scary and depressing, deeply or absolutely hilarious, depending upon your mood. Last night, for lack of other entertainment options, we decided to find it funny. So take in this steaming pile of word puree and see if you can make sense of it.
As we made clear last week, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country, and we did. In the past 2 years, democracies have become stronger, not weaker. Autocracies have grown weaker, not stronger. Name me a world leader who changed places with Xi Jinping. Name me one.
Trump.
Name me one.
We shot down their balloon. So name me a world leader who can decipher what Joe Biden just said. Name me one. See, you can't. Friends, democracy is winning tonight. And we have no idea what any of that means any more than Xi Jinping does. But the trained seals in the crowd loved it. They clapped, consistent with their species. Actually, sorry, that is unfair to seals. There's not a seal in the ocean, or even at SeaWorld, who would wear an I love abortion pin that is too low even for marine mammals. They may eat live fish, but they're not ghouls. Congressional Democrats, by contrast, are ghouls. Take a look at this pin, which has replaced the American flag on their lapels. Notice that the O in abortion is in the shape of a heart. They literally love abortion. Now, let's set aside the politics and ask an honest question. Who loves abortion? Honestly, who loves abortion?
Know.
Maybe you think abortion should be legal.
Yeah.
Do you love abortion?
Yeah.
Do you think abortion is a wonderful, affirming act you feel so proud of? You brag about it with joy? If you feel that way, you should know that you are not defending a medical procedure. You wouldn't say that about an appendectomy. No. You are promoting an ancient religious rite called human sacrifice. That's what this is, promoting human sacrifice. Let's stop lying about it. It's very obvious now. And speaking of death cults, Joe Biden made his case last night for the sexual mutilation of children.
It's also passed the Bipartisan Equality Act, which your LGBTQ Americans, especially transgender young people, can live with safety and dignity.
First, you want to say, whoa, pause, Mr. President. Define every letter in the acronym and what they all mean. Of course, he couldn't. But he is pointing to an occurring reality in our country. There are hospitals in the United States, hard as it is to believe, that are right now performing mastectomies on little girls in the name of gender ideology. They're castrating children, and they're giving them drugs that produce sterility and osteoporosis, and they're bragging about it. Now, this has happened with adults for a long time. It's never happened at scale with children, and no one's ever bragged about it. But the Democratic Party now is, not just endorsing it, not just supporting it silently, by calling it unaffirmative good. Joe Biden, the guy who showered with his daughter, causing her to develop sexual compulsions as an adult, calls the sexual mutilation of children safety and dignity. That's dark, really dark. But it got worse, actually. The humor stopped and the darkness descended. Joe Biden proceeded to talk about the recent death of Tyree Nichols in Memphis. Now, you'll remember that he was killed by 5 police officers, all of whom were black, as was he. So the takeaway from that episode may be worth knowing about, but it has nothing to do with race, at least not directly. Everyone was the same color. And yet, last night, Joe Biden used that sad episode with Tyree Nichols' family present in the room to advance the lie that when you hear so often that the white middle class is the single greatest threat to America, and especially to black people. Watch this.
Most of us in here have never had to have the talk that brown and black parents have had to have with their children. Bo, Hunter, Ashley, my children. I never had to have the talk with them.
Wow.
I had to tell them if a police officer pulls you over, turn your interior lights on right away. Don't reach for your license. Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Imagine having to worry like that every single time your kid got in a car.
Now, it is fair that they don't worry like that in the Biden family. Both of Biden's surviving children have had run-ins with the police repeatedly. Hunter Biden left a crack pipe in his ID in a rental car, but no one ever followed up on it because he was the son of a powerful politician. Maybe Joe Biden should be grateful for that, but it's not a racial issue. But he's saying that it is. The police, African Americans, are trying to murder you because you're black. That's unifying the country. Police are responsible for all the violence in black communities. That's his message. Now, that is not only a lie, provably a lie, because reliable statistics exist. It's a lie that's caused a lot of people, including a lot of black Americans, to die over the last 3 years because police in many places have stopped enforcing the law, and in others have simply quit. And they're replaced by total mediocrities and crazy violent people like the cops who beat Tyree Nichols to death in Memphis. How do you think they got that job? Because normal people quit. That's why. Because they didn't want to work in an industry that's under attack unfairly from the President of the United States. And now Joe Biden is repeating that lie. And on and on and on. At one point, he claimed January 6th was an act of insurrection, and that it was an insurrectionist, not a hippie nudist with a BLM sign outside his home who attacked Paul Pelosi last year. Do you remember that?
The last few years, our democracy has been threatened and attacked, put at risk, put to the test in this very room on January the 6th. And then just a few months ago, big lie. Salem unleashed a political violence at the home of the then Speaker of the House of Representatives, using the very same language the insurrectionists used as they stalked these halls and chanted on January 6th.
The insurrectionists. People who were justly upset because they felt that the 2020 election was not on the level, which it was not, by the way, which it was not. And we know that for a fact now that we've seen the Twitter files, which prove that the big tech companies took a side in that election. They didn't have a free and fair election, certainly not a free press. But people who are upset about that are now insurrectionists, non-violent protesters are insurrectionists, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the lies just kept coming to the point where it was deeply frustrating to watch. At one point, Biden claimed that NATO was fighting against Putin's aggression, even though we now know, thanks to the Israeli Prime Minister, that it was NATO, the United States, in other words, that prevented a truce from being signed between Russia and Ukraine last year. Mr. Biden said that, a lie. Mitch McConnell clapped and smiled wearing his Ukraine flag tie. But maybe the most egregious lie is one that affects every American. Biden claimed that our economy could not be doing better. Economic wizard. Watch this.
We're in better position than any country on earth right now. But we have more to do. But here at home, inflation is coming down. Here at home, gas prices are down $1.50 from their peak. Food inflation is coming down, not fast enough, but coming down. Inflation has fallen every month for the last 6 months.
So those were very specific claims about the economy, a lot of which is easy to measure. So we thought we would bring in someone who understands the economy, who's covered it for decades, and that would be Charlie Gasparino, a senior correspondent of Fox Business. He joins us now. Charlie, thanks so much for coming on. So let's just, if we could, stick to his claims about the economy, and they did seem specific. If you were just paying half attention, you would think, wow, he's got it under control. Were those accurate claims?
I mean, it's accurate that stuff is coming down, like inflation is coming down. The question is, and jobs are going up. The question is, does he have any responsibility to it for it? And, listen, I watched it. I fell asleep halfway through. I definitely read the entire speech. It's delusional in its grandiosity is the best way to put it. Because inflation, Ron Klain and Joe Biden don't control interest rates. The Federal Reserve does. And the Federal Reserve has been raising interest rates to control inflation. It has nothing to do with Joe Biden and Ron Klain and whoever's running things in the White House. Joe Biden and Ron Klain or whoever's running things in the White House caused inflation by spending gazillions of dollars that didn't need to be spent. We should point out that the economy was pretty damn good when he took over. He was handed not something like Obama was handed, which was the post-financial crisis economy. He was handed an improving economy and a waning pandemic. There is almost nothing that this guy did to improve the economy. As a matter of fact, he made it worse. The reason why his approval ratings are so lousy is because even though we have very low unemployment, the purchasing power of the average person, the working class or middle class American, has gone down because of inflation, and that's on his back. And it's not a great economy. If you can work 30 hours a week, yes, you got a good job. But guess what? You're spending much more money to put food on the table, put gas in your car, and that's the Joe Biden economy. And that's why, the Republicans can't find their way here. I mean, it's a mess in the Republican Party because he really is, on the record, based on the facts, a lousy president, particularly.
Republicans are thinking about how to cut Social Security. Some of them secretly do work for the Democratic Party. It's not what do I know? They're behind the scenes, maybe they like Joe Biden. But maybe they think he's a funny guy. By the way, what a nasty person last night. I mean, could you get any nastier than that? Vicious. Especially on your way. You're 80 years old. Yeah, what do you like? Why not spread a little kindness? Try to unify the country, not demonize half of it.
Think about that. Unify the country. What a novel concept.
Chuck, it's been great to see you today. Thank you so much. So for people living in this country, the drug crisis is of paramount concern. It's being driven by our open southern border, but its effects are everywhere. People kids who are dying. Go to any city, there are people on their way to die, lying on the street. So the fentanyl crisis, the drug crisis more broadly, but specifically the fentanyl crisis, should be really the whole speech. Biden, by contrast, mentioned it only briefly, took no responsibility for it, never even acknowledged that the open border has driven it. Here's what he did say.
fentanyl is killing more than 70,000 Americans a year. You got it.
Oh my god. That was fucking crazy.
Yeah, what's that applause? Drug abuse are not the only
That was
consequence of the
crazy.
war, though they're probably the biggest. In some places along the border, U.S. citizens are literally being forced to defend their property from people here illegally from foreign countries who show up on their land. And by the way, if you have a human right given by God, defended hopefully by the U.S. government, it's the right to protect your family, your life, and your property from invaders. If someone shows up on your land and threatens you, you have a right to use deadly force. Period. If you don't have that right, you're a slave. So this played out in Arizona recently, where a 73-year-old rancher called George Allen Kelly shot an illegal migrant who was trespassing on his property and apparently threatening him. Now that's legal under Arizona law. It's legal under natural law. And yet, police have charged Kelly with first-degree murder. His bail is set at $1 million. By the way, he asked the judge, "My wife is home alone. My elderly wife is unprotected in a place that's overrun with foreign nationals here illegally.
That's fair.
Can you just let me out so I can protect her?" No. What is this? Harmeet Dillon is the chairman of the Republican National Lawyers Association, and our friend she joins us today. Harmeet, this seems pretty basic. If you don't have the right to defend your property from anyone threatening you, much less a non-citizen, like, what right do you have?
Well, you're absolutely right, Tucker. And under Arizona law, it has a pretty broad law for protecting your property, standing your ground. And that includes the protection and the right to shoot somebody who's breaking into an unoccupied residential structure. So we don't know all the facts surrounding this circumstance, but the person in question who was shot was a repeat player in crossing the border. And the family in question has repeatedly been subjected to migrants crossing their property and presumably threatening them as well. So hopefully when all the facts are known here, the individual will have a defensible argument to make to the jury about this, or the prosecution may be dropped. But this just highlights the fact that nowhere mentioned in the speech of the president last night was the human toll on American law-abiding citizens and even immigrant communities that are subjected to rampant unlawful immigration. And in fact, thousands of criminals coming across the border every day, threatening Americans and threatening residents of our country. And that tragedy is not just a drug tragedy, but in so many other ways. And it's permeating throughout the United States in a volume of new migrants to this country that in a 2-month period exceeds the population of some states. Talk about over 200,000 people a month right now in some recent months. And it's staggering. And you just heard the president lie about it yesterday. He minimized it first, but he said, we've reduced illegal immigration from certain countries by 97%. He mentioned Cuba, Nicaragua, and a couple of others.
Really?
The volume has not decreased at all. They've simply legalized it. And so that's how they decrease the illegal nature of that immigration. They simply move it from one category to another and parole people. That's outrageous. It's an outrageous lie, and you don't really see the media calling them on it.
No, it's and they're committing a crime at scale, and no one says it. Harmeet Dillon, I appreciate your coming out today. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
So San Francisco, as you may have read, is about to vote on whether to give reparations to African Americans in San Francisco, a state that never had slavery. But the meeting that will determine this has been delayed because one of the main people pushing for reparations wasn't there. He was too busy partying at a Hooters in Columbia. That's a real story. Not Columbia, South Carolina, the country of Columbia. So first, here's a story so perfect you think we made it up, but we didn't. The city of San Francisco has set up a commission to create a race-based spoil system called reparations in a state that never had slavery. The plan right now is to give $5 million to every California resident of a certain skin color. So that's humming along, speeding through dystopia, but it has hit a snag. The latest meeting of the commission was scheduled for Tuesday and had to be postponed for more than a month. Why? Well, one member of the commission, San Francisco Supervisor Shaman Walton, could not make it because he was busy partying in Columbia the country, and he missed his flight back to California. In photographs he uploaded from the local Hooters, it looks like he was having a lot of fun. Seems like that he's got a lot of privilege, not impressed at all. But he's not backing down. Bolton says as soon as he gets back from Hooters, he'll get back to work on those $5 million checks. And by the way, he said he would like his check in $1 bills for the Hooters girls. So get that part up, but the rest is real. So before the war in Ukraine even began, both Tory and Newland at the State Department, the number 2 of the State Department, and Joe Biden threatened to blow up the Nord Stream pipeline. Watch.
I want to be clear with you today. If Russia invades Ukraine, one way or another, Nord Stream 2 will not move forward.
If Russia invades, that means tanks and troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
How will you do that? Exactly. Since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control.
We will, I promise you, we'll be able to do it.
So then the pipelines actually blew up. These are the pipelines that bring natural gas from Eastern Europe to Western Europe to keep the European economy going. And they exploded, causing the single largest human-caused environmental disaster in all of history. And again, setting Europe on the road to actual poverty. So it was an unpopular event, and Joe Biden denied any responsibility. He blamed Russia. Joe Biden was that somehow Russia, for reasons they never make clear, just because they're evil, had sabotaged their own energy pipeline. Watch this.
It was a deliberate act of sabotage, and now the Russians are pumping out disinformation and lies.
So that was in September, and it was obvious from the very first day, well, that's not true. It's not that Vladimir Putin is too good a person to blow up Nord Stream, but like, why would he? It only hurts him. And by the way, it really hurts Western Europe. But a lot of media outlets repeated that lie dutifully. That's what they do, and attacked us as Putin stooges for having questions about it. Well, we know a lot more now. There have been a number of official investigations of what happened, and not one has found any evidence of Russian involvement. And now we have the actual answer to what happened. Well, the Biden administration did it for real. Investigative reporter Seymour Hersh, who's been around for more than 50 years, just wrote a piece on Substack that includes this, quote, last June, the Navy divers, U.S. Navy divers, operating under the cover of a widely publicized midsummer NATO exercise known as Baltops 22, planned to remotely 3 months later, destroyed 3 of the 4 Nord Stream pipelines, according to a source with direct knowledge of the operational planning. Now, this piece continues. It's probably the most comprehensive news story you will read this year. Seymour Hersh on Substack, you should read it. And it recounts in detail meetings with the National Security Advisor at the White House, where this was planned, exactly what explosives were used, how they were triggered by what aircraft on what day. So many details in here that it is not possible that it's not true. It is true. And in fact, no one in the high level of the government is denying with any specificity and said the White House is just dismissing it as utterly false. And no reporters are following up on this. Amazing. Aaron Monte is following up on it. It's with the Gray Zone. He joins us. Aaron, I don't remember the last time I saw a story this well reported. It wasn't in the New York Times, Hersh's former employer. They wouldn't have run it. But the fact that nobody at the White House briefings had even asked about this story makes me think we are becoming North Korea.
Tucker, this is a case where you have the motive. The U.S. has long been trying to stop the Nord Stream 2 because, as Cy Hersh's story points out, the U.S. has recognized that if Nord Stream 2 goes online, it will make it a lot more difficult for the U.S. to wage a proxy war against Russia because Germany will not want to be on board with cutting off its source of cheap energy. So the U.S. found an answer to that problem. They blew it up. And it's interesting, Hersh reports that the planning for this operation began in late 2021. And that's when Russian forces were massing on the border of Ukraine and there was a threat of the invasion. But something else happened. Russia, in that same month of December 2021, when planning was underway at the White House to blow up Nord Stream 2, Russia also submitted draft treaties to the U.S. and NATO, laying out detailed proposals for the U.S. and NATO to resolve their issues, to roll back NATO military infrastructure in states surrounding Russia. Now, we know what happened to that because the U.S. rejected it. It wouldn't even discuss the core issue of Ukraine not joining NATO. Instead, the U.S. chose to basically let the Russian invasion happen. And then when that happened, proceeded to engage in this operation to blow up Nord Stream 2. And they'd be no secret about their embrace of this. The day after Nord Stream 2 was sabotaged, Antony Blinken declared that this was a tremendous strategic opportunity. And most recently, you've covered this, Victoria Nuland testified in Congress that she is grateful, along with the White House, that the Nord Stream 2 is now a hunk of metal at the bottom of the sea.
I mean, NATO is a coalition of European powers led by the United States. The United States just wrecked their economies. I don't see how NATO stays together after this. I don't, but I mean, what do I know? Hermonte, I hope you'll come back. Thank you.
Nothing.
Lauren Southern is an author and a filmmaker, and some of her views are considered offensive by the neoliberals in charge of everything. For example, she thinks unrestricted illegal immigration probably not that good for your country. And because of that, big tech has decided to make it impossible for her to live in the West. Airbnb has refused to allow her to stay in any of its properties without explaining why. By the way, if you have a felony record, you could probably stay in an Airbnb. But now Airbnb has decided to take a close look at Lauren Southern's family. Because her parents are related to her by blood, the genetics are incriminated, and her parents are no longer allowed to stay in Airbnb, a common practice in North Korea. So we reached out to Airbnb and its head of public policy, former Obama official Jay Carney, and Airbnb claimed this was just a mistake. Of course, it wasn't a mistake because they explained that they were doing it because these people are close to Lauren Southern in their email. This is the company, by the way, that banned January 6th defendants. Lauren Southern remains banned by Airbnb. She joins us today. Lauren, thanks so much for coming on. So, not just the thought criminal, but the thought criminal's family is banned from spending the night. What is that?
There's definitely been a Pandora's box opened in the culture war. I think progressives have realized with the laws we have in place defending civil liberties, they can't quite bring a social credit system in yet, so they found a way to circumvent it through the corporate class. They can just impose a social credit system on us using big tech.
Do you think your parents will be allowed to buy food or receive medical care since you're against illegal immigration?
In the next few years, who knows, honestly. This is escalating at such a rate I never could have expected. Of course, Airbnb have reversed their decision for now, claiming they are very sorry, but I think we both know the only thing they're sorry for is that PR that they were trending on Twitter last night.
Well, I mean, and they admitted it in their communication to your parents. They said your connection to Lauren Southern makes you ineligible. So I wonder if you were like a convicted armed robber, would they do this to your parents? Of course, they would not even consider it, right?
They don't even treat the families of Epstein and Maxwell like this, right? And what was funny is when they reversed the decision, they claimed in an email to my parents that they had reviewed their appeal. My parents never appealed the decision, so they're attempting to create this phony narrative that it was all a mistake. How do you mistakenly track down an activist's family, mistakenly send them a specific email saying it is because of their relation to me? It makes no sense. They're trying to cover up something nefarious here, and the only reason they aren't continuing to do this to me is because I have a platform, and they're testing the waters. If they got away with it this time, they would have kept going. But they miscalculated how woke their market is.
This shouldn't surprise us. These are the same people who attack entire groups of people on the basis of their genetics. Some groups are innocent, some are guilty. It's classic Nazi race science. You're implicated by your blood. I mean, that's what Airbnb is saying.
Essentially, yes. And I gotta say, one of the most disappointing things for me is that it has gotten to this point that we spent so many years having Republicans defend cronyism by pretending it is capitalism, and then our failsafe, which was supposed to be progressives, who were supposed to question the big corporations when they are discriminatory, specifically on blood and genetics, they're like an ADHD dog that just got distracted by a bone with a pride flag on it and placated entirely. So we're left with just activists on Twitter. Thank goodness your show, you're really holding down the fort for conservatives who want to have their freedoms, but it's just a real shame.
yeah, I mean, well, it's not hard. You shouldn't punish people's parents for thought crimes. I mean, that's like, yeah, that seems an easy one. Lauren Sutherland, great to see you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
So a lot of people claim that professional wrestling is fake. Well, how fake is it? We thought we would talk to an actual professional wrestler. In fact, one of the most famous, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, and he respectfully disagrees. We talked to him for a brand new episode of Tucker Carlson today. Here's part.
Back then, you think it's fake? You come up in a ring with him, what's the number if it's fake or not? So he had to fight every local tough guy there is, you know. And of course, that's the whole joke. You're always a phony wrestler until you go to court. You go to court, you're just a trained killer. Go like 10, 20, 30,000. Every time you hit him, that lawsuit goes up, you know. I'm going to sue you. Said, I'm getting my money's worth. We're not done, brother.
So what were the guys?
That's funny.
This was, even though it was in the 70s, it wasn't.
My money's worth. I'm not done.
It was really a different time, right?
Much different business. It was a really rough, tough, carnival-type business.
Yeah.
Back then, people were marks. You try to work them out of their money. Now it's sports entertainment, international.
What does that mean, they were marching trying to work them out of their
Well, yeah, like a carnival-type term. You know, people, you try to work them out of their money, get them to give you the money somehow, trying to work them. That was never my idea. I said, I put on a performance. Those folks pay to come watch me perform.
Were you on the road?
I was on the road, yeah, an awful lot.
I
That's
was
one
on
of
the
the hard
road, yeah.
things about wrestling is the road.
Funny.
You know, especially back then in the old WWF.
Hey!
The age of wrestling. Hulk Hogan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Macho Man, Andre the Giant. Yeah, you would work all the time because you didn't have contracts. If you didn't work, you didn't get paid. If you got hurt,
You didn't have a contract?
No. If you wrestled, you got paid. So if you were on top, like I was working with Andre the Giant, I knocked Andre out with my 2x4. On top of 54 nights straight.
Later that same interview, Hacksaw told us about how a home invader, unfortunately for him, showed up at his home and detained the man using his 44. You can watch the whole interview with Hacksaw Jim Duggan now on Fox Nation. Well, Joe Biden's State of the Union last night, technically, Jill and Kamala's spouse, the second gentleman, making out. That stole the show. What is going on between those two? A forensic examination next. The other night we told you about Florida State University's so-called equity programs, which are, of course, the definition of racism. They discriminate against students on the basis of their skin color, something we had as a civil rights movement in order to prevent, but it still takes place. The school awards racially segregated scholarships. White kids cannot get those scholarships. Chris Rufo broke that story. Now Florida State University realizes they have been caught violating the law and decency, and so they've corrected it, quote. The old language in the school's scholarship policy read this way, quote, applicants of the award must be minority students, African American, Hispanic, Asian, Pacific Islander, Native American. The new language states that the scholarship is, quote, available for all new and currently enrolled graduate students, but that preference may be given to students who are, quote, historically underrepresented. Okay. They always beat you with passive aggression. They never fight you. They just change the words. What does that mean? It means they just move the words around. But they're still violating federal civil rights law. And civil rights law in Florida, the letter and the spirit of it, and decency. But somehow the Civil Rights Division is not interested in the Justice Department. I wonder why. We'll keep on. Well, Joe Biden's State of the Union had before it even began, Biden appeared to struggle to walk through the Congress to deliver the talk.
Sir, how are you feeling tonight? Feeling good. What's the State of the Union? Great shape.
Then Dr. Jill and the first gentleman, Doug Emhoff, decided to do a key party of some kind. They started making out right before the speech.
That's fucking gross.
Steamy in a kind of celibate way. And then fussy old Mitt Romney had some stern words from new Congressman George Santos. You're seeing that exchange on your screen right now. After the speech, Romney called Santos a sick puppy. Said Mitt Romney put a dog on the roof of his car and marched in a embarrassment. Said Mitt Romney. Well, today Santos, who we're starting to sympathize with, we got to be honest, responded to Mitt Romney. Watch.
It's not the first time in history that I've been told to shut up and go to the back of the room, especially by people who come from a privileged background. And it's not going to be the last, and I'm never going to shut up and go to the back of the room. And I think it's reprehensible that the senator would say such a thing to me, and the demeaning way he said it wasn't very Mormon of him. That's what I was thinking. So he's playing the privilege card. Who should we root for here? Nobody. One of them, Jesse Kelly might know. He hosts the Jesse Kelly Show. He joins us now. So it's also great, of course. But who should we be rooting for?
Oh, I'm rooting for George Santos. Yeah. Like you just pointed out, Tucker, George Santos might be a liar. He might even be a drag queen. I don't know what to believe at this point in time, but George Santos didn't march in a BLM rally just after St. George Floyd died in this country and whip up the narrative that helped burn down American cities and jack our murder rate through the roof. George Santos never did any of that, so if he wants to wear women's panties and put on lipstick, that's his business. Mitt Romney's the one who made my country worse.
Well, I think that's fair. And if you're going to have a fraud contest, and let's go ahead and do that, who's more fraudulent, George Santos or Mitt Romney? Who do you think would win?
Well, I think Mitt Romney is not only a huge fraud, Mitt Romney is one of these people who, this is kind of with the whole Bush era types, they never look in the mirror and realize that this next generation of ickies that they're always complaining about, they're the reason we have that next generation that's different. Their low-key GOP weakness allowed these communist pieces of trash to wreck our country, tear through everything, and now that there's a new breed that's a little rough around the edges sometimes, they get really uppity about it. Mitt Romney soiling his granny panties because George Santos attended the State of the Union is about the least important thing that I care about.
Well, it's such a fair point. I mean, if you ran everything and then, say, 2 years later, everything started to collapse, wouldn't you wonder if you were implicated in that collapse?
But they never do it, Tucker. They never do it. They never look, and this goes beyond the politicians. It's the old pundits that used to be important. The old publications used to be important. Now no one cares about them or listens to them. They never even have a moment of self-reflection where they look in the mirror and say, well, I've been divorced 9 times. Maybe it's me. It never occurs to these people.
It's me.
Such a good point. Well, wise man, Jesse, thank you so much for coming on.
You're good, boss.
So why do people keep referring to Kamala Harris or Kamala or Carmela or whatever we're calling her now, the vice president, as the real president? We hear that a lot, and it happened even last night after Biden's State of the Union. We got that next. The thought that Joe Biden's speech last night was bewildering, depressing, and mind-bogglingly dishonest. Kamala Harris really liked it. She went on TV this morning to explain that, yeah, Biden may seem really old, but he's not actually really old. Watch this.
President Biden just turned 80. It looks like he's gearing up for re-election, but the majority of Americans, according to the majority of Democrats, according to Army polls, say they don't want President Biden to run again. What do you say to that?
I mean, George, I think that age is more than a chronological fact, to be very frank with you.
Age is more than a chronological fact, to be very frank with you. Really? Never good at math, Kamala Harris. So what, if it's not chronological, what kind of fact is age? Physical? What are you talking about? But Kamala Harris is duty bound to pretend that Joe Biden is actually in charge. He's really running the country by himself. Over on CBS, Gayle King, who is not paid by the White House, doesn't have to pretend. Watch.
How are you feeling about the job these days that you're doing and people's perception of you on the ticket? Well, let me first of all say, as the president has said, he intends to run, and if he does, I'll be running with him. As it relates to the work of being vice president, listen, I love the American people. All right. Thank you for your time, Madam President. I know you've got a lot to do. Nice to be with you, Gail. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Always good to see you.
If Joe Biden runs, I'll be running over him. I mean, with him. Whatever. Thank you for your time, Madam President. Well, the propaganda never ends. We'll see if that actually works. That's it for us tonight. We are out of time, sadly. We're back 8 p.m. every night to show that's the sworn enemy of lying, pomposity, smugness, and groupthink. Have the best night with the ones you love. See you tomorrow. I'm going to Tucker Carlson tonight. We haven't taken a poll, but it's possible on this Thursday evening you may be wondering what the hell is going on in our country. There are so many unanswered questions, some of them lingering. How, for example, did senile hermit Joe Biden get 15 million more votes than his former boss, rock star crowd surfer Barack Obama. Results like that would seem to defy the laws of known physics and qualify instead as a miracle. Was the 2020 election a miracle? Honestly, we don't know. We don't expect to get an answer to it tonight. So let's move instead to more immediate questions like all these weird things shooting through the sky over the United States and Canada that nobody seems able to positively identify. Should we be worried about these things? And then what about our infrastructure, the steel and concrete parts of America that the Biden administration has shown strange contempt for, possibly because they were built by those dreaded white construction workers that Mayor Pete dislikes so much? Our critical infrastructure appears to be falling apart. Is that a problem? Or can we, in the bright new transhumanist future our leaders envision, feed ourselves with McKinsey consultants alone? And if we can, how do they taste? You may be wondering all of this, or maybe you're not wondering any of it because you have no clue what we're talking about because the media hasn't told you about it. A press corps that's willing to spend a full week ignoring a toxic mushroom cloud over Ohio will ignore pretty much anything. So in case you're not up to date, here's a partial recap of events. Last night there was a massive and as yet unexplained fire at a plant nursery just south of Orlando. The fire burned more than 2 acres of plastic planters. Now, burning plastic releases a lot of bad chemicals, including dioxins, which you don't want, and that's why you don't do this in your fireplace. When a single plastic beaker melted in Stanford's science building last year, the school evacuated the area. But outside Orlando, there was no evacuation. Residents were told to stay in their homes. None of the environmentalists in the Biden administration, the people who claim ostentatiously to care about the environment, said anything about it. Nor did they have a lot to say about what happened in Tucson on Tuesday. A tractor-trailer carrying nitric acid rolled over on I-10. Nitric acid is a carcinogen. Within 2 hours of the crash, authorities evacuated a small number of residents. They told everybody living within a mile to shelter in place. Then 2 hours after that, they lifted the shelter-in-place order. But then, the next morning, authorities announced that they had, quote, reinstated the shelter-in-place order for a 1-mile perimeter around the incident. And then they told residents to, quote, turn off heaters and or air conditioning systems that bring in outside air. Ooh, outside air. No air for you. Well, why did they give this order? Because the first order, it turns out, was wrong. It wasn't safe for people to move back into their homes. So just as in East Palestine, Ohio, authorities, for whatever reason, exposed people to dangerous chemicals. If this is incompetence, there seems to be an awful lot of it lately. Then today, it really happened again. A freight train derailed about 30 miles west of downtown Detroit. It's a Norfolk Southern train. That's the same company that operated the train that derailed in East Palestine, Ohio. 30 cars were off the tracks. Fortunately, if the information that we are getting tonight is accurate, and we can vouch that it is, the car containing liquid chlorine did not overturn, apparently. So that is, however you slice it, an awful lot of drama on our roads and rails in a single week. Who's in charge of our roads and rails anyway? Well, that would be the Secretary of Transportation. That would be Pete Buttigieg. He's in charge. He was asked about it today. In response, he pointed out that train derailments are not a big deal. Settle down. They're very common. Train derailments happen on average nearly 3 times every day.
Look, rail safety is something that has evolved a lot over the years, but there's clearly more that needs to be done because while this horrible situation has gotten a particularly high amount of attention, there are roughly 1,000 cases a year of a train derailing.
Wait a second. You think East Palestine is a big deal? 1,000 trains derail every year in the United States, says Pete Buttigieg. Presumably has the stats on it. Did you know that? Are you okay with 1,000 trains a year derailing in your country? Don't a lot of these trains carry highly dangerous chemicals through highly populated areas? Yeah. So if you were Pete Buttigieg, put yourself in his tiny position for a moment. If you were him, wouldn't fixing that, this ongoing disaster, be your very first priority? Well, of course it would be, but you're not Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg doesn't care about trains derailing. He cares about equity. Trains derailing, that's fine. You're fine. You're so fine that people who show up to test the air and the water after a train derailment are wearing hazmat suits. Because the air and water are perfectly safe as long as you're wearing a hazmat suit. See, there's a simple solution to this. Stop whining. Now, what does Norfolk Southern think of all this? We'd love to know, but we don't know because the company skipped the town hall last night in East Palestine, Ohio. Hundreds of locals had gathered to ask obvious and for them pressing questions like, why are thousands of fish and animals dying? Why? But executives at Norfolk Southern didn't show up at the event. Why? Because they were worried for their own safety.
Because they're scared for their safety.
Hundreds of anxious residents packed a school gym here in East Palestine on Wednesday night, looking for answers almost 2 weeks after a huge train derailment released hazardous chemicals into their town, contaminating much of the surrounding area. There were notable absences from the town hall meeting, including the rail operator, Norfolk Southern. Also not attending, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. The mayor says he's had limited contact with the White House, leaving folks here frustrated, angry, and complaining about a lack of information from the feds and Norfolk Southern. State officials and the EPA say the water and air are both safe, but residents here tell a different story. They say they've been getting sick, and so have their pets.
It's so safe, we're not going there. Our oxygen tanks are empty, and by the way, there are elderly, low-income people on crutches there. We don't feel safe around them. But from the perspective of the people who live in East Palestine, it looks a little different. You would think if you live in the United States and you send by force at gunpoint half of your annual pay to Washington, someone in Washington would care when your town is poisoned by a train derailment. Oh, but you thought wrong. What do you think you are, Ukrainian? Nobody cares about you. Is this Kyiv? No, it's Ohio. Shut up. My administration has other priorities, by the way, like shooting down $300 weather balloons with $400,000 missiles. And yes, apparently they did that. Joe Biden himself admitted it today.
We don't yet know exactly what these three objects were, but nothing right now suggests they were related to China's spy balloon program or that they were surveillance vehicles from any other country. Intelligence community's current assessment is that these three objects were most likely balloons tied to private companies, recreation, or research institutions studying weather.
That's the quote. Intelligence community, air quotes now required, the intelligence community's assessment. Oh, their kids sent a balloon up and we sent a sidewinder after. Mission accomplished. A lot of questions that emanate quite naturally from that bewildering announcement, but Joe Biden didn't take any of them. He scampered off without taking questions. Be gone, serves. Like Norfolk Southern and Mayor Pete, Biden knows he doesn't have to answer the questions because what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Well, actually, they're starting to worry a little bit about what you might do about it. The people in charge are stupid, obviously, but they're not so dim. They don't understand the consequences of serially mistreating the country over a period of many years. They're starting to get worried. They are afraid of the people they govern. How do we know that?
No. So I cried some time when I lied in bed. Just getting up my head, feeling a little peculiar. So I wake and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I can't breathe high at night, screaming at the top of my lungs. What's going on? And I said, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? And I cry. Oh my God, do I cry? Cries all the time. For as the rules turn on. Okay. Oh. Interesting. Shit. Ah, yeah. Goody. I'm gonna freak out. Freak out. Okay. First. Ew, peel off. Okay. Oh, poor kilo. Get up that great big hill of road. The fuck was that? The fuck? Yeah? Oh. Oh, God. That was such a big foot. Look. Still going. Whatever. Oh. Huh? About poop? Poop on the floor. Oh. I don't believe anybody likes this. Ah, this is a terrible feeling. Come on. Oh. Oh. Ah. Oh.
Really? Get the service. Where is the stuff? glasses. Okay. The fuck? Huh? Okay, this is really good. Huh? Huh? Okay. Alright. I'm trying to shoot. We have to do this. Here. Just do that. Yeah.
You don't do that. Ow, fucker. Again. Ugh. Gross. Fucking. Where did I put it? Okay. God damn it. Okay, right here. Okay. That's actually retarded. Okay. Later. 100%. Hey. God. Enough. Yeah.
Or whether it's international students in particular that have grown at a rate far beyond what Canada has been able to absorb.
As if he's like somewhere special, like kid. You're great. I'm not this little. Election ruling. Oh, for fuck's sake, what? Okay. Voices, voters. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is fucking annoying. The fuck? That was super fucking disturbing.
Well, things are changing so fast that it's hard to think about what the future might look like. But pause for a second and force yourself. What will the world look like in, say, 10 years, 15 years, 50 years? Well, the outlines are pretty clear. If the people who run things, powerful forces, and by that we mean very specifically the U.S. government, the Chinese government, the UN, if they have their way, there will be a lot less private property, a lot less privacy for the average person. And for the average person, a lot of really big decisions will be made not individually, but by machines. So that's clearly the direction we're going. The question is, who wants that? And the answer is very, very few people. That's dystopian, doesn't quite capture it. That's horrifying. That's a nightmare. And so if you had to bring about that future with the consent of the governed, as in a democracy, that would be impossible. Because no one will ever want that. It's too ugly and sad. hard and it requires a lot of guns. It also requires a kind of muscular attitude, an aggression, not just a passive aggression. Probably not going to happen. Or you can do something else. You can make people want it. That's very different from convincing them. There's almost no effort to convince you of anything anymore, in case you haven't noticed. They've totally given up on argument as a means of reaching some kind of mutual consent. It doesn't exist anymore. But they can instead make you want it. Well, how would they do that? Well, the fastest way to do it would be by, say, changing your brain. Is that happening? Well, you have to kind of wonder. What was COVID, by the way? It was the other day, it feels like. We haven't really talked about what that was. It wasn't just some random virus. It probably wasn't even just a lab leak accidentally. This was a bioweapons lab run by the Chinese government, paid for in part by the U.S. government, and it went global. But it really went to the West. That's the truth. To the English-speaking, to Europe. And it seemed to have changed people. So what's going on here? Is something going on here? And if so, what can you do about it? How do you preserve the sovereignty of your own mind? Maybe that's the most important question. Very few people are thinking about this seriously. Lots of people are speculating about it. Very few scientists are looking at the specifics of how this might be done and what you might do about it. In fact, there's really just one that we're aware of, and we're about to meet him. He is German. His name is Michael Nels. He's a medical doctor, physician. He's a molecular geneticist. And he's written what seems to be an amazing new book called The Indoctrinated Brain, How to Successfully Fend Off the Global Attack on Your Mental Freedom. And we are honored to have him join us now. Dr. Nels, thank you very much.
I'm very honored to be here. Thank you very much. Actually, it honors my work.
Well, we're honored to have you. So I sort of non-technically and maybe grossly generalized, summarized this idea, but I'd like you to bring some science to it. That maybe COVID, not just the vax, but the virus itself, changed the way people think and feel about themselves and understand themselves. Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, it's absolutely possible. And it was already shown with SARS-CoV-1, the predecessor of SARS-CoV-2.
Yes.
It was published already in 2007, 2008, papers which showed that the spike protein itself is capable of doing something which we call neuroinflammation. That means kind of a cytokine storm in the brain. And I've worked on this issue for the last 10 to 15 years, actually published a paper, Unified Theory of Alzheimer's Disease, which is Alzheimer's, most people think it's the cause is age, but the real cause of Alzheimer's is actually neuroinflammation and our lifestyle. And so the reason it's age is correlated to it is just because it takes decades to develop disease. But neuroinflammation can be caused by many things. It can be caused by excessive fear, by fear-mongering. Neuroinflammation can be caused by bacteria, by viruses, by infection, chronic infections. Yes. So it was shown that in order that the hippocampus is our autobiographic memory center, which is the center where Alzheimer's starts, needs to be functional. Something which we call adult hippocampal neurogenesis, permanent production of new nerve cells, which have many, many functions we need to talk about. They are essentially our mental immune system. And if this production is essentially shut down, then our mental immune system breaks down and we are free for everything. I mean, we can be conquered and we would even accept it. And so I was working on this mental immune system. And
so you're describing a physical, it's physical. Exactly, it's physical. This is not emotional. This is not propaganda. You're saying the way that your brain functions as a physical matter can be changed to make you more controllable.
Emotions essentially change the way the brain works, and strong emotions, fear, for example, particularly in a situation where your mental immune system is down, meaning that your psychological resilience is down, leads to a very strong effect in the brain, kind of a neurotoxic effect, leakage of molecules out of the neurons, which are recognized by immune cells in the brain. And this recognition leads to an activation of an immune response, very strong immune response, activating cytokines, pro-inflammatory cytokines, and they attack the hippocampus, our autobiographical memory center, shutting down essentially many, many functions, like, for example, curiosity, like for example, psychological resilience, it drops, meaning that everything that happens leads to an increased rate of depression, and it shuts down, which I've shown recently, and which I put in my book, it shuts down our ability to think. You're describing, I have to say, this proves nothing, but I thought it was interesting. I got COVID a couple of years ago, and not the worst sickness I've ever had, but it had the most profound emotional effect. I never feel depressed. I've never felt that
Interesting.
as I did when I had it. I felt defeated. I didn't expect that. I've never heard anybody say that that was a side effect of COVID. Is it? It is, yeah. So when in 2007, 2008, the first papers came out on how SARS-CoV-1, specifically the spike protein, is able to activate the new inflammatory process, shutting down the production of these nerve cells in the hippocampus in our autobiographic memory center. The consequences are clear. In the short term, you are prone to depression. In the long term, change the course of events. Of course, in that time, the spike protein was not, I think, able to actually enter the brain, and they changed that. So when I was actually almost laughing because it was so deeply depressing in a way, so my reaction was kind of funny. I said, when the Nobel Prize was given in 2023 to this mRNA program bringing the spike protein into humans by genetic engineering, the two researchers who got the Nobel Prize actually said in an interview, well, we came up with this idea 15 years ago. So when we got back 15 years ago, it was clear that the spike protein is a bioweapon against the brain, particularly the part of the brain which we call I call our mental immune system, which is the very important part that makes us human. Which allows us to think, which allows us to be curious, which allows us, to explore the world and develop a culture, everything. So the spike protein potentially attacks humankind, the very basis of humans. Of course, at that time, the spike protein was kind of, not very dangerous because it was just external information outside the brain, which of course is transmitted to the brain, that's known, and so we had indirect neuroinflammation. If you really want to attack the brain, you have to get the spike protein into the brain. That's really dangerous. And so two things happened actually here. So first of all, they changed the SARS-CoV-1 into SARS-CoV-2 by including this purine cleavage site into the spike genome, in the gene of the spike protein. So if you insert this cleavage site, you create essentially a target for a molecular scissor that all our cells have, our purine. A purine cleavage cleaves the spike protein two halves. We have two subunits, S1 and S2. And the S1 subunit is the outer part, interacts with the same receptor that is also our fear receptor, our danger receptor in the immune cells. And that triggers essentially a cascade of events which at the end leads to an output of enormous amounts of pro-inflammatory cytokines. Each individual of them, the whole cascade of different ones, like interleukin 1, interleukin 16 of alpha, interleukin 17, whatever. All of them were shown to shut down the production of new nerve cells in the hippocampus, which we require for curiosity, psychological resilience, and our ability to think. And those are the effects of the vaccine. Not only the vaccine, the virus itself. I think you may be, it's a lot to take in, but you may be answering the question, why after the mRNA vaccine was shown not to stop transmission, did governments continue to push it on their populations? Absolutely, they pushed it on unborn children, and women with pregnant young children. So these are all different pieces of the puzzle I couldn't understand. And only when I realized it's not about health, it's not about not even money, it's about conquering the human mind, then it totally made sense suddenly. And all the pieces of the puzzle fell together seamless, and I had a picture in front of me which clearly showed what they are up to. And that is really to undermine the human ability to think, and it's even worse than that. It's even worse than that, which I show in the book, because we need this production of these new nerve cells not only for curiosity, psychological resilience, or our ability to think. They are also necessary for memorizing and retrieving new memories. You shut down this production and force the hippocampus to memorize all these different stories, these fear-mongering narratives. Then these narratives will enter the brain. It will be memorized in the hippocampus, but for a cost. They will override pre-existing memories. There's no other way around it, because you have no production of new nerve cells allowing new memories form without harming previous ones. So what happens is you override with the narratives, with the fear narratives, with the technocratic narratives, you override your pre-existing memories, your individuality, your personality, and change it.
If intentional, this would be the most evil thing ever done.
Absolutely. Absolutely. When I wrote the book, my wife actually is the person who first reads it and corrects it, and she almost got a heart attack doing that. I mean, she had really problems reading chapter by chapter because the evil that the book reveals is traumatic.
So you spent your entire life within science.
Yeah.
And so the people who did this or who made it possible are, in some cases, I'm sure people you know, but certainly the kind of people you know. You know, how hard was it for you to reach the conclusion that those people were responsible for something so evil?
For me, it was extremely difficult to accept because the last 15 years I spent my life essentially, I wrote actually 4 or 5 national bestsellers in Germany, and now they are going to be translated in English because this book is now making its way in the English world, of course, and this, so to speak, puts the others will trail behind it. Years trying to convince people that Alzheimer's is not something you can't avoid when you get older. But it was not about Alzheimer's, it was about something else. Alzheimer's is just a tip of an iceberg of a society whose mental immune system is not functioning. The cause of Alzheimer's is the inability to produce these new nerve cells over several decades. That's the cause of Alzheimer's. So you have to reactivate this production to prevent it. But since it takes decades, the cases of Alzheimer's are just the tip of an iceberg of a society whose mental immune system is down. If you're not if the psychological resilience is down because the production of these nerve cells is down, then the likelihood increases that you get depression. And depression became the #1 disease in 2017. Actually, the WHO said in 2019 is now the most common disease on Earth. #1. So if you realize depression is inversely correlated to the production of these nerve cells, that means in 2019, even maybe in 2017, the mental immune system of the human society was down and was at its lowest level. We were easy to conquer. We were easy to accept what was happening.
So for those of us who noticed that people who've taken the mRNA vax and boosters seem different psychologically.
Yeah.
We're not imagining that.
Yeah. No. It's, you see, people who have not high production of these cells in the hippocampus, they act normally during the day. In a normal situation, they do whatever humans do, and you don't realize it. I saw that actually even in the part of my of people I know that when I saw them at parties, we could talk about everything which is trivial. But as soon as you start talking about something more difficult, that was before 2020, you realize they don't want to put their brain in a working mode. They just avoided these topics, and these very people who are not interested in really thinking were the ones who actually took the shots very quickly. Because you have to see, the mental immune system, as I already counted off, curiosity is lacking, and the other side of the coin of curiosity is psychological resilience, because being curious meaning you enter into space, new thoughts, and everything that's new is per se potentially dangerous. Yeah. So you have to have a high psychological resilience to enter this new space. So if both is down, curiosity and psychological resilience, then you accept everything. And particularly if something comes with a lot of fear, or you could die, your family could die. Then you fall back to I would say cortical reflexes like something that is inborn in us, behavior that's inborn. And one behavior that's inborn, of course, in humans is that's natural. Is if there's a danger, you go into the group. You don't try to be isolated. You follow the group. And if people tell you the group is going to take this vaccine, then everybody runs and I want to have it too. You don't think, you just follow the crowd.
No.
The effects of spike proteins on the human brain, just to be clear about what I think you said, were well known by the time COVID was loosed on the world and the mRNA vaccines.
Well, I didn't discover that. I just used the papers and the publications which were out there to come to this conclusion. And if I can read these papers, everybody else can do that. They're public. It's not like it's hidden information. So that was clear. You see, when the virus broke out, by whatever reason, it was not clear to me, and there's no eyewitness who tells us, yeah, we actually did it on purpose.
Yes.
But and everybody knew that the virus, based on this furin cleavage site, produces a spiked version that can enter the brain and has all these detrimental effects on our mental health. So that was really bad. And even if that was not on purpose, what was clearly on purpose was the mRNA injection program. That was on purpose. It was forced. And here, the people who actually forced people psychologically to undergo this injection, they had a choice. They had many, many choices. They had the choice, for example, to change the mRNA that it doesn't contain the cleavage site, that the spike protein is not able to enter the brain. They could have had another choice. They could have taken proteins instead of mRNA, which is modified to stay long in our body, which doesn't make any sense for getting an immune response, and that doesn't make any sense at all. They had another choice. They could have taken not the spike protein, which is dangerous. They could have taken, for example, the nucleocapsid, which is another part of the virus, which is not dangerous to us, and actually was proven to give us a very good immunity if you have a natural infection. So that it was proposed. There are papers out there in 2020 proposing that, and it was ignored. And then the mRNA itself is dangerous because you have to package it because it's not very stable. And the packaging itself is dangerous. It's very pro-inflammatory, meaning again attacking the brain because it causes neuroinflammation. And in addition to that, it was shown that a large portion of it, actually of the mRNA, packaged with the lipid nanoparticles, can actually enter the brain. It was the lipid nanoparticles were actually produced or invented to enter the brain.
So that, ask you to stop it for a second, that when the injections were first rolled out, I remember reading someone say, actually, this could cross the blood-brain barrier.
Yeah, sure. That's why.
And that person was shouted down immediately. You're a conspiracy nut. You're crazy. I think we now admit that that's the case.
No, it was already published by the European Medical Association. Actually published a paper showing that 4% of the circulating, and what was shocking to me actually is the way they did the injections itself. And even that is revealing. If you really want to make sure that a large proportion is circulating, you have to make sure that you inject it in a way that the likelihood that it enters the bloodstream is higher. And when I was trained as a medical doctor, I learned that if I have to give an injection that has to stay at the injection place, you actually draw a little bit of blood. And if there's blood to be drawn, you are in a vein or in an artery or something. So you change the position of the needle tip
to inject it into fat.
Yeah, in the fat or in the muscle, but not in the vein. But here, there was clearly the indication, or there was actually the rule, no, with this one, we have to inject it without drawing blood first, without checking if it's in the bloodstream. And that's the major reason, actually, why, for example, young adults who are usually muscular, doing sport, had so often myocarditis, even deadly myocarditis, because they have the big veins, and so they get the full dose. That's the explanation.
So you believe, based on the way it was designed, manufactured, and administered that it was intentional. The people who did this wanted it to get into the
Everything is this whole list of what I just given you, of things which could have been different if there were no intention, was not even considered, or if people proposed it was negated. So I think, let's put it this way. In my book, I only bring all the scientific evidence. I bring all the pieces of the puzzle. I show how the pieces of the puzzle can be put together seamless. And so it's very likely it's the correct picture. But at the end of the day, I'm not accusing anybody. I'm just let's say, the prosecutor saying this might be the case. I have my personal opinion, but at the end, it's the reader who is the jury.
I was interested to notice where this was administered, these shots. So China, no. I don't think China forced its population to take the mRNA shots. Is that correct?
It was really a testing ground, essentially, right? Because people were fearful enough. Actually, at the time when, or a year later, my wife and I were in Egypt on vacation just for a week, and we talked to the people there who went with us to the big sites to have there, the ancient ruins and so forth. And we talked to them, and they said they actually had to pay money. There was like an auction going on who gets the shot first. So I don't know if you have even to push people to do that. It's legal to do that, of course, but the psychological pressure was so high that they got a huge proportion of people already.
It didn't seem accidental to me that you had this COVID shot campaign, and then within a year, they opened the borders and changed the population of the country, and in a way that most countries would never accept what's happening in the United States right now.
Yeah, there are many things going on at the moment. You see, if you look at what I'm describing here, it's all about the autobiographical memory center, and the autobiographical memory center records what we think, what we experience, what we discuss with our friends. Everything is recorded, but it cannot record everything. It's kind of a misnomer here. It records everything what it can record. And it has a threshold, and the threshold is it has to come with emotion. So you can only learn new things if they are kind of emotional to you. Yes. The stereotypical behavior, you don't remember that you did something you do every day. Exactly. We know all that. So it has to come with an emotion. So if you really want to transform a brain, first it's a two-step process. First you block the neurogenesis, the production of the nerve cells in the hippocampus. Then you come up with the stories you want to install. But since they have to come with an emotion, you can't come with the same story every day. You have to change the story day by day. You have to come up with new stories with the same intent. Something is breaking down, the world is shut down, everything is dangerous, I'm losing my job because of immigration. My family might be killed because we have an atomic war based on these local wars. We have the war against climate change, everybody will drown because the water will rise. All these stories come up day by day. Actually, the World Economic Forum has a program, a brochure they bring out every January. They talk about perma-crisis, and they have hundreds of points, and they are actually listed in my book. They have in mind or in the background where we can start the next crisis. We need to change the story, but at the end of the day, your personal history is overwritten by these fear-mongering stories. And you have to change it, otherwise it doesn't work. So that explains it. It explains something very interesting, actually, by the way. I couldn't understand, because as I show in the book, it was all well planned. I mean, there were plans already out there, 2018, the program 201, we know that, everything was planned. But when it really actually happened in 2020, our government in Germany, for example, had new rules every day, changing rules all the time. And I said, they are behaving like they didn't know what they do, but everything was so well planned. I mean, the vaccine was out so quickly. Everything was planned, but they did as if they had no idea what they should do. But in reality, if you look from the point of view of the hippocampus, of your autobiographical memory, this changing of rules is part of the plan. It has to be part of the plan, because changing the rules means you have to memorize every day new rules, and they override your memory center. And that's So you, after a while, can't remember what life was like before the rules.
Exactly. You see, if you want to install, and this is all about installing a new operating system. Yeah, you already in your introduction you said it. You didn't say it, but it's like an artificial intelligence controlled society by a social scoring system, and I call it in my book, let's say, evil social operating system, which you can actually abbreviate by SOS. Quite nicely, it means something else, but we know what it ends. And so, if that's the plan, and you alluded to it, and I'm pretty sure everybody who reads Schwab's book knows what's going on, what they are intending, then it's clear you have to create a situation where there's no other fence anymore. There's no fence where you can see the grass is green on the other side. Look at other dictatorships, fascism in Germany, Stalinism, whatever. Yes. There was always a fence, a border where it was different on the other side. But we have to think here global. If everybody is attacked, there is no border, there is no other side, there's no way, no place you can hide, no place you can go. But there's another border in your brain, the brain of history. You know it was different in the past. But once you start overriding the past, then even this border is gone. There is no way you can, there's no refuge anymore. Nothing you can go back to and think about, okay, it was different in the former times. We have to get back to that place, this time. We have to change something. And the ability to change something comes with individuality. Creativity, individuality is closely linked. But what's happening here is we destroy individuality. That means we destroy the creative power of humanity. And then because we just follow the rules that the artificial intelligence.
So you're really describing a kind of mass Alzheimer's. I mean, with no, because a person without memory isn't fully a person.
Yeah, I give you another word for that. It's you see, the ability to think. There was a Nobel Prize given for that actually in 2002 to Daniel Kahneman, a psychologist. The Nobel Prize was in economics. How could we come to decisions in difficult times, so to speak? That's what the Nobel Prize, of course, was for businesses. But nevertheless, he described mental energy that we need to activate thinking. And in my book, I describe what it comes from the production of these nerve cells. So if you shut down the ability to think, then you are stuck with the non-thinking brain, which he called System 1. So System 2 is the thinking brain. The thinking System 1 is our default action during the day, which doesn't require energy. We call it System 1. Another Nobel Prize winner who was trying to find out where our consciousness is, our consciousness in the brain, Francis Crick, he got the Nobel Prize for discovering DNA. He published a paper in 2003 with Koch, his colleague, and he said System 2 is great that we have it. It's essentially the motor of our society, the thinking ability. Yes. But it's also good to have System 1, which allows us in standard situations to actually react in a way that doesn't cost any mental energy. And he named the System 1 the zombie mode. Zombie mode. So if you are not able to engage System 2 anymore, and that's what my book describes, under the attack of the virus and the fear-mongering and a lifestyle that's not very healthy, then of course we are stuck in a zombie mode, and I really fear the zombie society very much.
A couple of questions. What is this to religious faith, which was at the center of all societies until the Second World War? Zombie mode. Does a zombie population have religious faith?
I'm not sure. If you are religious to begin with, you certainly will. Life will be still religious belief, but again, religious belief is based on memory. And if memory is overwritten, I think I gave you already the answer.
Yes, you did. What can you do about it? To the people watching who had the mRNA shots, I think most of them.
Y'all fucking idiots.
My sympathy goes out. Yeah, but what is this reversible?
It's reversible.
Actually, this is what my paper, Unified Theory of Alzheimer's Disease, is all about, is that the power of
of the adult hippocampal lies in the fact that that the hippocampus has the ability to produce nerve cells every day and every night. And this production rate actually doesn't decline if we grow older. Actually, even 80 years old have a production rate which is similar to 18 years old. So Alzheimer's is not natural. It's based on a lifestyle that doesn't allow an efficient production. An efficient production needs, let's say, micronutrients, humans. Something that was natural before we entered the modern world. So Alzheimer's was unknown essentially. But the modern world changed our way so far away from our natural needs that that the production rate is actually low. And that was the reason 2017 that production rates were high. It's an indicator. 2019, for example, Alzheimer's was the number 3 deadly disease in Europe and in the Americas. So it's hippocampus. So it was already damaged long ago. Over the decades before 2020 was coming up, and everything accelerated. Just to give you an example, in 2020 compared to 2019, depression rates, you remember, it was the highest 2017, 2019 worldwide, tripled in the United States, in 2020 due to the measurements, to the measures, to the mandates. Yes. Because everything that was done inhibited the production of new nerve cells. For example, closing of sports centers. If you do sport, let's say as a prehistoric person, you have to leave the cage. The cave. You guess the cave. You leave the cave and you go outside, and you have to remember where might be danger, where you can find a tree full of foods, where you can find something to eat, whatever. So we have to remember. So every time we walk around, we activate a number of hormones. Growth hormone, erythropoietin, even our muscles produce hormones like irisin. And all these hormones have the function to make us physically more able to do the next hike outside. Yeah, so it's a training effect. But what I show in the book here is that every hormone is an activator of adult hippocampal neurogenesis. So if you start doing physical exercise, you actually enhance your mental abilities. And of course, anything that has to grow must get everything it needs as a nutrient. So if you have deficiencies in certain nutrients that are required for the production of these nerve cells, it will be shut down. One such nutrient, for example, is vitamin D or omega-3 fatty acids. It was shown that the low level of vitamin D accelerates brain aging. Particularly, it accelerates the development of depression and Alzheimer's. So we have to raise the vitamin D level to a level that is natural. Natural level would be 125 nanomole per liter. It was shown, by the way, the same level of 125 nanomole per liter. Peer-reviewed paper, meta-analysis, showed nobody would die of COVID if the level is 125 nanomole. So it's not only good for our mental immune system, it's also good for our physical immune system. And for me, it was totally clear it's not about health when I realized that there's a strong agenda against vitamin D supplementation. So it's not... It was like a sword with 2 cutting edges, like, first of all, you cut down the physical immune system, making people prone to a disease which would not be deathly under a high level of vitamin D, and that's proven. It's called the causality is proven. So we have 125 nanomole, 0 death. But of course, if you want to install a new world order, which everybody accepts, even if you want to make people believe that the injection is the only way out of the mRNA, then you have to have some people who actually die.
So how do you get enough vitamin D?
Usually it's supplementation. It's not very difficult. And to get to a level that is ideal for brain health, ideal for immunological health, it's about 125 nanomole per liter. That's the level you should have. In Germany, for example, people in winter have like 20-25 nanomole. And the likelihood of deadly COVID, for example, is increased dramatically. So, for example, when the first studies came out, it was before the injection program enrolled. The jabs were, given to people. In fall of 2020, the German Cancer Research Center published a paper: 9 of 10 COVID deaths can be prevented just by raising the vitamin D level. but nobody was interested in that.
And you believe that there is an active effort to suppress vitamin D, or to...
Absolutely. The very journal, the most prestigious clinical journal that we know of is the New England Journal of Medicine. That's why all the clinical trials on the mRNA were published there, and they accepted everything that was going this way. So it was very intriguing for me to realize that when I saw a paper in 2022 on bone health vitamin D, which was, which I don't know how much time we have, but this paper was bogus. It should not have been accepted because it was stupid. It was just a stupid paper, to be honest. The people who had already had, I put it very short, they had a vitamin D level already, which is totally in agreement with bone health. Then they were separated two groups, randomly. One group got additional vitamin D, the other group didn't get any. So you have two groups which were already have a vitamin D level which is sufficient for bone health. Then one group gets a little bit more vitamin D, and then the two groups were compared if they had more fractures over 5 years. Of course, there is no difference because bone health was already taken care of. But based on this study that was published in the New England Journal of Medicine, an editorial was published in the same paper, in the same journal, a final decisive verdict on vitamin D. And the editors come to the conclusion that nobody, even with a deficiency, needs vitamin D. Doctors should stop prescribing vitamin D or even checking the vitamin D status. And people shouldn't waste money using, oh, come on. Yeah, it was the New England Journal of Medicine. And in Germany, actually, it was Medscape, an article by a German professor. He actually said in a journal, in Medscape, that's the most influential information journal for health practitioners worldwide, mainly financed by pharma industry. And this guy said it's actually a Nazi to prescribe vitamin D or things like that, because that's where the idea of supplementing micronutrients actually was born, in his opinion. And so giving vitamin D, you have to think about it as a decision. If you give vitamin D, you're actually following Nazi ideology.
This is so dark.
It's extremely dark.
Where is it coming from?
Well, as I said, when I read Schwab's book now from the World Economy Forum about COVID and the Great Reset, and the Great Reset, as you already alluded to in your introduction, is not something we would welcome if we are mentally in a healthy state. We would actually come. So it's clear they want to install the plan for 2030. And it's not only in his book, actually, when you go through government documents, which I show in the book as well, government documents in Germany, 2030, for example, they talk about a post-voting society. That artificial intelligence knows better than we know what is good for us, and that voting is not necessary anymore. So it's an abolishing of democracy. So that's one thing. And of course, people, actually, there was another document I found, official governmental document, that they say in 2030, people will hope that based on climate change, the narrative here, that we actually will be controlled. We want to be controlled by artificial intelligence so that we can have a future for our children. But to be perfectly honest, this book is a counter-narrative because a humane counter-narrative, because I strongly believe if we have enough mental diversity, enough individuality in our society, we will come up with ideas that will save us, from destruction like pollution and other things, We'll come up with ideas, I'm pretty sure, but at the moment we have a society based on the depression rates, the Alzheimer's rates, from everything that we know of, all the parameters, that our society is not mentally healthy. And this is what my book is all about, to change the world into a society that has more mental health, that's something what we call democracy.
Yeah, it's good. I want it. Gotta have it. And it makes me feel nice. So right. So perfect. So free and so light.
democracy means the power to decide. But if our individuality, our mental immune system is destroyed, we either not decide because we are fearful, or we don't allow ourselves an opinion because we fear the consequences.
The average person who's made it this far, 45 minutes in, is terrified. Also recognizes that what you're saying is substantially true, because it comports with what we see all around us: the death of curiosity, of creativity, the hive mind, herd mentality, all happening all around us. But what are the steps, particularly for those who submitted to the mRNA jab, what are the steps you take to retain your psychological resilience?
The first thing I would propose very eagerly is, of course, reading books. But they wouldn't be able to do that. Maybe they wouldn't be interested. I mean, curiosity is down, everything is down. But what people suffer from, many people suffer from, is what we call brain fog. You know, the consequences of the jab or of the infection, which we call also post-vac or long COVID. And what I show is that this neuroinflammatory insult on the brain caused by the spike protein leading to a cascade of events in the cell, these immune cells which are in our brain. In this cascade, which leads to the production of these pro-inflammatory cytokines, is a molecule which we call GSK3 beta. I don't think I have to discuss it in more detail, but GSK3 beta is just a molecule, a signal transducer. And the natural inhibitor of the signal transducer is lithium. And it was shown that doses, not the doses you use for bipolar disorder or manic depression, doses which are 100-fold lower, 100-fold, like 1 milligram or so, maybe maximum 5 milligram, is sufficient to block, it's a natural inhibitor, to block this cascade, to get rid of the neuroinflammatory response. I already proposed this in a book which I call the Corona Syndrome. It's not published in English yet, but in 2021 I said, besides vitamin D, lithium would be able to block the cytokine storm. And at the end of 2022, just 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, a paper was published. Patients had to go to the hospital, severe COVID, and they were on the brink of having to go to the intensive care unit because of breathing problems. So they randomized these people into groups. They got standard treatment, but one group got lithium. After only a few days, the cytokine storm was completely shut down. The people were released from the hospital in half the time than the others. Not a single person died. So lithium is the key. Actually, I can prove that lithium is essential to humans. It's essential. By the way, another funny story. The World Health Organization claims, I found a paper from the World Health Organization where they show it's essential for goats, for rats, for rodents. I can show in papers it's essential for essentially every animal on Earth where it has been tested. But the World Health Organization argues it's not essential for humans. I can tell you, if you would take lithium, you not only get rid of your brain fog, you also start, as was shown, to activate adult hippocampal neurogenesis. So in my paper of 2016, Unified Theory of Alzheimer's Disease, I show that lithium, as a single molecule, can actually stop the progression of Alzheimer's.
Given that you have, I think, seen and described in your book the big picture of what's actually going on, all these different threads are part of one thing. Has it changed your view about people or changed your view of the spiritual world? I mean, this is so evil that, and you said it's not about money exclusively, and it's not about elections, it's much bigger. I mean, how has that changed you?
Well, in the last chapter, which is the chapter of hope, where I show we can change that, we can empower ourselves again. Because you have to understand, we talk a lot everywhere about how it happened, what happened, how it was instrumentalized, all the different steps, all the evil things, but we need to know why it happened. And when we know why, then we know the target. When we know the target, in this case, the hippocampus, we know how to change things. But so the last chapter is about that. But in the last chapter, I also discuss with myself why it actually happened in the first place. What are these people? And I found a couple of
Formula One is back. It's total chaos.
books about and papers, publications being reviewed, that if you are in power, the more power you have, something develops which we call acquired sociopathy. And maybe that's behind that people have that kind of a godlike, self-esteem, and really believe that they do the right thing in their worldview, and they might think that we have to eradicate the humankind to save humankind, whatever. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what these people think. It's more important what the reader is thinking, what we all are thinking, because we are the majority. And at the moment, about 20%, I guess, or maybe even 25 to 30% of the people worldwide realized, 20% realized it very early, 25 to 30% realize it meanwhile, in total, I guess, what's going on. And what I argue is if each one of them makes it possible to convince somebody else, then we are 50 to 60%. We are a majority again. And as I alluded to already, the people who are not really clear what's going on and don't want to know what's going on is it's 50 to 60% people can think if we can convince them that there's another majority somewhere else, a majority of people who want a humane future for our children, then we all will prevail. 100% sure.
Last question. You live in a country, a product of society that's highly progressive, but is conformist. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. So how are you treated in Germany?
Well, the mainstream is ignoring me, of course. Wikipedia starts to write interesting stuff about me. I feel kind of like for example, my Wikipedia account up to a year from back a year was kind of pristine. It was only my science career in there and stuff I did. And now it's not pristine anymore, but I told my wife, it's an honor now. I mean, it's like I'm recognized, particularly my ideas are recognized. That's the most important part, So, but besides that, not much happened. I don't want to, ask for it now, of course, but so far, we have a very strong community of people like you who spread the word. Extremely important work. I mean, I have to thank you for that. The work you're doing and many people in Europe doing worldwide are doing, helping to spread the news, spreading the information. I think it's the most important thing at the moment that I can think of. And I have good contact, meanwhile, with all of them. That's really good. It is important. Most important. Dr. Michael Nels, the indoctrinated brain. Get that right away. Welcome to Tucker Carlson's I Don't Get a Great Thanksgiving. Here's something that we didn't know but now do. In the winter of 2020, Tony Fauci wanted to know how the Chinese Communist Party was responding to COVID. They had COVID, we had COVID, we want to see what they were doing. So we sent one of his deputies, a man called Clifford Lane, to China to find out. And Lane seemed stunned by what he saw there. Entire Chinese cities had been quarantined, the whole city. Huge numbers of people were forcibly locked inside their own homes, in some cases to starve to death. Secret police cruised the streets, forcing pedestrians into windowless vans for the crime of being outside. Household pets, dogs and cats, were declared unclean and beaten to death on the sidewalk. It was a hellish dystopian scene. So Lane returned to the U.S. to tell Tony Fauci what he'd seen there. But Tony Fauci was not disgusted. He was not appalled by the human rights abuses that Clifford Lane had seen in China. According to a new report in the Epoch Times, based on depositions that emerged this month, Tony Fauci was envious. This is what we have to do in the U.S., Fauci told Lane. So it's very obvious now that from day one, China was the model that American officials, public health officials, were using to respond to COVID here. And in fact, it still is the model. And in fact, lockdowns are still happening in China. They never really ended. And our public health officials have never stopped applauding those lockdowns. In April of this year, the Chinese government shut down Shanghai. Shanghai is the largest city in China. It's one of the biggest cities in the world. Shanghai has a population of 25 million people. And all of those people, all 25 million, are now suffering indefinite lockdown. Shanghai is the largest prison camp in human history. So why is the Chinese government doing this to its biggest city? Well, no honest person believes it has anything to do with public health, because it doesn't, provably.
As of Sunday, yesterday, there were no COVID deaths reported in China, a nation of nearly 1.5 million people, not one COVID death. So COVID is not a threat to the Chinese government. Political unrest, however, is a threat to the Chinese government, always has been, and that's the point. In China, as in the United States, COVID policy is not a public health matter. COVID policy is a tool of social control. COVID policy is a way for the people in charge to strip from their population the most basic civil liberties and remain in charge. That's very clear, and that's exactly why our leaders support what's happening in China tonight, because they'd like to see it happen here too. Hundreds of millions of people imprisoned across the country. That, according to Harvard epidemiologist Eric Feigl, is in everyone's interest. Really? Well, here's what it looks like in China.
Some were forced to quarantine outside in the cold in parking lots. This viral video, which CNN could not verify, shows others forced to stay in male bathrooms, sleeping under urinals. And this one, the video says it's a quarantine site for kids in Henan province. A little boy jumping on bricks to avoid the coming dirty liquid. This is where they use the bathroom. This woman stops on the ground crying that after she was caught with her mask pulled down, the government suspended her business for 3 days, losing a last income. Metal spikes, which the man filming says were installed on a compound gate to prevent residents from leaving.
So those are ad hoc COVID concentration camps, but there are new purpose-built COVID concentration camps under construction right now all throughout China. The city of Urumqi in the west of China has effectively been its own concentration camp for the last 3 months. It's been completely locked down.
For our 30th anniversary, we have thousands of robots 30% off or more.
Residents have been unable to leave their homes for any reason, including to get food or medicine. Last week, a huge fire broke out at an apartment complex in that city. The government had sealed most of the doors in the building, including the exit to the outside. It took firemen more than 3 hours to control the blaze, and by that time, 10 people had roasted to death inside, including a 3-year-old child. So news of this fire spread throughout the country. In China, as in the United States, so censored by the people in charge. They spent a lot of time and a lot of money there and here censoring them. But in the end, it doesn't always work. Outrage has a way of getting through even the tightest filters. So protests began to form across China. And those protests have since grown to become the biggest challenge to communist rule since the Tiananmen Square massacre more than 30 years ago. Here's what the protests look like. But again, these are the biggest protests that we know about to occur in China since 1989. But what's interesting is the reaction in this country. So you watch those clips and you wonder, who could be rooting for the secret police in those clips? How could any decent person possibly be on the side of the Chinese government against the population of the country, the people, against human rights, against human decency? Root for the tank against the lone brave man standing in front of it. And the answer is, unfortunately, some people could be on the side of the tank. Some people could support the oppressors against the oppressed. And in this country, many people do. One of them is Tony Fauci. Here he is from yesterday. These people are being killed in China for seeking the most basic human freedoms. Here is Fauci suggesting once again that the Chinese government is the model for our country. And that's why we may need to close down our schools once more, even as COVID has become about as threatening as the annual flu. Watch.
Coming out of the holidays, should parents expect schools to shut down?
I don't know, Margaret. I'm not sure. When you talk about shutting down schools, there's always the collateral.
That's also radioactive.
Exactly. There's always a collateral issue, so you have to balance, and you do it in real time, depending upon the viral load of disease in your region.
Could we close the schools again? Fascism with a chirpy face. Sure, your children in education. We'll see. We'll see. We'll make that decision at a future time. Over at the Washington Post, our internet reporter Taylor Lorenz was not so circumspect. She just came out and said it. Lorenz flatly praised what China is doing to its own people. Unlike the United States, she said, China isn't choosing to, quote, kill off millions of vulnerable people. In other words, deporting your population to concentration camps is compassionate. So you have to ask, since China is the biggest country in the world, our main rival, largest economy, What does the Biden administration think of this? We must have a position on it. We have a State Department that exists to think of positions on things like this. So what does the Biden administration think of what's happening in China? Well, apparently they agree. Today, a White House spokesman, John Kirby, the famous John Kirby, was asked for official answers to the human rights protests raging today in China. And here's what he said.
What is the president's reaction when he hears protesters in China chant freedom or Xi Jinping step down? The president's not going to speak for protesters around the world. They're speaking for themselves. So there's no reaction? These protesters are speaking for themselves. What we are doing is making it clear that we support the right of peaceful protest.
The protesters are speaking for themselves. Haven't we spent $60 billion to prop up the corrupt government of Ukraine because they're on the side of freedom and democracy, even though it's not a free or democratic country? But that's the pretext, work for freedom. But here you have people saying, hey, I don't want to be thrown in a concentration camp or starved to death in my own apartment. And the Biden administration can't even take their side? Really? They speak for themselves? They don't speak for the U.S. government? The U.S. government doesn't stand for basic human rights anymore? Really? John Kirby? You should be ashamed of yourself. It's hard to believe that's real. It is real. And the U.S. Congress has by and large adopted the same posture. Eric Swalwell spends a lot of his life yelping about human rights on Twitter. Of course, there's human rights. And then he said nothing about what's happening tonight in China. And we were not able to reach his former girlfriend, the Chinese spy Fang Fang, for comment either, unfortunately. Nor did we hear a word from the NBA commissioner. That would be Adam Silver. Now, Adam Silver also spends a lot of time yelping about what an authoritarian country this is and threatening the people who live here with punishment. He has no problem threatening American voters in North Carolina, for example, or in Texas who wanted separate bathrooms for little girls. What does he think of killing people for wanting to leave their apartment? Or throwing people en masse into concentration camps? Well, we decided to find out. So we emailed his office today to get his view of Chinese concentration camps. What does Adam Silver think of that? One of our premier moral voices. We didn't get a reply. Why is that? Maybe because he has made millions personally, and the NBA itself makes billions of dollars in China. So the NBA has no word to say about China throwing its population into concentration camps, turning Shanghai into a prison. And in fact, when you ask NBA coaches about civil rights abuses in China, what you get is a lecture about how we're worse. Watch.
It has not come up in terms of people asking me about it, people discussing it. Nor has our record of human rights abuses come up either. People in China didn't ask me about, people owning AR-15s and mowing each other down in a mall. I wasn't asked that question. The world is a complex place, and there's more gray than black and white.
China commits genocide against Muslims and locks down a city of 25 million people, but we've got the Second Amendment, and they're pretty much the same. That's the word from Steve Kerr, pretty famous coach. These people are all on the take from China. The NBA is literally on the take from China, and therefore they will not say a single negative word about their masters. This is not an American league. These are not people who are loyal to the United States. They despise the United States. They're on the payroll of China. That's true. Why was it not true? So they can't even criticize children burning alive in a high-rise apartment building because the doors have been nailed shut because of COVID, which doesn't actually pose a threat to anybody. So the NBA is taking a pass. Eric Swalwell and his Chinese spy girlfriend are taking a pass. The White House is taking a pass. State Department, MSNBC taking a pass. So you have to ask, what about the basic ideas behind it? One of the most basic ideas in American life is that my body, my choice. We have bodily autonomy in this country. Bodily autonomy. And bodily autonomy is central to the abortion debate. You can't force me to carry my child to term because it's my body. I control my body, not the government. In case you haven't heard that argument before, here it is. This is from recently. Watch.
The right to choose is on this ballot.
You want to protect a woman's right to choose. Are you ready to stand up for a woman's right to choose?
That a woman has a right to choose.
Protecting a woman's right to choose?
I mean this sincerely about what's on the ballot this year. Your right to choose is on the ballot.
Oh, the right to choose. The right to choose abortion, the right to go outside, or the right to choose whether to send your children to school, or the right to choose what drugs go into your body, or the right to choose not to be thrown into a concentration camp. Are those viable rights too? Are those also examples of bodily autonomy? 1.5 billion people who live in China, or the 340 million who live here, do they have bodily autonomy? No, they don't. According to those, they don't care about bodily autonomy. They don't care about human rights. What they care about is controlling you forever. And that's true. Laura Ingraham is the host of the Ingraham Angle. She joins us tonight. Laura, thanks so much for coming on. It's a little weird to skip these lectures every day about how we have to drain the U.S. Treasury and send it to some thug in a tracksuit in Ukraine because human rights. But China is throwing people in a concentration camp, so no one will say one word, including John Kirby, who should be ashamed of himself.
Yeah, all the people that you mentioned, Steve Kerr, of course, LeBron James, Silver, Larry Fink from BlackRock, heads of Goldman Sachs, the Nike CEO, the U.S. media, a lot of libertarians, sadly, in the Republican Party, they're all complicit here. Let's be very clear what's going on. China is a slave state. There is no gray area. They are an evil dictatorship, and they seek world domination. Okay, they hate the blue states, the red states, and everything in between in the United States. The only people that are making billions of dollars in China care about is their own power, their own access, and their own bottom line. They'll sell out their mother for $1. They'll sell out their mother for power, and apparently they'll sell out their national interest. So there are a lot of people who are collaborators and complicit here, Tucker, and yet they want to hold up the Russia as the biggest threat in the world. I'm not saying it's not a threat, it is a threat. But comparing China with the largest standing army in the world to Russia, whose economy I believe is about the size of France's, is ridiculous.
Well,
and China, as we know, is funding the war in Ukraine right now. So, I mean, I'm so glad because this is the single biggest threat to freedom and our own sovereignty and independence in the world right now. It is in China, in our southern border.
So I'd be happy to live in a country that sort of let other countries do their thing, and they've got weird customs in Afghanistan or Brunei or Saudi or even China. They do their thing, we do ours. I would be happy with that. What I'm bothered by is the same people who are defending mass concentration camps in China are attacking America. These supposed Adam Silver, Eric Sweden, Joe Biden. It's all about attacking America as immoral. Why can't they just support their own country? If they're not going to criticize China, why not support us?
Well, the Bidens have made millions and millions of dollars in China, number one. But number two, these people loathe the American tradition. They believe this nation with sins that can never be redeemed and can never be real. Reparations are never going to be enough. So we can never do enough to atone for our sins, in their view. And to your point about Kirby and what he would not say today, remember what Joe Biden said on June 2nd, 2020, after the Floyd protests really exploded. He said they were very legitimate grievances and they should be a wake-up call for America. That's what he said when our nations, in many cases, were erupting in violence and in flames. Yet they're mute on a slave state in China? And they're the civil rights crusaders? Excuse me, they're all frauds.
John Kirby is supposed to be an adult. He comes on Fox News. He should resign his job tonight. He should be ashamed of himself that he is a mouthpiece for this grotesque policy, and I hope that he has enough dignity and self-respect to resign.
And we also need Republicans, Tucker, who are finally speaking the truth about this issue and are not beholden to the investment banks on the multilateral corporations that are continuing to fund this military regime and dictatorship in China. We see what they're doing, and it is horrific.
I agree with that completely. Laura Ingraham, great to see you tonight. Thank you.
Good to see you, Tucker. Thanks.
So John Ratcliffe knows more than almost any living American about what's actually happening in China. He was the director of national intelligence under the last administration, and he has long warned. He has been one of the few voices in Washington to point out that China is the threat, the preeminent threat. John Ratcliffe joins us tonight with his reaction to what is happening in that country tonight. Mr. Ratcliffe, thank you so much for coming on. So it's hard to have perspective on this for most people, including me, when you see these videos. How significant, how serious are these protests potentially, do you think?
Well, we've never seen protests like this in over 30 years in China, and it really will force the Chinese government to change their governance model. Ever since Tiananmen Square Tucker, what the Chinese Communist Party has done. They said, we're not going to let that happen again. We're going to engage in the largest massive surveillance state in the history of the world against our own citizens. And if we get even a whiff of discontent, we're going to stamp it out. And they've been successful in doing that. This is the first time in 33 years that we've now seen nationwide protests. And it's not just the problem or the challenge for Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party is it's moved from just a one-issue COVID issue to now a call for his removal and for regime change. So I don't think anyone knows exactly how this will play out, but it's very serious. And very clearly the Chinese Communist Party is going to have to adopt a different governance model going forward in light of what's happening there.
I don't think a day has passed in the last 2 years where the rest of us haven't gotten a lecture about, quote, democracy from the Biden administration. Given their commitment to democracy, how can they not have a position on this?
Well, the president's statement today was, let's just be nice. It was late, slow, weak, and cowardly. That's about the kindest thing you could say. I mean, this is the same president who had an opportunity to confront the Chinese president after 3 years, and a million Americans were killed by a virus that originated in China, and he didn't do it. So as disheartening as it is, it's not surprising. And I thought you and Laura really outlined what's happened here. The silence from the left is deafening. As DNI, I saw this type of intelligence on a daily basis about how brutal the Chinese Communist Party could be. But on the left, what we've seen is some are silent because of greed. That's your Hollywood crowd, your Wall Street crowd, your NBA, groups and organizations that want access to 1.4 billion Chinese, and no matter what they do, it's not going to be enough to turn them away from that. The other, as Laura said, are the group that's complicit. That's your Washington politicians, your blue state governors, your Dr. Anthony Fauci's, your teachers union president Randy Weingarten. These are the people who can't condemn the Chinese Communist Party because to do so would be to condemn themselves. They are the group that has praised and protected and defended and in some cases emulated the same lockdown measures that the Chinese Communist Party is engaged in right now. And to condemn the Chinese Communist Party would be to condemn themselves and to admit the American people that they've been lying for 3 years and that they were wrong. And I don't think
anyone who's awake at all can see exactly what's going on here. And I think they're playing with fire. You can't keep lying to this level forever, I would say. John, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much.
You too. Thanks, Tucker.
So in one of the many intentional humiliations he's committed as president, where they degraded and for your own country, that's the whole point. Joe Biden hired a gender-fluid activist to oversee our country's nuclear waste. Someone who's interested in something called pup play. Seems like kind of a weird guy. Well, it turns out he was. He was just charged with a serious crime. We'll tell you what the crime is next. Plus, one mother is now paying big money to deprogram her family from a cult? No, from a college. You should consider doing this, actually. The successfully deprogrammed daughter of this wise mother joins us next. So sometimes when there's a crime, you ask yourself, were there signs? Could we have predicted this? When Joe Biden appointed a pup play-loving, non-binary dude to oversee our country's nuclear waste, could something possibly go wrong? We weren't sure, but that person, it turns out, was just charged for a bizarre crime. Trace Gallagher of the Fox News Channel, as always, has that story for us. Hey, Trace.
Hey, Tucker. Sam, Britain is now on leave from the Department of Energy. Unknown if the leave is connected to Britain being accused of stealing a woman's clothing and luggage from Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport. Anthony Gurkowski of Alpha News reports that Britain initially lied to police about the luggage, then agreed to return it, but apparently has not yet done so. Britain is the first openly gender-fluid person to hold a leadership post at the DOE, which the official title is Deputy Assistant Secretary of Spent Waste Disposition. That means disposing of spent nuclear fuel. Interesting that Britain's his drag queen alter ego is Sister Ray D.O. Acton. Britain is also controversial for lecturing at colleges about Kink 101, talking about things like a pup play fetish, dressing up young men in dog collars and muzzles. Britain is also a member of a drag queen society that uses graphic sexual names to mock Catholic nuns. Britain, by the way, is seen here with Rachel Levine, the first transgender Associate Secretary of Health and Human Services. Britain is also proud of once visiting the White House in high heels.
The great Trace Gallagher, new host of Fox News at midnight Eastern, a show that's killing it in the ratings for good reason. Trace, thank you so much. So a lot of parents have had this experience. You send your kid off to college, you're proud. Dylan got into Duke. We're so happy. And then the kid comes back and hates not only you, but the country and himself. And the chances of that child having a happy, productive personal life go to about zero. That's the fruit of liberal arts in this country now. So it's a very common experience, but one mother decided to try and fix it. She sent her daughter to attend Mount Holyoke University of Massachusetts, tuition over $50K a year. The child comes back totally programmed, like a cult member. So the mom spends $300 a day for a deprogrammer to undo the brainwashing, and it worked. Annabelle Rockwell is the daughter. She graduated from Holyoke. She's now the development director at PragerU. She joins us. So Annabelle, thank you so much for coming on. So deprogram suggests undoing unreasonable religious belief. Did you feel like a cult member after Mount Holyoke?
Tucker, thank you so much for having me. First, I'm going to say that I arrived at Mount Holyoke bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, so excited to be there in 2011. And as soon as I got there, I was told that, I should refer to myself as a first year, not a freshman, because we were a historically women's college. I was left a note in my mailbox saying, he may be a she may be a he, don't assume anyone's gender. And I thought, oh, okay, that's new. And then the last thing was we had the mohawk chop, which was this ritualistic haircut that people did in the first semester where everyone would shave their head, sort of as an act of rebellion. So to answer your question, yes. I mean, studying history, I became completely brainwashed into believing that I was oppressed by our toxic patriarchal society, and I left school. I was sad, anxious, intellectually starving, and by 2015 when I graduated, I completely estranged myself from my family.
That is underneath it all. We joke about.
Yeah, it's good. I want it. Gotta have it. And it makes me feel nice. So right, so perfect, so free and so light.
The lunacy on college campuses, but the real cost is not that they'll vote Democrat. The real cost is that they won't love their parents anymore, and that's the most upsetting part of it, I think. So how did you get better?
So in this panic of me not communicating with my mother, she consulted a cult specialist. This person gave her devastating statistics that most people don't make it out, but a glimmer of hope that it tends to be young women who do. So she spoke to him, and he made it very clear to her, do not affirm your daughter's newfound identity. You know her best. She is your child. Don't affirm her.
Yes.
So she was taught how to communicate with me. Now, to actually be deprogrammed, I had to humble myself. A couple things. I reconnected with my family. I moved home. I asked for forgiveness. I admitted I was wrong. Secondly, I made a lifestyle change. I stopped drinking. I started to believe in God again. And lastly, I had to unlearn my 4 years of wokeism by watching 5-minute PragerU videos online for free.
Amazing. It is a cult. Its aim is to separate you from the people who love you most. And I'm so impressed and have such respect for your mother for taking it as seriously as it deserves to be taken, and for you for getting out of it. Annabelle Rockwell of PragerU, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me.
So you remember vividly when social media, Twitter specifically, censored the Hunter Biden laptop story in order to get Joe Biden, who is senile and showered with his own daughter, elected president. How did that happen? Well, Elon Musk is about to tell us. He has the documents. He owns Twitter. Now, he can tell us how that censorship happened. He pushed for it. What were the mechanics of it? Well, Apple doesn't want that information to come out. Why? They're threatening to punish Twitter if he releases it. An amazing story. Straight ahead. Just in China, social media in the United States are censored. That's not compatible with democracy. You can't have censorship in a democracy. A country that censors is not a democracy. Elon Musk, who's not from this country, knows that. He bought Twitter with the aim of stopping censorship and restoring free speech. He just said this: there's been a lot of censorship on Twitter, and we're going to find out what it is. Quote, the Twitter files on free speech suppression soon to be published on Twitter itself. The public deserves to know what really happened. End quote. So why shouldn't we know that? Why shouldn't we know who is shutting down free speech in a country that claims to be a democracy? Well, everybody in power is panicked over this. Apple is threatening to remove Twitter from its app store. So if Twitter no longer can get its app on the app store, there's no more Twitter because you access Twitter through the app. So they're essentially threatening to shut down Twitter. Meanwhile, the White House and the media are trying to convince you that the problem is not China throwing people in concentration camps, suppressing free speech. The problem is Elon Musk, who is trying to restore free speech. He's the evil one. Watch.
It's amazing to watch someone like Elon Musk, who is such a he's such a child. You know, he's so immature. He needs attention all the time. And these guys with this money and this attention and these daddy issues.
I'd say this libertarian nonsense is destructive to American national security, and he has got to reinstitute the same restrictions that were on Twitter before he bought it.
When it comes to social media platforms, it is their responsibility to make sure that when it comes to misinformation, when it comes to the hate that we're seeing, that they take action.
There's something very dangerous about it. It reminds me of a Bond villain, as I said, with the richest guy in the world, buys a social media platform. It's just not a good equation. I think he's a dangerous fellow.
And that sort of speaks to how he's been governing over at Twitter. Not much transparency to what's going on, just really him ruling by tweets.
So you can deconstruct every single one of those statements. Here's the CIA officer, the guy who lied for a living, telling you we need more censorship. But they're not actually coming out against, quote, hate. What they're saying is, we decide what you can say and what you can't in this democracy. And if you try to speak freely, we'll crush it. That's exactly what they're saying. Jason Whitlock is the host of Fearless. He has been relentlessly focused on the question of social media when most people were ignoring it for years, and we are honored to have him join us tonight. Jason Whitlock, thank you for coming on. So Elon Musk has suddenly ascended to the place that Saddam Hussein used to occupy as the most dangerous man in the world. What is his crime exactly?
His crime is potentially ratting out the people that have been using Twitter and social media apps as mind control. And that is what they've been doing with Twitter. They've been controlling the narrative and what people are allowed to think. If you control what people are allowed to think long enough, you will eventually control what they actually believe. Our thoughts lead to our beliefs. They've been controlling our thoughts through social media with their algorithms that suppress certain thoughts and uplift other thoughts. They've been controlling it by smearing people. If you raise questions, hey, I don't think the police are just out randomly killing black people. Well, here comes that Twitter algorithm to smear you as a racist and one of the worst people on the planet. Shut up, don't say anything, let's just go along with this narrative. Let's put in people's minds that the police are out randomly killing black men. Therefore, these riots and the burning and looting of cities is justified. Everything that they think or they accuse Donald Trump of doing, he inspired, he justified the January 6th riots and all that. That's what they've been doing with Twitter. Justifying riots and looting and violence and chaos and anarchy and the destruction of America for a decade over Twitter. The only thing, my concern is like, Elon Musk almost sounds too good to be true. That there would actually be someone with that kind of money who would actually care to stop these people. Hats off to the man so far. I'm thoroughly impressed.
I am too. If he goes through with this, though, it sets a very bad precedent for the people in charge. It's like someone could come in and break the rules. Someone could think freely and say what he really believes. Like, that could be contagious.
Well, and I'm going to really irritate people and give someone credit that deserves credit for being the first domino, and it's really Donald Trump inspired this. He took over the establishment of fake news industry and upset the establishment, their narrative and control, and started calling it fake news. And now what they're afraid of is like Trump, through the force of his personality and opinions, shook up the establishment. It sounds like Elon Musk wants to come with the actual receipts and justify everything that Trump has said over the last 5 or 6 years, and they just don't want the receipts. Want to say.
People who fear facts are dangerous, I would say. Jason Whitlock, who again has been on this longer than anyone I know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tucker.
So you serve the White House spokesperson to cry hate on the internet hate campaign. The single biggest hate campaign of our lifetime was waged by the Biden unvaccinated. People who are unvaccinated were unclean. You should have Thanksgiving with them. They're bad people. They're not really Americans. They could kill them. Well, now facts have overtaken that story. The majority of people dying from COVID are vaccinated. So it's not a pandemic for the unvaccinated. No one has told JetBlue, though. JetBlue apparently still believes that the unvaccinated are dangerous, but here's the amazing thing. JetBlue is fine with a violent felon on its plane. No problem at all. Update on JetBlue next.
Okay, let me take you.
So as we told you, and as you doubtless saw, Brazil had its presidential election several weeks ago, and the left won. And when the left wins, you can't contest the outcome because, of course, it's legitimate. But not everyone in Brazil is convinced of that. In fact, millions of people think the election was rigged, and they now have a criminal as president. So there are protests underway across the country. There are reports tonight from investigative journalist Matt Turman that the Brazilian military president Jair Bolsonaro. Matt Turman joins us tonight. Matt, thanks so much for coming on. I know it's a complicated situation. You follow this as closely as any English speaker. How would you summarize it?
Well, you're right. It's a complicated situation. We are in day 29 of mass protests in Brazil, a democratic country with free elections, and we're talking not tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, but millions. And what looks to be, when all said and done, this is the largest democratic protest in possibly human history, and the global media is crickets on this. It is totally being memory hold in real time. But the people are very clear. They do not want to be led by a convicted criminal. And recall, Lula da Silva was
Show again.
12 charges by 19 judges unanimously, not Bolsonaro appointees. This was years before Bolsonaro, and his judicial appointees, the Supreme Court, had 2 years just to race, and they annulled and vacated his multiple sentences, 12-year sentence, 580 days he served, they let him out to run. And Brazil has a law in the book that says no convicted felon can be an elected office. And they vacated that. They absolutely put him on the chessboard so that they could attempt to control the outcome. And now the people are crying foul. Even in the districts where he supposedly has a stronghold, say the Amazon with indigenous peoples, they're marching on Brasilia. Every city in the country is filled with protesters. And now the question is, what is to be done when you have a judiciary that is not comprised of judges in the classical sense, impartial, not partisan judges, but political appointees and partisans who are working to skew an electoral outcome. And so the military has a special role in the Brazilian Constitution, Article 142, that says they are the ones to adjudicate separation of power disputes. And it looks like this will be coming to a head.
Amazing. And of course, the Silva would be a willing servant.
Amazing.
America's conduct was bad, but the Biden administration is on his side, of course. And thank you for your reporting on that. Appreciate it. So the majority of people dying right now of COVID have been vaccinated against COVID. Obviously, didn't work the majority. So with that in mind, it's a little weird to learn that the airline JetBlue is still refusing to hire people who haven't taken the COVID vaccine, even though they're the minority of people who are dying of COVID. They say it's part of their commitment to safety. But as it turns out, that commitment to safety does have limits. So JetBlue just hired a violent felon called John Perry as a pilot. This man spent 9 years in prison for breaking into the home of a judge. He's on probation until 2044. Is this a real story? Well, Luke Rosiak broke it. He's an investigative reporter with the Daily Wire, and he joins us to confirm. Luke, those are, I think, the bare bones of the story. It doesn't seem like that could be real, but it is.
Yes, John Perry's committed a heinous crime. He broke into the home of a judge and brutally assaulted the judge's daughter in the shower with a baton. She fled bloodied and naked. When he was arrested, he was found wearing a bulletproof vest. And in his car, he had knives, handcuffs, parachute cord, and most disturbingly, a shovel. So this is a bad dude. Now, JetBlue forced 45,000 of its employees to get vaccinated last year, whether they liked it or not. They won't hire you if you haven't had the vax. But they did hire John Perry's. And interestingly enough, I thought you'd get a kick out of this. The crime he was convicted of was assault with a deadly weapon while wearing a mask.
What? What?
Look, most people believe in redemption and you want to see violent felons get better. But to be a commercial airline pilot, you'd think you'd have to meet a separate and higher standards because you have the lives of your passengers in your hands. Has JetBlue responded to your inquiries on this?
No, they wouldn't answer any of my questions. It really is like, it's the epitome of woke logic here where, violent criminals are not a safety threat. They should be let out of jail. They should fly us in steel tubes full of gasoline. But what's a safety threat is not wanting to get a vaccine that doesn't reliably prevent you from getting or transmitting a disease that pretty much everyone's gotten now anyway.
Yeah, and it dramatically increases your risk of heart problems in flight. So yes, that is the epitome of woke logic, as you just so perfectly put it. Luke Rosette, thank you for the story and confirming it. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson tonight. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving, getting away from politics and mass media with people you love and who love you back. It's really a spiritual spot here. That's the ideal. We ought to do it more than a couple times a year. But we are back, and now we are an obvious observation. All prosperity in this country depends ultimately on energy. Our consumer economy runs on it. It takes energy to make things and bring them to your house. Our tech economy runs on energy too, a lot of it. They need to keep their server farms running. Energy is pretty much, in fact, the key to everything that Americans do for a living. Key to healthcare, and agriculture, and yes, media, travel, construction, entertainment. Even finance, the real economy depends in the end on energy because you can't lend money to businesses if they no longer exist. If energy prices go up high enough, they don't exist. So given how central, very obviously central, energy is to everything that matters in America, it's hard to believe that the Biden administration would intentionally make energy much more expensive. Because we know for a fact, having seen it repeatedly through history, that high energy prices will crush our economy faster even than the COVID lockdowns did. People will become, some of them will die. That's not a guess, it will happen. So given all that, it's unimaginable that anyone but our enemies would want to raise our energy prices to the point that it collapses. And yet that is exactly what the Biden administration has decided to do. And to do it, they're using twin instruments of climate policy. The effect, in a nation with the largest recoverable oil reserves on planet Earth, many Americans can no longer afford fossil fuels. Once again, this is not an accident. This is not a natural cycle we're going through. Politicians and policymakers are doing it to us on purpose. Now that the midterm elections are over, the media can finally begin to cover the inevitable results of these policies. CNN, for example, just ran an article about Americans who are worried about freezing to death over the winter in America. One 63-year-old woman in Philadelphia called Charmaine Johnson said that she is torn between heating her home and buying food. And of course, she's choosing food because she has no choice. It's miserable, she said. It's like living in an igloo. Another man, a 67-year-old man called Tim Wisely, said he turns on his heat only when his teeth begin to chatter. You can't go food shopping and get oil. It's one or the other, he said. It's a horrible feeling. It's a feeling I wouldn't wish on anyone. And it's a feeling that Americans have not had in generations. These are American citizens living in a major American city that used to be considered first world, and they can't afford heat. And it's happening not just in Philadelphia, but everywhere. Average home heating prices went up 17% last year, and they're up another 18% this year. Again, not organic. This is the result of policies from the Biden administration and its allies. Not just in the Congress, but in think tanks across Washington and in the entire American news media. This did not happen by accident. As Fox Business has reported, once winter arrived, the problem is going to get much worse.
We're riding around with oil for less, and they say that their customers are struggling to keep up with these skyrocketing costs. Across the board, heating costs are expected to be high this winter. Heating oil in particular, up 68% year over year. Today, they filled up this tank with about $950 worth of home heating oil. A year ago, the same amount of oil would have cost them closer to $600. That's why the company tells me that some customers are just doing without.
People have gone without hot water and heat for a week just because they haven't had the money to call me and say, hey, come on in.
They don't have the money for hot water or heat? Again, what country is this? Any country that can't provide hot water or heat in the winter isn't much of a country. And again, it doesn't need to be this way because we have the largest recoverable oil reserves on the planet. What happens when energy costs continue to rise? When people run out of money, and it doesn't take long. According to data from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, households are spending their cash reserves far faster than anyone, all those economists projected, even as credit card debt reaches historic levels. If you're borrowing money for household expenses on your credit card at exorbitant rates, you're done. As Business Insider reported, Americans have already burned through a third of their pent-up savings. That's nearly 3 times more than previously thought, and signals spending will soon slow down. Yeah, that's what happens when people run out of money. They stop spending it because they don't have it, and then the consumer economy slows. So when energy costs rise, again, just to be clear, because it's not sophisticated economics here, when they rise, so does the price of everything else. And the first staple to rise in cost is the one that you have to have, and that's food. Watch. So why is this happening? Well, you heard the reporter allude to it, but not really explain it. There are, of course, many factors, but there are 2 big factors that are driving it. It's driving inflation and the rising cost of everything around you. And they are, in order, global warming policy and the war in Ukraine. Now, as it always does, the left use people's best instincts, compassion, and care for the planet to subvert them into supporting these 2 lunatic policies. If you care about people, you support the war in Ukraine. If you care about the planet, you support global warming policy. But of course, neither one of these was about what they said it was about. Both of them were designed to spike energy costs, to increase the control of the people currently in charge and to enrich their donors. So if you wanted to fix this, the very first thing you would do, if you wanted to help the American middle class, would be to force a ceasefire in Ukraine. That would help the world, and it would help our middle class. Then you would encourage more domestic energy production because we have the domestic energy. Then you would take a look at the trillions we have spent on renewable energy. Solar panels, electric cars, wind power. This has made a small group of people incredibly rich, but it has put our grid in energy beyond the reach of middle class Americans. But the Biden administration is not looking for solutions, just the opposite. They're looking for ways to squeeze a few more dollars and increasingly impoverish the American middle class. According to Bloomberg, this weekend we're quoting, the IRS says more auditors and upgraded technology could help raise as much as $1 trillion. So you have less money and they plan to take more. That's an act of hostility. Well, it is an act of hostility. They don't like you and they're not hiding it. But big picture, every other major company in America is laying people off, but the IRS somehow, thanks to Joe Manchin, the moderate from West Virginia, the IRS somehow has the dough to hire 87,000 new employees, and they're coming for you. They didn't hire those people by accident. They hired them to take more of your money. So businesses who have to forecast for a living have seen this coming, and they're prepared to cut workers. And so what this looks like, if you take 3 steps back, is an economic death spiral. Ahead of Christmas shopping season, when Amazon usually adds employees, Amazon is now laying off employees. Along 10,000 people laid off from Amazon. And the founder of Amazon, Jeff Bezos, is actually encouraging people, his customers, not to buy his products. Watch this.
The economy does not look great right now. Things are slowing down. You're seeing layoffs in many sectors of the economy. People are slowing down. The probabilities say if we're not in a recession right now, we're likely to be in one very soon. If you're an individual and you're thinking about buying a large screen TV, maybe slow that down, keep that cash, see what happens. Same thing with a refrigerator or a new car or whatever. Let's take some risk off the table. If you're a small business, delay some capital purchases. Do you really need that new piece of equipment? Maybe it can wait a little bit. Have some cash on hand. Just a little bit of risk reduction could make the difference for that small business if we do get into even more serious economic problems. So you got to play the probabilities a little bit.
Wait, so the guy who sells big screen TVs on the internet is the source of his personal wealth, not to buy big screen TVs off the internet? Really? That's how great he is. The first time ever is caring about you. It's quite amazing. And he's not the only one. Bezos is not the only one who's worried that something bad's about to happen to our economy, the global economy. In October, the IMF warned that 2023 will bring a recession for most of the world. That same month, the CEO of JP Morgan, the country's biggest bank, Jamie Dimon, said a recession in the coming months. So what do you do to avert the disaster? Well, you probably can't stop it. You should know what it's out there to look at. Take a look at the housing market if you want to know. Home sales are at their lowest level in a decade. As the Fed raises interest rates to fight inflation, mortgages become too expensive. But if the Fed were to cut interest rates, home prices would go up along with inflation. You see the problem here. We've reached the end of monetary policy's ability to tweak our economy. So faced with all of this, the one thing you'd hope is to have an administration that understands what the problem is and might at least be interested in fixing it and taking care of the middle class people who don't have a margin, people who are on the bottom. They're always the subject of our concern. What do you know about the homeless? What do you know about people who make $80,000 in the New York suburbs? Nobody cares about them. Here's Joe Biden explaining with a straight face that actually everything's fine. His economic plan is working. So that's pathetic, and everyone knows it's pathetic, and maybe the only upside of the Biden administration is that there's really no lying at this point. This isn't working. They just did better than expected in the midterms, the Democratic Party, unfortunately, but we're now facing the next election in 2024, and no sane person wants Joe Biden to run because everybody gets this is unsustainable. Even the media gets that at this point. So the question is, who replaces Joe Biden, and what can that person do about the disaster that his administration has created? Looking ahead tonight, we are honored to welcome Victor Davis Hanson, a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution and one of the smartest people we know. Professor, thanks so much for joining us. So I think it's pretty clear where we are, how we got here. What next?
Well, unfortunately, Tucker, we had a midterm referendum on the Biden administration, and they not only didn't articulate what they were doing, they didn't defend it, and worse yet, they didn't promise to change. And so they look at the referendum, the midterms, and they think, you know what? Inflation, oil prices, we didn't even talk about. Instead, we called our enemies semi-fascist. We said they were un-American. We said women were dying all over the country when they can't get abortions. And that was a successful formula. So we're going to do what we did before. We're going to double down on it. We would rather be ideologically correct than worry about the American people, the middle class. It's exactly what he promised on the campaign trail in 2020. He said he was going to eliminate fossil fuel. He just picked up the mantra from Barack Obama, who said he was going to make electricity prices skyrocket when he shut down coal. Stephen Chu, the designate energy secretary in 2008, said he wanted European high prices. I think we got to get acculturated the fact that this, as you said, was deliberate. It's going to continue, and they see it as a great good. They're never subject to the consequences of their own ideology, and they feel we stupid middle class people don't know what's good for us. They do, and we've got to go down this green road into oblivion. And every once in a while, when they get close to an election, they can tap the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, or they can give a $500 billion student loan amnesty. And then after the midterms are over, we'll hear about all the layoffs or the Bitcoin collapse of Mr. Bankman-Fried, and then they can continue putting a little Band-Aid on the wound until the next election. But they're not going to change, unfortunately.
No, they're not going to change. And I think that's the key insight right there. They're not going to change. And voters didn't acknowledge the cycle, unfortunately.
Everything you've articulated, Tucker, is absolutely true, but they wouldn't disagree with you. They would say, yes, this is the cost of transitioning to a green future. There's going to be some damage. It's not going to be us that are hurt, but they're not ashamed. They're not apologetic.
Yeah. But until they ban private air travel, I'm not listening to a word they say. I mean, Victor, it's great to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, as we just told you, a lot of people in this country, hard to believe that it's real, will not be able to afford to heat their homes this winter. The CEO of a New England energy company showed a letter to Biden saying the power grid might not make it through either. Eversource CEO Joseph Nolan told Biden, quote, "I am deeply concerned about the potentially severe impact a winter energy shortfall would have on the people and businesses of this region." Mike Taylor owns Combined Energy Services. He joins us tonight to assess what this winter will look like with this energy crisis. Mike, thanks so much for coming on. We've talked this before, how are you feeling about this winter or at the end of November? What does it look like for the next 4 months?
Well, Tucker, I'm speaking with some of my suppliers and also Opus provides a lot of information industry. They're claiming that inventories are at 65% of the 5-year average. Good news is a refinery in Nova Scotia just reopened. Irving Oil supplies much of New England. And Holbrook, New Jersey is back up supplying the New York Harbor. So I think we're at a fine line, as I said before, with heating oil and diesel in the Northeast. But my suppliers are saying as long as we keep this La Nina warm weather pattern, I think we're going to have enough heating oil for this coming winter. I think the bigger problem, as you said, is the Biden administration. Their war against fossil fuels. We're missing 5 refineries in the United States. That's over 1 million barrels a day. They shut down when COVID hit, and they have no plans of reopening, as well as apparently we have control over one in St. Croix that they can't meet clean air emissions. We've shut down a refinery in another country. So the administration's war on fossil fuels, Tucker, is just mind-blowing.
So there's such demand for fossil fuels, for diesel, kerosene, heating oil, jet fuel, gasoline. How could 5 and 6, including St. Croix, refineries be closed? I don't understand that.
But I'm assuming it's a demonization of fossil fuels and these institutions no longer allowing reinvestment in them. But I look back at the agenda to put us on electric. So, Tucker, I was at a panel discussion in Albany, New York, of the Empire Center this past spring. National Grid had a presenter there, large electric and natural gas utility in the Northeast. Their representative said on winters, on the coldest day in winter, they put out 4 to 5 times as much energy with natural gas than electric does on its hottest day in summer. So somehow up here in the Northeast, New York, we're going to eliminate all the natural gas, heating oil, propane, and we expect the grid to pick this up. I just can't imagine how this is going to work. And they've also said electric rates are up 65% this season. Where do we think this is going to take us?
Well, it's insane. And natural gas is far cleaner than renewables. It's far cleaner all in than solar or wind. I mean, it's loose. And I appreciate you pointing that out every time. Mike Taylor, thank you.
You got it. Thanks for having me, Tucker.
So the cryptocurrency exchange FTX blew up in spectacular fashion. It looks like fraud. But in the wake of that, rather than thinking through, like, why did regulators let this happen? There's a new effort underway to regulate every single financial transaction that occurs in this country through something called the Central Bank Digital Currency, CBDC. If that happens, we're done. They can control you with the flick of a switch. So you should know what they're planning and how we might be able to stop it. That's all straight ahead. The cryptocurrency exchange FTX blew up a couple weeks ago, which is like one of the biggest, maybe the single biggest financial scam in history. And you have to wonder, how was this allowed? So the head of the company was all over the media, and in a number of interviews, he was wearing shorts and playing video games. Why did nobody notice? And where were the regulators? Where was Gary Gensler? Well, they were apparently giving this guy a pass because they knew him or they agreed with his politics. So they're not being punished for what they allowed to happen. Thousands of people defrauded out of their life savings. Instead, they're using the collapse of FTX to their own advantage to push for something called central bank digital currency, CBDC. Now, what is central bank digital currency? Well, that's where all financial transactions are effectively controlled by the central bank, really by the government. And as we saw in Canada last winter, if they don't like what you're doing, they can zero out your savings with a keystroke. So you have no autonomy whatsoever. You are completely under the control of the people in charge. By the way, they hate you. So this appears to be coming in this country. Several banks have announced already that they're working with the Fed to implement a CBDC. Once again, if this happens, we're done. No more political debate. We will have unprecedented levels of regulation, of surveillance, and of control. So effectively, Chinese social credit scores come to America. Russell Brand recently explained all of this in a clip of the new Prime Minister of the UK, Rishi Sunak, boosting a CBDC for England. Watch this.
He's a keen advocate
of CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. Here he is, in fact, advocating for them.
Today, I'm proud to say that under the UK's presidency, the group of the world's 7 most advanced economies, the G7, is launching a set of public policy principles for retail central bank digital currencies, CBDCs. Central bank digital currencies could be a digital version of money, a bit like a digital banknote.
I like it, but it's quite a broad concept. What if this person's an idiot? Which we think that they are. It's like a digital penny for your digital money box, for your digital hole that you live in. You will own nothing. You will be happy.
That could be used alongside physical notes and coins.
For now, till we phase them out, have you started any little tracker protests? Oh, where's my money gone? The digital piggy bank is broken, I'm afraid. Start being a bit more cooperative.
Unlike most of the digital money people use daily today, it would be issued directly by a central bank, like the Bank of England in the UK.
That's good, the central bank. Nothing wrong with centralised authority, centralised power, globalist decrees coming down from on high, avoiding democracy. That's exactly what we want. Keep talking.
And governments and central banks across the world are working together.
Oh, really? They're working together? Well, that's just such great news. The IMF, the World Bank. Why don't we involve the WEF and the WHO? What we need are unelected global bodies that have been able to co-opt political power, respond to financial power, and ignore and oppress ordinary people. Whether it's the recent medical emergency or the cost of living crisis, we're seeing the benefits all around us. I can't wait for your next policy. You're going to take our money now. This is great.
Looking into what having a digital currency might mean in practice.
I think I know what it means in practice. More power for you. No power for us.
This includes issues that people care about, such as ensuring users' money will be safe and secure, that it could work without the need to pay, would be energy efficient.
It's going to be energy efficient. I'm saying, is it energy efficient? Is it energy efficient? I've got to make sure. Oh, few other questions. You wouldn't use this effort, would you, to implement control or to advance social credit type systems or to shut down the bank accounts of people you disagree with or to surveil people and have a surveillance network that you've developed in conjunction with big tech and now a financial arm that you're developing so that you can lockstep together and gridlock us in a digital prison of surveillance tyranny? Answer to those questions?
Oh, yeah. Vivek Ramaswamy is one of the smartest people we ever talked to, author of Nation of Victims. Joins us tonight, 2 at 7. So, Vic, thanks for coming on. So here you have regulators in the United States failing in the most obvious possible way to rein in this cryptocurrency exchange. And then in the wake of that, they're not punished, but they've decided they're going to use it to get more power for themselves. Am I misreading what's happening here?
I think you're reading it correctly. As the expression goes, never let a good crisis go to waste. Now, I think these CBDCs here in the U.S. are a really bad idea, Tucker, for a few reasons, but it's worth noting the reason that economists supposedly support it, right? So the main argument is they say that actually China is doing it, and the U.S. will be less competitive, and that the dollar would be less strong if the U.S. fails to keep up. There are so many things wrong with that argument, but the first and most obvious is that that's a good path to get us to be more like China, which is not a good way for the U.S. to go in terms of being a surveillance state. And actually, it's exactly for that reason that if you think about it, the U.S. could actually have a stronger dollar if it does not jump onto the CBDC.
Whoa, what the hell?
Because people might want to actually hold a currency that doesn't allow them to be the subject of surveillance and control. So you could make the argument equally in reverse about the supposed strong dollar that we're going to miss out on without the CBDCs. And this is, of course, against the backdrop that you know well, Tucker, which is the fetishization of the strong dollar as supposedly a good end-all, be-all anyway. It actually hurts American manufacturers, and there's a very good reason why China has artificially tried to depress its currency to have a weaker yuan. So on many levels, the argument fails.
This is not an investment show, but since you're very fluent in this language and knowledgeable, what will this do to gold prices? I mean, if they get close to this, a lot of people are just going to try to opt out of the system, correct?
I would think that it has a big effect, a positive effect on gold prices. Markets have been a little bit weird in the last year where gold certainly hasn't gone up as you might have actually otherwise predicted in normal times. But against that backdrop, though, when you ultimately all forms of paper become meaningless and actually go into digital currencies that could be means of governments effectuating control, that might be the last stand for actually gold finally having the last laugh at the end of the day. But more importantly, Tucker, is we should not see this great reset, this dissolution of boundaries between the public and private sector, between different nations, ultimately create this new world order. And CBDCs, mark my words, are just the symptom of that deeper cancer.
Well, that is exactly right. It's so nicely put. Vic, it's great to see you tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, they've been telling you that the problem is you're keeping too much of your money. That's why we need 87,000 new IRS agents. Again, thank you, Joe Manchin. But at the same time, they are sending tens of billions of dollars to Ukraine's beggar king, the thug in the tracks, constantly demanding money. It's completely over the top. And so we decided to put together a video montage of some of Zelensky's most recent demands. Not requests, demands. That's next. ESG stands for Environmental, Social, and Governance. In other words, it doesn't really mean anything, but it means everything. It's a business version of the Chinese social credit score. It's a way for the left to control companies and make certain that all the money, all the investments go to causes they believe in. Well, in fact, it's not surprising, but a big disaster. Countries with high ESG scores like Sri Lanka and but the Biden administration still sees those countries as a model for us. They decided to transform our economy with ESG. This is what happens when all decisions are made through a political/ideological sociology class. It doesn't work very well if you're running a country. But it's the reason the Biden administration is pushing so-called renewables and electric cars, which increase our reliance on China. China is the solar power and panels and the wind turbines of the world. They also controls the materials needed to make batteries for those electric cars. Michael Schellenberg is one of the few people who sees the big picture here and the details. He's the author of Apocalypse Never. He joins us tonight. Michael Schellenberg, thanks so much for coming on. So the rest of us just sort of noticed that groceries are a lot more expensive and gas is up and heating oil's unobtainable. You see, I think, what's really going on. This is a much bigger movement, really, that's been thought through.
Well, that's right. It's good to be with you, Tucker. And I mean, the evidence is in. We've been experimenting now with renewables for a couple of decades. You know, China controls 90% of the market for rare earths, and wind, solar, and batteries require 700% more rare earths than conventional fuels. So moving towards wind, solar, and batteries is a recipe for making ourselves dependent on Chinese energy. When we are rich in natural gas and oil, our natural gas actually reduced our price of energy over the last 2 decades. It reduced our carbon emissions. Natural gas is a blessing that President Biden is boasting about shutting down. You may remember that right before the election, he shouted, "No more drilling" at a New York rally. So yeah, this is an effort to enrich a small number of global elites at the expense of the American people. And in terms of the ESG, the criteria of environment, social governance, nothing is worse than solar panels made in China. They're made by enslaved Uyghur Muslims. They make electricity in the United States expensive, and they make us dependent on China.
Once you say it that way, you realize that they don't have arguments, they only have force, and that's why they have to call you a denier, suggesting that you're immoral and crazy, because they don't have anything to say to that. As you know, Michael Schellenberg, as always, a voice of wisdom. I appreciate it.
Good to be with you.
So the ESG/global warming agenda is part of the reason our economy is tanking. The other part is Ukraine. We are pushing, in fact, engaging in a hot war with Russia at this moment, which has upended energy prices around the world, and it's getting worse. The U.S. Congress has somehow earmarked more than $90 billion for Ukraine just this year. That's double what we spend annually in Afghanistan. That's far more than Russia's entire annual military budget. But it's still not enough for the president of Ukraine, Zelensky. He doesn't ask the U.S. Congress for money. He demands it. Here he is over the last 3 months. Watch this.
We absolutely need the United States to show leadership and leave Ukraine the air defense system. But believe me, it's not even nearly enough to cover the civilian infrastructure, schools, hospitals, universities, homes of Ukrainians.
We have two key financial needs of the country. That's $38 billion to make up for the deficit of our budget for next year, and other $70 billion that were verified by the World Bank and needed to rebuild the critical infrastructure.
We would really like for the support, especially
Really
the amount
like.
of support, to stay the
Like a
same.
lot of things, but
And to have this joint support from the US
Yeah.
society and above all US taxpayers, because at the end of the day, this is not the money of the government, but the money of the people.
what?
Do you know that guy? Who is that guy? He's some Ukrainian corrupt strongman. Really, he's demanding money from us. The gall of that guy. Where does he get off? El Todd Wood is the founder of CD Media and a former special operations pilot. He joins us today. Todd, thanks so much for coming on. So the question of Zelensky is, where does he get this attitude? He's not a supplicant. He is someone who's demanding the U.S. Congress fund his government, not just his war, but the salaries of his bureaucrats. Like, where does he get this attitude?
Look, Zelensky was brought to power by an oligarch named Igor Kolomoisky, which he recently went after and targeted for persecution in Ukraine. So that tells me something that Zelensky now has a bigger and more important and more powerful factor, and that being the Biden
Cigarette!
the
Okay, I'm coming.
cabal that's pushing all this in the United States. So Zelensky is now working for the people who are suffering massively. We have had this on the ground since they got in 2014, and we're being told now for months, they're saying, where's all this aid that's supposed to be coming here? We're not seeing anything.
Is it going on now?
And buy food for the people, buy medical supplies.
Were you asking? Probably not.
Population right now has no water or electricity or heat. Think about that. A lot of these high-rise, Soviet-built buildings. So it's really a disaster. Zelensky is working for a bigger agenda, not for the Ukrainian people. That's for sure.
So $90 billion, there's been no audit of where that money went. Democrats in the Congress are fighting an audit. Why wouldn't they want to know?
Approximately, you got to realize this is the varsity team of money launderers in Ukraine. We're estimating that only 30% of the supplies and military aid is actually getting to where these are supposed to go. There's been evidence, which we talked about on your show recently, of a plane crash in Greece where arms are being shipped overseas. And so this money is not getting where it's supposed to go. A lot of this money is going to offshore. We're talking about homes.
Victoria Toler's fucking threatening to slit her wrist to use fucking red paint.
Property offshore. They don't want peace. They want the money train to continue for the defense contractors in the U.S.
Because I said I'm about to fucking message Victoria Toler. See, you got it.
So we'll see.
Yeah, you caught it. I knew
decent,
you were gonna figure it out.
reasonable, conservative people, nice people like Joni Ernst.
I mean, if
Wake up and understand. They've been
fibers use
very
no kidding. I'm sorry.
I appreciate you coming on today.
Gross.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So home ownership is obviously the key to the American dream, the piece of the country. Unfortunately, it's now out of reach for a lot of people. The number of home sales has not been this much.
Nothing is true
So what's
organic.
happening to housing
Nothing.
markets? We should
All a
probably
lie.
find out next.
Everything is
So if
not
you're running the
true.
Fed, the two things you're afraid of course, are inflation and slower growth, and they're on opposite sides. Now, inflation, so the Fed is raising rates. And as a result, getting a mortgage is now very difficult for a lot of people, impossible for some, for millions of Americans. And the housing market looks like it's about to melt down. Grown men who are on the verge of moving out will be living with their parents for years to come if this continues. So it's a real problem. The question is, how do you fix it? John Gasparino covers this stuff and much more. He's a senior correspondent at Fox Business, covered this business world for many decades, joins us tonight. Charlie, thanks for coming on. So what do you do about this?
You know, I think the only thing left to do right now is what the Fed is doing. It created a bubble in all sorts of risky assets, from crypto, as you know, crypto is imploding, to meme stocks, and housing was one of those assets that it helped propel to even greater heights. And this is kind of what happened during the 2008 financial crisis. I don't think the banks are impaired as they were back then, but banks lent out money because money was free. It was free created by the Fed. And amid all this, you have, listen, housing prices went up dramatically. I know housing prices went up 100% in certain areas of the South Carolina, Florida. Now, there's a logic to that. These are lower tax places that people from New York were moving to. But also there was a speculation at level here that hasn't been seen before. That has to pop, and that froth has to go away. And what I think is going to make it even worse when this thing continues to unravel is the fact that you don't have a lot of natural buyers from grown men who are living with their mother. I mean, to me, you live with your mom, and in Italy, I have family in Italy, they call them my mommies. These older guys living with their mom into the 30s and 40s, but it's real, and it has an economic impact. You'll see it with housing.
So is there but on the other side, you got inflation, which everyone's afraid of for very good reason. So what do? You don't want meme stocks to blow up, but you want housing to stay reasonable, but not tank. Like, it's tough.
It's a balancing act, and it's all done by the Fed, and they throw us into this hole where there are pockets of speculative bubbles, and yes, meme stocks are one of those. Crypto is one of those. As we know, they're collapsing as we speak here, and in certain pockets of the country, so is housing. Like I said, there was a rush to buy houses in all these places. Fueled by the pandemic, fueled by restrictions in the Northeast and California, but also fueled by the Fed. And the only way to get rid of that is pain. And the pain is going to be lower housing prices and people's net worths going down, unfortunately, for a while until this thing gets sorted out.
It would be nice to have an economy that was driven by productivity and not money printing.
That is a new fact. You would think that we would have learned that from the financial crisis, where everything was built on financial engineering and derivatives. But no. And here we are again.
You're getting to cover both. Charlie Gasparino, thank you so much for that.
Anytime I see you.
The state of Texas has one of the biggest natural gas reserves on the planet, and yet somehow last year, the state of Texas ran out of energy. Why did that happen exactly? Too little time has been spent ruminating on that. Well, leaders in Texas relied on so-called renewables like windmills, which sound great, certainly fashionable. All your friends think it's cool, but they don't really work during windstorms, for example. And in Texas, they failed, and people died as a result. So for an episode of our documentary series, we went to Texas to see what this problem looked like firsthand. Here's part of what we found. Girls, it's nice. So if you've been watching the news recently, the one thing you know for certain about the accused gunman in the massacre in Colorado is that he was a crazed right-wing anti-trans extremist. This is a man who was radicalized by this show and by the Twitter account TikTok to hate transgendered people, and that's why this man walked into a bar, a gay bar, with a gun and started murdering people. He did that because he was taught by right-wing media outlets to despise and fear the non-binary community. And that's why this show, Analytics of TikTok, must be hauled into court and bankrupted for what we've done so that we can never provoke this kind of horrifying violence ever again. That's the shooting. So that is what they've been telling you again and again and again on various news channels for the past 3 days. And we're not overstating that, by the way. Here's a selection of it.
It's a campaign being driven by members of Congress and conservative influencers on social media, as well as the right's most favorite TV network, Fox News.
Those incidents at drag events I mentioned a few moments ago, they happen with conservative media personalities fear-mongering against queer folks.
Respected messengers from TV networks saying that these people are wrong and they're trying to damage your children.
We have a long history of the LGBTQ community being victimized, demonized by especially
you guys, motherfucker.
media and Republicans. You have anti-LGBTQ rhetoric spewed on the most watched hours on Fox News at a regular clip against the U.S. military, against gay men and women, against gay teachers, against their right to exist.
So Fox News, in its most watched hours, is attacking even the U.S. military, of course, gay men and women and teachers too. They're advocating, quote, against their right to exist. In other words, they can call it for genocide. That would be us. Now, that's a stout claim, but no one has made it more often than NBC News. In particular, its two self-described disinformation reporters, Ben Collins and Brandy Zadrozny, are outraged that anyone would dare criticize the genital mutilation of children, or drag shows for fifth graders, or creepy weirdo teachers explaining the mechanics of oral sex to 9-year-olds.
Ew.
Pointing out that any of that is happening.
That is fucking disgusting.
And it gets people killed. Here's a highly emotional Ben Collins of NBC News making that very point yesterday morning.
Am I doing something wrong here? Here's some headlines that I wrote.
the last 6 months. Fueled by the internet's far-right machine, anti-LGBTQ threats shut down trans rights and drag events. Remember, there was a drag event happening in Colorado.
What do we do about public officials at local level, state level, federal level who try to inject the fear of the very word transgender into school issues?
They get a lot of clicks for it, and they end up on Tucker Carlson. They end up on the highest rated show on cable last night, by the way. Tucker attacked my colleague Brandy Zdrowski, who was co-writing almost all these stories. Not me, he attacked Brandy for us. But he attacked Brandy. And he went right back into this idea that some they is trying to groom your kids, trying to sexualize your children, right?
Because they are.
First of all. And second of all,
Yeah, no, I'm not down for fucking 5-year-olds who letting a fucking gut shot thing.
All about me, of course, says Ben Collins. But more to the point, how dare anyone criticize the august disinformation reporter and former college librarian, Brandy Zdrowski, because as Ben Collins pointed out, her reporting was right. Well, since you brought it up, Ben Collins, was her reporting right? Well, not entirely. Do you remember when Brandy Zdrowski told you several hundred times that the accused shooter, Anderson Lee Aldridge, was inspired by hatred for the non-binary community that he learned on this show? Do you remember that? Well, actually, it turns out, we discovered last night, that Anderson Lee Aldridge is, drumroll please, part of the non-binary community. He doesn't hate them, he is one. In a court filing, Aldridge's lawyer wrote this quote, Anderson Aldridge is non-binary. They use they them pronouns, and for the purposes of all former filings, will be addressed as Mix Aldridge. Mix Aldridge, that's the shooter, the non-binary shooter. Let that sink in. First, get your chuckling under control, then ponder what this means. What it means is that virtually everything that NBC News has told you about this shooting in Colorado is not only wrong, it is the opposite of the truth. It is all a grotesque and filthy lie. It wasn't news reporting. It turns out to have been the most transparent sort of political propaganda. And for once, they have been busted flat out in public trying to sell political propaganda to an unsuspecting news. It's not the first time they've done it. They won't stop doing it. Well, but they did it a lot in this case. Here's another clip. Another instance of Ben Collins trying to once again pass off political slogans as news.
There are 5 dead people in a strip mall because it was the only place they felt safe as gay or trans people in this town in Colorado Springs.
He's emotional telling you that. There are 5 dead people in the strip mall because that was the only place they felt safe as gay or trans people in this town of Colorado Springs. So it turns out it's the town's fault too because there are a lot of Christians, everybody knows, in Colorado Springs. So gay people feel terrified there because Christians are dangerous. And all these terrified gay people were huddled together for safety when this Fox News-addled anti-trans bigot walked in and started shooting them for being transphobe. That was Ben Collins' quote reporting. Well, the only problem is not all the victims were gay. One of them, at least one of them, was at the club with his girlfriend. Oh, details. Ben Collins isn't like...
How do you kick out the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum, and the United Nations all in one fell swoop? We won't be able to because the Biden administration wants to hand sovereign power to all of those organizations. But the state of Louisiana is saying that we'll do it ourselves. You want something done? You got to do it yourself. The Senate passed a law forbidding the state from cooperating with the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum, and the United Nations. They will decide the laws in their state, not international, unelected globalists. This is very punk rock. Now, it's interesting because we haven't given you an update on this World Pandemic Treaty in a while. And we're going to take a look at it in a second. And I feel like every time we talk about this, I need to prove to you again how bonkers it is because the mainstream media says it's not giving up sovereign power. It will not force laws on your country. But then you go and read it, and that's exactly what it says. You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist or anyone who's just out there to believe that that is the case. So the World Economic Forum is hoping, the WHO is hoping to put this treaty up for a vote in May, which which is interesting because we don't have a draft to read. So what is it they're trying to sneak in there under the radar as countries increasingly get nervous? We're going to talk more about that. Yeah.
They do not want us to read this.
No.
They are being.
The last time we read it, we were pretty stinking alarmed.
Yeah, and the last time that we read it, we had a chance to get a preview copy of it and go through it, is when certain African nations said, absolutely not, we're not moving forward with this. So they don't want people to read this. And like Nancy Pelosi said, you have to pass the legislation first in order to read it.
Right.
Famously. Like,
Yeah.
you have to pass the budget first, then you can read it later.
Well, let's say that Joe Biden signs this pandemic treaty, which he says that he is going to do. Well, then the rest of the U.S. would have agreed to surveillance by the World Health Organization, tracking vaccine mandates. They will agree that infodemics are real, and even if you're talking about true information, they have to tamp it down if it will alter your behaviors. These are all things, we've looked at these things, we've looked at it in the PDFs that the WHO has published. It's not conspiracy. So then the question is, could Louisiana be an island, make themselves exempt? The rest of the country would have to fall in line except states that pass a law like this. It's interesting, right? Now, this is only passed in the Senate. It will move into the House and the state committee. So there's no saying that it actually passes in Louisiana, but it's an interesting question. My guess is that if it does pass, the Biden administration will use your tax dollars to litigate and try to stop it from being implemented. That's just a guess. So pretty safe. I would put that guess at 75%.
I would go 90%.
Okay.
I would go 90%.
They will not allow this to be put into place. Now, here's a reminder, though, because there are 2 resolutions in Congress to stop the president from signing up for any WHO pandemic treaty unless he gets congressional approval. We have Senate Resolution 81 has gone nowhere, was introduced in February of 2023, went to committee, there it stayed. We also have a bill called No Pandemic Preparedness Treaty Without Senate Approval Act. Same deal. When it was introduced in February of 2023, went to committee, nothing happened. So in other words, Congress is doing nothing about this. They pay lip service to handing sovereignty over, say, oh, we really don't want this. Here's a bill. It's not even moving in. Look at the congressional pages, websites for these bills. It has, you click on the, you see the text for the sponsors and then actions. Nothing. Bob Kiss, Goose Egg, Mueller. Literally, no one gives a crap except Louisiana, it seems. And here's just a reminder of what is at stake, because the WHO, again, is trying their best to pass this pandemic treaty, which would give them the authority to do all of these things. Here's a slide I made over a year ago. Define the next pandemic, determine lockdowns, give them surveillance power, determine treatments, put in place vaccine mandates, control all vaccine distribution, control all IP and profits, and literally redistribute everything, because they have said that if they think any land use is putting a pandemic threat, so for instance, cows are over here, we don't like that, people live over here, that also could raise the threat of disease. They can literally redistribute all resources. It's bonkers, I tell you.
You will own nothing.
Right,
so my cigarette.
let's say that this would be an issue, would fall to the states. Here's how Louisiana's handling it.
Here, that's the next one you smoke.
Paragraph saying in their new bill,
Take all that.
putting into place, saying the WHO, the United Nations, and the World Economic Forum shall have no jurisdiction or power of Louisiana. No rule, regulation, fee,
State of Louisiana.
policy, or mandate of any kind from these organizations implemented by the state of Louisiana or any agency, department, board, commission, political subdivision, government entity of the state, parish, municipality, or any other politically entity. It's basically, this is what I thought of when I saw this, Sarah from Labyrinth saying, you have no power over me. That's what we all have to do, you guys. That's all you have to say to the Goblin King to get yourself out of this dystopic reality. So, at least one state is doing it. Guess what's even more terrifying, because the WHO vote for the pandemic treaty is coming up in May. They are supposed to have circulated the draft 4 months prior to the vote, and they have not done that. Here is Australian MP Malcolm Roberts.
No question.
About this.
Question?
Yeah, kind of.
Go for it.
What are you gonna use to wash the floor?
I told you, my bud. I don't know yet. Bleach was my idea.
Good luck.
What do you mean?
It's paint thinner you need.
Yeah, I'll get them. Why?
Latex is gonna be easy to remove.
I'll figure it out when
Paint is not going anywhere.
I'll figure it out when I get there.
Yeah. Good luck. I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. Watercolor and other one, yeah. But...
Here's the World Health Organization's problem. The World Health Organization Constitution and their own international health regulations now prohibit the vote. Schedule 2, Article 55 of the International Health Regulations. Matters being voted to be circulated 4 months before. We're 2 months out and Health Department FOI 4941 reveals that the changes are still being worked out. The requirement for advance notification to allow debate and decide has not been met and now cannot be met. Secondly, Article 21 of WHO's Constitution says nations can cover only international measures. The WHO Constitution does not provide for expanding international health regulations to cover our own Australian domestic health response, for example, closing borders. May's vote is contrary to WHO's Constitution and proposes a scope outside the World Health Organization's Constitution. I asked the Health Minister to reconsider voting on WHO changes because it will be challenged in the International Health Court of Justice under the WHO Constitution's Article 75. This government wants to sign away more of our sovereignty and hand health decisions to the murdering rapists under WHO's former terrorist leader, Tedros. The rule of law must apply to everyone, including the World Health Organization.
Okay.
Murdering terrorist that is Tedros.
Oh, let's remind you why he's calling the WHO murdering rapist. We did a full story about how the WHO covered up its rapes and assaults in Congo. Please seek that out from just a few months ago, because you have to remember, they're sovereign. They set their own rules. They don't even pay taxes. So yes, they are horrific. They should not get more power in the world. That's what I'm saying. What do you say? You're going to have to tell your elected officials. Either pass a bill like this, or everyone in Louisiana if they do.
Right. Good for Louisiana.
That brings up a good point, though, because maybe you can remind me of this, because I know you studied this a lot more than I have, but I don't recall voting for my representative at the WHO. Was that on a separate ballot, or how did you guys get one in Portugal, or I don't remember.
It was a mail-in ballot. Yeah, it was a mail-in ballot. So someone probably handled it for you. So you probably didn't even have to fill it out. Someone probably just stuffed it in there and took care of it. No, there is no voting on these globalists. They are unelected globalists, and we have no say in them. We have no say in what NATO is doing. We have no say in what the World Health Organization is doing. We have no say in what the WEF is doing.
Yeah.
And they run everything.
Right.
And we are conceding sovereign power to them. It'll be interesting to see the back and forth, though, between the Department of Justice, the Biden administration, and states like Louisiana and others that are setting their own boundaries on this.
Well, at the very least, we see politicians abroad saying, "Wait a minute, we might not like this." The conversation has been, the volume has been turned up to the point where some politicians are listening. Joe Biden's not. His hearing aids off. He has said, like this, I'll sign it. Why? Why would he be so motivated to go running full speed off this cliff? Ask yourself that question. And let us know how much that plays into your vote in 2024.
These are the guys, they place him in the presidency because he's made a deal with the devils. Like, that's how you get elected, right? They make a deal with the devil. He gets placed in here by the deep state. He does the bidding of the deep state. He's a meat puppet. Just like when they passed that day of transvisibility the other day, the proclamation from the White House that was released by the White House. And Biden came out and was asked about it at the press conference, and he said, I didn't do that. Of course he didn't do that. He's not in control of his White House. They're going to publish things on his behalf and tell him where to sign and what to do, and he doesn't know what he's doing.
Right.
So his Twitter posts are way too articulate to be. He's not loving it. No, are you kidding me? I would absolutely love it if they just gave him his phone and said, hey, you can tweet yourself now. Because we just get a bunch of like, come on, man. Oh, man.
Well, I mean, so what bothers me so much about this is we all know that in 2020, President Trump withdrew from the World Health Organization, and then President Biden signed us right back up. And so that was, in essence, our vote, right? Is that we got to vote for Joe Biden, who said he would do this, and he did it. The problem with the pandemic treaty is we've shown you the drafts, is that they've removed the clause for non-binding. And so whatever we may sign in May may be really hard to untangle ourselves from, even if President Trump is elected. So, like it or not, this is part of your 2024 vote for president if you are an American voter.
I really hope you enjoy watching this video. You know, YouTube thinks that you'll actually like this next video right here. It's personalized based on your own viewing habits. So if you watch the video, please leave a comment. Let us know what you think about it. And we will see you next time, everyone.
The journalists, the donors, and the parties got so used to being able to almost completely control who got to be the nominee that when someone came along and disrupted the whole pattern, they didn't know how to respond to it except with total rage and incomprehension. And they didn't realize that Trump was just being smart and running against the system. And it was scoring heavily with people all over the place, across the political spectrum.
Hello, everyone watching and listening. Today I'm speaking to author and journalist Matt Taibbi. We discussed his early career, both in journalism and professional basketball, his time in the USSR learning Russian and publishing a successful Gonzo-inspired newspaper, and his breaking coverage of the subprime mortgage bubble. We also examined the state of the world today with Russia and the U.S. military-industrial complex, the upcoming presidential election, and the dire necessity for alternative news sources. Matt, I have to know, what was it like playing for the Uzbek national baseball team?
That was great, actually. At the time, I was trying to be a freelance reporter in Uzbekistan. I was really young, in my 20s, and I walked by a university field and saw a bunch of Cubans playing baseball. So they were, I think, Cuban refrigeration students, and I was the only American on the team. We had a fun time playing against other Central Asian teams, and we had one funny story. We had ground rules. If you hit a sheep in one field, it was a triple. If you hit a cow, it was a double.
And if you knocked the cow out, was that a home run? Or was it a consequence of the degree of damage?
I don't think we ever got that far.
So your career plan was to be an independent journalist in Uzbekistan, and that didn't work out. So you turned to pro baseball.
Well, at the time, I was more interested in being a writer, just generally, than being a reporter. I thought I had been living in St. Petersburg, which was filled at the time with freelance journalists, and I thought, I'm not getting a lot of work. I'll move to a place where there are no reporters. So I moved to the middle of nowhere, basically waited for something to happen so that I could get a byline and a wire service or something like that. But I figured while I was there, maybe I could do something like write a book about, playing baseball for the Uzbeks. And I ended up doing that kind of thing a lot. I moved to Mongolia later, played basketball, Mongolian Basketball Association.
Well, that was my next question, okay, because that's obviously the logical career progression move for someone who's a journalist in Uzbekistan and then playing baseball, is to go to Mongolia and play pro basketball. So tell me about that.
Yeah, that happened because I was working in Moscow for an expat paper called Moscow Times, which still exists. And I played a lot of street basketball back in those days at Moscow State University. You've probably seen pictures. It's got that beautiful, gigantic sort of wedding cake skyscraper building in the background. You
kid there from Mongolia who told me they had a league in Mongolia called the NBA, which was the only basketball league in the world that played by NBA rules with a 24-second clock and everything. So I quit my job the next day, got on the train, and got on the Trans-Siberian Railroad and went to Mongolia, had a tryout, played for a season in the Mongolian Basketball Association. So were you big among the Mongolian fangirls? A little bit, it was actually quite an experience. Mongolia at the time was very basketball crazy, and there's a long story about why. But basically every Mongolian kid was playing basketball in the early 90s, and my friends were big celebrities in the country. One of my teammates was considered the Mongolian Jordan, so everywhere I went, there were lots of people following us around. It was pretty cool. Well, that's all completely unexpected, crazy. Now, you also went to Polytechnic. Was it the St. Petersburg Polytechnic by then, and why did you end up in the domiciles of the former Soviet Union? How did that all come about? And why did you decide to stay there for a long number of years? When I was a kid, I was fairly lonely and depressed and introverted, and the thing that I found that became my escape in life is that I fell in love with comic fiction, and my favorite writers were all Russian writers like Gogol and Bulgakov. And my decision as a very young man was to move to the then Soviet Union and learn Russian so that I could read those books in the original language. So when I studied originally, it was actually still Leningrad Polytech. I'm old enough to have gone to school in the Soviet Union. And I went there to study Russian. Even though it was a polytechnical school, they had a Russian language faculty for all the day students, and that's what I did there. So did you read The Master and Margarita in the original Russian? I did. That's a tough one. I'm not gonna lie. It's a tough book, man. Yes, some of the Russian writers are easier than others to read. For a foreigner, I would say Tolstoy is easier. He's just very clear. But there's a tradition of a different kind of writer. Unfortunately, like my favorite, Gogol, Dostoevsky is another one. Bulgakov, they use very, very convoluted long sentences. And they're beautiful. I mean, Russian's a beautiful language. Yeah, well, the Master Margarita, is that the most complex, dreamlike novel ever written? I've read it 3 times, it's a crazy book. I mean, it's got 5 or 6 things going on at the same time, all of which are preposterous and surreal. And it's very, very sophisticated, multi-layered work. I mean, it's really quite the piece of fiction. I can understand why you'd be motivated to learn Russian. Well, that's a hell of a motivation to read it. So now you also worked at a newspaper in Moscow. Was that the Exile? Was that what it was called? Originally, I worked at the Moscow Times, which was sort of a straight news newspaper for the big burgeoning expat community, which was quite large in the 90s in Moscow. And then I left that and ended up starting my own newspaper called The Exile, which was kind of a cross of Time Out and Screw magazine. It's hard to explain, but it was sort of a satirical nightlife guide, let's put it that way, and it's gotten me in some trouble, not in my years, but it was an experiment in extreme free speech, doing everything the way a normal newspaper would do it, but backwards. We had corrections for things that had never appeared in the paper. I mean, we tried to make an absolute joke of the whole newspaper format. How did that go over in Moscow? I mean, it's not exactly known as a bastion of free speech. So how did that work out? It actually worked out brilliantly, believe it or not. The people who were in Moscow in the 90s, and especially the late 90s, that was a crazy city. It was a lot like the Wild West. Or Chicago in the 1930s. This was a place
where, you know, a superpower had just dissolved, the laws had not yet been built back up, people were making fortunes overnight, there was gunfire in the streets, people were being defenestrated left and right, it was not uncommon to see dead bodies. So a newspaper like ours actually fit right in with the tenor of that whole community. We were quite popular. You know, we actually made money. We were profitable. It was a normal small business that made money, and it worked out quite well for a while. But you know, eventually there came a time when Putin came to power where, you know, the paper was just not tolerated.
And so what happened when it became not tolerated? Were you still around?
I had left by that time. I already left in 2002, but shortly after that, the paper got a visit from the tax police, and whereas before we could always pay a bribe and make them go away, this time they weren't satisfied with that, and the paper ultimately got closed. But
yeah, well, you know, a state is corrupt when you can't even bribe it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's what's an honest person to do in Russia at that point. So.
Right, exactly. Well, at least when you're dealing with someone with whom you share a common language of greed, you can understand what they're up to. But once you're out in the moral hinterlands where that doesn't work, God only knows what's up their sleeves. So were you a fan of the Gonzo journalists like Hunter S. Thompson? He's called the canonical example.
I was a fan of Hunter Thompson. I read him actually later in life than some other journalists. I was probably more of a fan earlier of H.L. Mencken, but I love Thompson. In fact, at one point I got hired by a publishing company to try to put together an anthology of Gonzo journalism, and that project ended up failing when I realized mid-project that Gonzo was the term that had no meaning other than Hunter Thompson. So unless we were going to put together just a whole book full of Hunter's articles, it wasn't going to actually work. So, but I was definitely a fan of his writing.
Well, he was definitely a singular creature. I mean, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is quite a piece of work, and one Angels, one about the campaign trail. They're all great books, right? Really iconic 60s works. I also really like the Tom Wolfe, especially the Electric Yes, exactly. And Candy Cutter, Tangerine, Flake Baby, that's also a great collection. He wasn't as much of a Gonzo journalist as Thompson, but yeah, he had the eye for the times, and he could sure write, man. Those articles are so brilliantly plotted in books. Yeah, he really nailed it. So, and Thompson was a complete bloody scream. So.
Absolutely, and it's interesting. Up until pretty recently, there was always a very strong tradition in American journalism of the narratively interesting journalist, and that's kind of been driven out of modern journalism, unfortunately, I would say.
Yes, now we just have the pathologically uninteresting, mediocre, boring, lying journalist type, mostly in the legacy media. Yeah, it's so pathetic and appalling. The New York Times today reported on underground climate change.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good sign when you're writing in the old, boring format of the New York Times, but it doesn't even have the upside of being semi-reliable like the New York Times. So that's kind of a double whammy.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, that's right. I mean, at least when those enterprises were, let's say, more conservative in the traditional sense, you could vaguely assume that some of what they were reporting bore some relationship to the facts. And so that was quite a relief. So it's really quite a catastrophe to see these places fall apart. Actually, you know, a satirical part of me, I suppose, and a somewhat cynical part that celebrates the demise of institutions like the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, because for all its abysmal Canadian centralist niceness, it was at least a reliable purveyor of information and to some degree culture for, you know, 30 years.
Yes.
And, in many ways it did its job, and I think you could say the same thing.
You see your fucking fuck, shit, fuck. No, I'm not hearing you.
Egregious sins of conscience. At least some of the time.
Maybe suicide or something.
Or some resemblance to news instead of whatever the hell it is they're doing now, which is
almost
Love
impossible
you.
to comprehend either
Say it over
conceptually
your
or
face.
Do I?
metaphysically.
It's true, yeah, it's funny. I interviewed Noam Chomsky at one point. Write a book that was going to be a rethink of manufacturing consent, which is his famous book of media criticism. And that book is full of criticism. But when I asked him about the Times, he said, people got the wrong idea about my book. The New York Times is full of facts. It's just got lots of problems. You have to learn to read it and fight through the biases that are in it. And, so I think, unfortunately, the lack of attention paid to the factual aspect has taken away some important value from those institutions.
So when were you at the Polytechnic? What years were that?
That would have been, I was in Russia studying in 89 and 90 primarily.
Okay, so you really were there during the wild times in Russia.
Yeah, and then I stayed in Russia. I went back after school and I stayed
Thank
from
you
1991
for your
until about
fucking contribution.
Well, I did at some point.
There were some.
At least I'm not in a fetal position.
So what do you think?
Yeah.
So you have a real personal connection with that country, obviously, and a
Basement is
detailed
full.
knowledge of it. What do you have to say, if anything?
Okay.
What are your thoughts on what's happening with regard to the Russia-Ukraine conflict?
First of all, the situation is extraordinarily complex and frustrating for me to watch the coverage of, the Russia-Ukraine conflict. People not understand places like Crimea, or how far back some of these conflicts in places like Luhansk and Donbass go. I don't at all agree with the invasion, by Vladimir Putin. In fact, we were very heavy critics of Putin from the start.
Oh my God.
He came to power.
Oh my God. Did I get it?
But, there's a long backstory.
Okay. We're in business. Look at you, my lucky charm.
Of Ukraine and some pretty questionable kind of far-right elements in Ukraine as a way to sort of undermine.
Pretty questionable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this goes back, decades before even the collapse of the Soviet Union, and a lot of that background is left out of all this. There's kind of an open question in my mind whether we ever really entertained a situation where NATO wasn't going to expand all the way to Russia's borders. I think, there's a reason why a lot of academics in 1997, pretty conservative ones, were signing an open letter urging the American authorities not to keep pushing NATO towards Russia.
Well, Boris Johnson announced today that the expansion of NATO into Ukraine should be of no concern to the Russians.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I mean, I keep seeing.
Well, I think he's trying to talk his net zero idiocy personally.
Maybe that's possible, but think of the legends in the United States, right? We have movies like 13 Days, where the arrival of one missile or a couple of missiles in Cuba is grounds to start this awesome confrontation, risking nuclear annihilation for the entire planet. But we think the Russians shouldn't object if they're surrounded on all sides by military bases. Should they respond by invading another country? I don't agree with that, but I certainly understand, knowing this from talking to Russians while I was there, what their feelings are about NATO. They're very nervous about it. They've always been. Since the early 90s, it's a situation they've been conscious of the whole time, and I think Americans don't understand that.
Last month, the G20 announced a plan to impose digital currencies and digital IDs on their populations. Central bank digital currencies essentially allow the government to track every purchase you make. Officials can even prohibit you from purchasing certain products or easily freeze or seize part or all of your money. Concerned Americans are diversifying their assets into physical gold with the help of Birch Gold. If you want a physical asset held in a tax-sheltered retirement account, you should call Birch Gold. Text Jordan to 989898 and they'll send you a free info kit on gold. The easiest way to become a Birch Gold customer is if you had an IRA or 401k from a previous employer just gathering dust. Birch Gold can help you convert it into an IRA in gold, and you don't pay any out of pocket. Text Jordan to 989898. Claim your free info kit on gold. Then call them. Because if digital currency becomes a reality, it'll be nice to have some gold to fall back on.
Well, I think we had a real opportunity to bring permanent peace, to put in place a permanent peace with the Russians, and that could have happened during the 90s. And we pretty much followed that up as badly as we possibly could.
Yeah.
Now we're paying the price, and God only knows how that pot brewing in Russia and Ukraine, what the consequence of its continued bubbling away in the background are going to be. It's very distressing, and the fact that more attention isn't paid to it, and the fact that there seems to be no real attempts to bring about anything that looks like a serious attempt at peace talks is really quite the staggering miracle to me. So I don't know what the hell we think we're playing at exactly, and I can't understand for the life of me what the end game is. I've talked to a lot of hawks in Washington, and these are people whose views I generally respect. And, their sense was that if the West had to spend several tens of billions of dollars rocketed beyond that now to weaken Russia's conventional military, that might not be such a bad investment. I have some qualms about that theory because it is obvious to me that a weak nuclear-armed country is less dangerous than a strong nuclear-armed country, and I think you could have an intelligent discussion about that. But I also don't think that weakening Germany after the First World War turned out to be such a brilliant idea either. And I guess I also think that, wouldn't it be better, all things considered, if Russia and the West were allied, let's say, and presented a stable unitary front in relationship, say, to the Chinese? Just to throw that out there. I think we could have had that.
Throwing that out there.
It seems to me that it's a lot of leftover Cold War era thinking in some ways. And I suppose some real self-interest on the part of the military-industrial complex that's kept this war brewing.
I love you more. Yay!
The primary beneficiaries of the current situation in Ukraine are arms manufacturers and the self-same military-industrial complex. And they don't have Afghanistan anymore to keep the market hopping, but they've certainly got a war that could go on forever or expand quite nicely in Russia and Ukraine. I mean, do you think I'm missing something in that analysis? Undoubtedly, because it's a complex situation, but
I think that's pretty much right. I think we had an opportunity to genuinely bring in the Russians, at least as a strategic partner. There was always going to be some friction there. The two countries both see themselves as superpowers. There's some resentment, cultural resentment that's true in both places, where neither of them wants to concede that the other is more powerful. So there's always going to be some.
Russia's more powerful. Concede.
Says
neither one is willing to admit that the other's more powerful. Russia's more powerful. Concede. Concede.
But the people you referenced, the kind of hawkish contingent within the foreign policy elite in Washington, I think if you ask them deep down what the end game to all this, the answer they would come up with is regime change in Russia. I think they really believe that.
yeah, and so what's that going to be? Hey, man, we're going to get someone better than Putin, are we? Given Russia's history. And then maybe we could have instead a fractured state. And so then what would we have? We'd have the control of nuclear weapons in the hands of essentially warlords if the state collapsed. What the hell would be the positive regime change here exactly? We get some real Democrat in Russia? It's I don't think so. It seems to me to be preposterously naive. Because where in Russian history could you find one example of that you could point to that's even vaguely credible? And if you want Russian leaders worse than Putin, that's a very, very long list. So I just don't understand that at all. And the danger of the breakup of the country, especially given our dependence on, the world's dependence on Russia for certain necessities, energy, for example, for the Europeans, or ammonia for food production, or edible wheat, there'd be another one. It's obviously we're strategically aligned in many ways with Russia, and the idea that there's going to be some magical transformation of regime that's going to make them easier to get along with. It's like, why would you think that? I mean, damn seriously, I don't understand how anybody could possibly imagine that.
Well, it's the same error of vision that we had going into Iraq, where we imagined that we could roll tanks into Baghdad and establish Switzerland overnight. It doesn't really work that way. There's history and a long cultural tradition that you have to take into account. But, that war was launched by people who didn't even know there was a difference between Sunni and Shia Muslims. And, this war, I think, is being prosecuted by people who have no conception of Russian history, Far Eastern history, the inability of democracy to really ever take hold in that part of the world. If you're sincerely hoping that somebody better than Putin is going to come along if you depose that person, you're not looking honestly at that country's past.
Yeah, well, that's certainly how it seems to me. So I don't know what the hell we're playing at. And I really think that what's happening is that, because I've been trying to account for the absolute idiocy of Western foreign policy in relationship to Russia for the last 30 years, criminally negligent to say the least. And I think really what likely happened is that clueless people gave the foreign policy situation kind of a back seat. And so it was never a pressing concern like it might have been in the aftermath of the Cold War. And then there's constant pressure from the munitions manufacturers, etc., to keep a warlike, hawk-like stance at hand. And I can understand that, like if you're a munitions manufacturer, obviously you're going to be somewhat paranoid with regard to the stability of foreign affairs in your country and likely your beliefs. And since you have a pecuniary interest in the outcome, your ability to continually foster a pro-hawk, pro-paranoid, anti-Russian view, well, that's always going to be there, because why wouldn't it be? And if there isn't something to offset that that's continuing, like a real effort to make peace, for example, then that's not going to happen. And you think, well, peace with Russia is impossible. I would say, yeah, that's what people said about the Middle East too. And then some relatively radical, non-professional diplomats decided they were going to do something about it and hammered together the Abraham Accords in basically no time flat. And so the idea, and they just walked around the State Department to do that, and they did that with tremendous degree of success. And if the Biden administration hadn't been so juvenile and resentful, they would have patted Trump on the back for having accomplished that. I always thought, they would have given Trump the bloody Nobel Prize or maybe a medal at the White House for his work on the Abraham Accords. He might have just ridden off into the sunset happy.
Right, instead of hanging around.
Well, absolutely. And then the Saudis would have signed the Abraham Accords because they were basically chomping at the bit to do so. And then you Americans could have had access to Saudi oil instead of having Biden go cap in hand to them after insulting them terribly and not noting what they did, for example, behind the scenes for the Abraham Accords and walking away empty-handed. Jesus, you can't make this stuff up. And I've talked to Democrats about this. I said, why the hell don't you celebrate Trump at least for the bloody Abraham Accords? And their response to me is always, well, they're not as good as they look. It's like, well, yeah, compared to what? Anything you guys managed for like 70 years? They're pretty damn good as a first step. I mean, there's actually peace breaking out between Israel and a variety of Arab states. Like, who the hell would have ever predicted that? The idea we couldn't do that with Russia, especially given our mutual apprehension, let's say, of the Chinese, and well-warranted apprehension, I think that's utterly preposterous. So I also know from behind the scenes that, there were peace talks in the offings in March of 2022, and they were scuttled by the U.S. administration. And so, that's pretty damn unforgivable as far as I'm concerned. And we flag wave and hop up and down morally about supporting the Democrats, and this desire for democracy in Ukraine, all the while, conveniently ignoring the fact that Ukraine has just as totalitarian history as the rest of the former Soviet Union, and are hardly paragons of moral virtue by any stretch of the imagination, and are unlikely to turn overnight into Switzerland, as was precisely the case in what's going on at all. And it's a bloody dangerous game that we're playing.
Yeah, even more disappointing from my point of view is, at least during the Iraq War, there was an anti-war movement that was visible in the United States. There was an incredible episode early in this whole situation where I think a handful of members of the House put together what they called the peace letter, which very generically suggested that maybe opening peace talks might be a good idea at some point. They weren't suggesting that Ukraine surrender or that they stop fighting or anything along those lines. But even within that coalition, the idea collapsed, and they ended up kind of snitching over in the media, and there was no effort along those lines. So there's no longer an anti-war coalition of any kind anywhere in American politics. That even does symbolic politics.
Yeah, left or right, and it's really quite something. It's quite a miracle to see. It's really incomprehensible in many ways. I can't wrap my head around it. All right, so you were in the former Soviet Union during the insane 90s. When did you come back to the States? And I don't know what happened to you, say, between, about the year 2000 and 2004. You started to work for Rolling Stone in 2004. So what did you do after you had completed whatever it was you were up to in these multiple adventures in the former Soviet Union? And how do we know you're not a Russian spy by now?
The Russians would never hire somebody like me to be a spy. I think I'm the wrong type for them. But
I see. So it's on the basis of your self-perceived incompetence that we should trust you.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be unable to keep quiet about it, I think, is the problem.
Right. Noisy journalists don't make the best spies.
Exactly. I had been in, while I was at the Exile, Rolling Stone had actually done a story about our newspaper in the late 90s. So I had some contact with the magazine before I came to the States. I came back in 2002 and briefly tried to start a newspaper in Buffalo called The Beast, which was modeled on the Exile, but pretty quickly got a call from Rolling Stone, from the editor there, who remembered me and been keeping an eye on me, and suggested that I go out and start covering the campaign that was just starting in 2003. So really, almost as soon as I came back to the United States, I started working for Rolling Stone, essentially as a campaign reporter to start, and eventually as more of a financial / investigative reporter.
So what did you learn? We were talking about Hunter S. Thompson earlier, and famously he wrote a book called Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail, if I remember correctly, which is quite the Rise's account. What did you learn about American? Yeah, absolutely. And it's a book, it's a very interesting piece of cultural history now, but it's certainly a book that stands on its own merits as well as being an interesting journalistic account. What did you learn about the American political system that you didn't know and that was surprising serving as a campaign reporter?
Well, my first complication in covering American politics, having come from the former Soviet Union, was that in post-communist Russia, everything was visible. You could see which mafia interests were supporting which politician. You could see the real financial interests behind every contract that was given out by the government. The corruption was as clear as it would have been if you were taking one of those tours with a glass-bottom boat looking at the bottom of the ocean. In the United States, when I went out on the campaign trail, going out on the campaign trail, listening to these people give one speech after another where they said absolutely nothing. For a long time, I was really puzzled by it. I thought there had to be another layer of something to American politics that was more interesting than this. And for a long time, I was really very frustrated by the predictability of the American political system. The way there was kind of a conspiracy of interest, I would say, between the donors, the campaign journalists, and the political parties to really very strictly control who got to be considered a legitimate and serious candidate and who didn't. And they did this through a variety of means. They used sort of code words. Somebody like Dennis Kucinich would be dismissed as chances that this was
It's the climate change making it warm, by the way.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Otherwise, he wasn't terribly warm, I would say. But I think, and this is all a preview to the Trump experience, because I think what happened was the journalists, the donors, and the parties got so used to being able to almost completely control who got to be the nominee, that when someone came along and disrupted the whole pattern, they didn't know how to respond to it except with total rage and comprehension. They thought something must be totally amiss, somebody must be cheating somehow, and they didn't realize that Trump was just being smart and running against the system. I mean, I recognized this pretty early in 2016, which was he was running against the journalists, he was running against the donors, he was running against the fake two-party system, which was really a one-party system, and it was scoring heavily with people all over the place, across the political spectrum. But nobody really wanted to admit that. They just wanted to make him out to be this very scary villain. And even though some of those things they said about him were true, they were missing the point of what that campaign was about and why it succeeded.
Starting a business can be tough, especially knowing how to run your online storefront. Thanks to Shopify, it's easier than ever. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. From the launch your online shop stage all the way to the we just hit 1 million orders stage, Shopify is there to help you grow. Our marketing team uses Shopify every day to sell our merchandise, and we love how easy it is to add more items, ship products, and track conversions. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, up to 36% better compared to other leading commerce platforms. No matter how big you want to grow, Shopify gives you everything you need to take control and take your business to the next level. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/JBP. Go to shopify.com/JBP now to grow your business no matter what stage you're at. That's shopify.com/JBP.
Yeah, Victor Davis Hanson wrote a great book on Trump called The Case for Trump, which is the best thing I've read on that election cycle. And, I mean, he points out something that seemed relatively obvious to me at the time, watching from the outside, was that, Clinton and her crew. First of all, I don't think people trusted Hillary at all, because even though she had a lot of experience, because when someone aims at power that egregiously for like 6 decades, you really got to wonder what the hell's going on. It's like, why is it that important to you? And you might think, well, of course being president would be that important, but it's not that obvious, because if you associate with people who are highly accomplished, many of them would have to set aside the concerns they're already engaged in, which are often large-scale concerns, to consider something like a political career. And so, if you're someone who has the chops to be president, which should mean that you're good at a lot of things, it isn't obvious that political power per se would dangle as the greatest possible opportunity, right? Maybe you could be coerced or enticed into running for leadership, because a lot of people come to you and say, we really need someone like you, which is the best way to become a leader, by the way. But other than that, you're sort of about your own business. Whereas Clinton, she was making a beeline for the presidency, certainly even while her husband was president. And so, and then of course, her and her foolish and treacherous advisors, I would say, decided that it was a perfectly good thing to sacrifice the American working class on the altar of their purported moral virtue. And she sunk herself doing that. And it was an act of true hubris and foolishness, right? Because Trump didn't so much win that election as Clinton lost it, because it was hers for the taking had she not been who she was, I would say, fundamentally, and especially had she not stabbed the American working class in the back. And of course, they turned to Trump for odd reasons, because it isn't obvious that this sort of brash, flashy billionaire would, or at least multi-billionaire, would appeal to working class people. They're not of the same economic class, obviously, but I had a wise working class guy I once worked for back in the 1970s. He was a conservative,
not a socialist, and I was at that time, I was about 14, I was pretty entranced by socialist ideas, and the Socialist Party in Alberta, my province, had a pretty good small business platform. And I said, why the hell don't you vote for the socialists? They have a lot better platform for your endeavor than the Conservatives, who are a party of big business. And he said, small business owners don't want to be small business owners. They want to be big business owners, and people vote their dreams, not their reality. And I thought, oh my God, that's so smart. And, and then I thought too, with regards to Trump, is that even though his wealth was unimaginably out of reach for the typical working class person, I think people could look at Trump and think, well, there are conceivable universes in which I could be Donald Trump.
Huh.
Or this is what I would do with that money. Yeah.
Right. And then he also had this capacity to speak off the cuff and directly to people. And I heard from people who were around Trump, especially when he was talking to military personnel, that he was actually very good at that. And the same people who made that comment had been around other politicians who were often flummoxed and intimidated when they were talking to real servicemen, because, well, first of all, there was a cultural gap between them. And second, they felt morally intimidated in the face of people who'd actually put themselves. Trump seemed to have that ability to talk directly to working class people. And, you have to be a certain kind of person to do that. But one kind of person you have to be is someone who actually regards the working class, what they're capable of doing, which is with the degree of respect that's actually appropriate. I work with lots of working class people, contractors and so forth, and I have lots of working class jobs. And you're an absolute bloody fool if you don't have respect for, electricians and plumbers and carpenters and people who keep everything going who are truly competent, because it requires a high level of honesty and expertise and communicative ability and planning and real knowledge. And so Trump seemed to be able to deal with people like that, mainly because he had so much experience on the construction.
Yeah, the irony of that is that Hillary Clinton tried to run, actually she quite successfully ran a similar campaign towards the end of her duel with Barack Obama in the Pennsylvania primary. She ran as the avatar of the white working class. You might remember she had all these speeches about being the granddaughter of a worker in a lace factory. And she seemed to really enjoy that role. And she kind of, in all the different personas that I've seen her try to play out the stuff, and she has many of them, that was the one I thought she did best at. But she reverted in 2016 to trying to sell herself as the most experienced insider, which was a catastrophic strategic error in a year where there was an unprecedented level of distrust towards Washington. The degree to which they were blind to that was kind of amazing to me. And you brought up Hunter Thompson before. He actually had a metaphor that really described how that happens. He talked about how if you go hunting, in normal times you can't get within 1,000 yards of a bull elk, but it's sensitive to the smallest sound in the forest. It will never let you get near it. But when it's in heat, you can drive right past it, and it won't even know that you're there. It's so focused on its goal of mating, right? And that's exactly what politicians who see the presidency are like. They become blind to just about everything but power, and they don't think strategically anymore. And I think that happened to the Democrats in 2016. They just were not paying attention to all the different signs that were so obvious to everybody.
Well, you think with all their polling and all their hypothetical reliance on their idiot consultants that they would be clued in to some degree. And of course, Clinton also allied herself with the progressive front of the Democrats. And that certainly wasn't something in keeping with the basic sentiments of the working class that she also stuck a shiv in. So she certainly deserved to lose. And whether we deserve to have Trump as president in consequence, that's a whole different question. But at least he wasn't bull in the China shop. Speaking of who, I kind of think Robert F. Kennedy is the same sort of force on the Democrat side. I mean, what do you think of Kennedy?
Yeah, I like him. And his campaign manager, Dennis Kucinich, is somebody who I've known for a long time, going back to the first campaign I ever covered. He was somebody I original thinker, a real intellectual, somebody who read 2 books a day, and really thought about the future of this country and what possible solutions might work, might not work.
You think he's an impressive character, eh, Stitch?
I'd say that I do.
Do you think he'd be a good podcast guest?
I think he would be, yes. Dennis is brilliant. His politics are controversial, but he's got an incredibly interesting history. He was, mayor of Cleveland at a ridiculously young age. He was homeless when he was a kid. He lived in a car with his family. He won his first elections, literally going door to door with no financial backing, and so this is the kind of person who is behind RFK's campaign. I mean, obviously, I don't know about Robert Kennedy as well. I did some of his shows years ago, but I think he recognizes, as Trump did, and as Bernie Sanders also did in 2016 to a lesser degree, that there was this groundswell of frustration building in America toward, I guess you would call it, sort of mainstream political thought, which was increasingly elitist and different in the fate of ordinary Americans on both the left and the right. Kennedy, I think, is going to succeed just because he's not Joe Biden, just because MSNBC doesn't like him and CNN doesn't like him. Those things are actually advertisements in the current day and age. Trump understood this very keenly in 2016. He embraced it, and that was one of the reasons why he did so well. And Kennedy, I think, also understands this. Unlike Bernie Sanders, who I think, deep within his heart, had a lot of affection for the Democratic Party, didn't want to see something bad happen to it. RFK, I think, is running a campaign where he's willing to go to the mattresses with people within the Democratic Party structure, and that's going to be very appealing to a lot of voters and a lot of independents as well.
Yeah, this is going to be some ridiculously, surreally interesting presidential campaign, man. I don't think we'll have ever seen the likes of it. So it'll be something to watch. So, what was it like working for Rolling Stone?
It was great. When I worked for Rolling Stone had a couple of heydays, I would say, in the late 60s and the 70s. Obviously, the magazine did both great music journalism and some groundbreaking journalism of other types, including Hunter Thompson. But they also published people like Carl Bernstein. They eventually brought in P.G. O'Rourke. They kind of pioneered this formula of reporting that was serious, but it was also witty and readable. And then they regressed a little bit in the 90s, but when I came in the early 2000s, they just brought in some new editors, and they were fantastic. They let me do work that I know a lot of the senior people didn't agree with, but they were really encouraging. And they let me get into some areas that were really weird and unusual for a mainstream American magazine. And that was great. It was a great time for a long time. And then it got a little strange at the end.
What was the most interesting area you delved into when you worked for Rolling Stone?
Well, after the 2008 election, I covered Obama's win. And that was when the collapse happened. And they assigned me to do one story, basically about what happened at AIG. They wanted me to explain in ordinary terms, what that was. And we did one story that was called, I think, The Big Takeover, and it just attempted to translate for ordinary people a lot of the verbiage that people used on Wall Street. And the response to that was so overwhelming that I ended up doing that for 8 years. And so I got to cover all kinds of crazy things you would never expect a music magazine to take on, like, the ratings agencies, bidding for municipal bond rigging, foreclosure fraud, all kinds of stuff like that. And I got a shot to do this and lots of time. So for an investigative reporter, I mean, at the time, there were maybe 10 jobs like that in all of journalism, and it was a great period to do it. And
That's a good deal.
Yeah, it was a great deal, but unfortunately, the market has changed quite a lot in the last 3 or 4 years, 5 or 6 years, I would say.
Now, did The Great Derangement come out of that? Your book?
The Great Derangement came out of my earlier sort of campaign trail stuff for Rolling Stone and some other places. I did some writing for The Nation too at that time.
Where did you write in book form about the financial collapse?
So I wrote a book called Griftopia.
Griftopia, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
another one called The Divide. Yep.
Right. So let me recap for a second or two part of what happened in the run-up to the 2008 financial crisis. Tell me if you think I've got this right, and add anything that you feel would be useful. So my sense was that it was at least in part of it was a consequence of a rapid technological revolution. I mean, so the idea, as far as I can tell, was that you can assign mortgages a different risk of default, and that seems mathematically probable. You can look at the income and the credit history of the people who have the mortgages, and you can calculate actuarially the probability of default, and then you can come up with a risk estimate, and then you offset the risk estimate by either not lending to the people who are at high risk or increasing the interest rate. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward, and it strikes me as highly probable that can be done. Then the idea was, well, if you lumped enough mortgages together of a certain risk category, let's say relatively high risk, that you could average the risk across all the mortgages, that you could calculate exactly what that risk was statistically, and then you could define and offset that so that a large enough tranche aggregate of mortgages would now become an asset of definable security, right? Which makes it a secure asset. And that really is brilliant. That's really, really smart. Now, what happened though was that what often happens when there's a financial revolution of that sort is that the act of producing the instrument produced unexpected changes in the market. So now that you could sell clumps of high-risk mortgages to like pension funds because the risk was specified, you produced an almost indefinite market for high-risk mortgages. And so the consequence of that was that financial institutions went out and sold increasingly high-risk mortgages at a mad rate forever. And that was abetted by policies stemming from the Democrats and the Republicans alike, designed to foster home ownership among low-income Americans, which fine idea, but I suppose selling people houses they can't actually pay for is not a good idea. And so the consequence of that was a housing boom, a mortgage boom, increased malfeasance on the mortgage risk rating front, and then the eventual construction of correlated housing prices across the entire economy, which is something that never happened before. Because these things had all now been linked together behind the scenes, and so that when housing prices started to collapse in one district, it spread very rapidly and collapsed everywhere, and that just took the whole game out. But to me, the initiator of that was actually a technological solution, not something corrupt in and of itself. Like it led to a form of corruption. But it wasn't crooked right from the get-go. That's how I understood it, and then you looked into this deeply.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. It started off as actually quite a brilliant idea. What you were describing with mortgage-backed securities is a process called tranching, right? Where you could pool a whole group of mortgages, let's say 1,000, 2,000 of them, and you could take a gigantic group of essentially junk-rated mortgages, but peel off a portion of it and sell it as AAA. So it was a ripple still story. It was, you take a whole bunch of straw, but you can get a little bit of gold out of it, right? You can sell that gold, as you said, to pension funds because they have requirements for, they need to have at least a certain amount of AAA rated stuff in the portfolio, and this was earning a higher rate of return than traditional AAA investments. So now you have this booming, exploding market for such a junk rate of mortgages. And that started off as an idea that produced an awful lot of cash and capital that, you know, initially led to a boom in the economy, but
And it expanded housing ownership, which seemed to be a good thing.
exactly, lots of people who otherwise wouldn't have been able to get houses got houses. But
Good, thanks for all of it.
You started to develop all kinds of growth that abetted this. You know, the mortgage companies, which were once incentivized to pay you a mortgage if they payments, now all of a sudden knew that as soon as you got into the pool, they were going to be selling your mortgage to the next person. So they overlooked all kinds of things. Did you have ID? Did you have a job? You know, were you a citizen? All that stuff would kind of be
Little details.
Yeah, little details like that. They would forget to put that stuff in or check it. And you know, you would have these big banks, which would be represented to their customers and pension funds that, oh yeah, we checked all these mortgages in this pool. They're all great, and they're everything that we say they are. And next thing you knew, people started to default at a high rate and couldn't make their payments anymore, and you know, the whole house of cards fell. So it's not like a lot of other financial booms in history. It's just the particular form of this was that it all happened within the confines of the system of mortgage-backed securities. And there was an additional complicating factor, which was that this came alongside the invention of another financial instrument, type of financial instrument, credit default swap, that allowed financial companies to bet on the success of these instruments. So you might have a mortgage, and if it failed, you might have a cascading series of losses that resulted from that because people were essentially trading on whether or not that mortgage was going to succeed. So it was a way of basically punching a black hole into the economy, you know, beyond the limits of how much money there actually was in circulation. It was fascinating to learn about that. You know?
It's attractive to be cynical about what happened in 2008, and it's also attractive to be conspiratorial and to note that, you know, there was almost no criminal prosecution in the aftermath of the 2008 financial collapse. But, you know, I'm not unwilling to assume the utility of punishment where it's due. But it's never really been obvious to me that except in, you know, a relatively small number of egregious cases, that the criminal case for criminal conduct could be easily made given the complexity of the financial innovations that were also part and parcel of this. Now, you have focused on, you know, the old boys club, so to speak, that governs political conduct in the United States across both parties, and the entrenchment of the power elite, let's say, that keeps that system going. And you could say the same thing on the financial side, and you look deeply into financial corruption and the collapse in 2008. What was your sense about what should have been done in the aftermath of that catastrophe?
Well, I think just as there were a series of basically symbolic prosecutions after the accounting control scandals of the early 2000s, like, you know, Enron, Adelphia, Rite Aid, you know, that sort of thing, that were designed to send a message to the markets like, hey, you can't do this. There were some obvious cases they could have taken up that would have similarly sent a message that it's not a good idea to, you know, sell gigantic pools of mortgages that you know have problems with them, that you know are in AAA, that you know are likely to default as soon as you sell them. And they could have done that, didn't do that, and I think that engendered a lot of problems. And frankly, that was something that Trump picked up on, again, in 2016, that there was anger in the population. There were an awful lot of people who got thrown out of their homes after 2008
privatization of profit, right? That was really a dismal outcome. Now, I think it is hard to keep enterprises on the hook financially because it's a big company, partly because the executive leadership and even the ownership of the company can switch quite dramatically. It's not like you can hold a company to the same standards of responsibility that you can hold an individual to. It's slippery and tricky. And it isn't obviously the case, too, that you should be too punitive with regards to your business class if they engage in ventures that don't work out well, because then you suppress innovation and risk-taking. And that's one of the advantages of bankruptcy laws, right? It means you get to fail without dying. And that's really useful, given that you have to fail quite a bit often before you can succeed. But it still did seem to me that, the chickens didn't come home to roost as thoroughly as they might have in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis. I also wonder, too, tell me what you think about this. We've seen the rise of woke capitalism to a great degree in the last, let's say, since 2008. It seems to me that, there's a fair bit of unrequited and maybe deserving guilt on the part of high-flying capitalists who made their money in manners that might be a little bit more crooked than necessary, and that one of the ways they can pay the piper, hypothetically, without actually having to go through any serious moral evaluation, is to beat the ESG drum, for example, on the climate side, or to pretend to be in accordance with whatever the newest woke delusion is on the civil rights front. And so it's a false contrition. And I think that's emerged in the aftermath of unpunished malfeasance, let's say, on the corporate front with regard to the financial crisis of 2008. So what do you think about that theory?
That's interesting. So I also think people are confused about my take on all this, because I think that because I wrote critically about companies like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase and Bank of America, that communists or actually nearly all the sources during that time were people who worked on Wall Street. They were, other rich people, basically. And about these companies, it wasn't not that they were too arch rather they were capitalism by and relying on bailouts and manipulating markets in ways that were unfair to smaller size competitor.
The majority of us, I mean.
What happened? There were cases that could have made, and that would have been, I think, important to the markets. It would have sent a message that no matter how big you are, you're not outside the reach of the law. And it would have restored faith in this idea that the government isn't basically a silent partner of these gigantic banks.
Clearly.
Yes, that will always backstop them in times of trouble, and won't look into, money laundering and other problems. And that's why we're having this crisis with small regional banks now, among other things, because the markets know that it's cheaper for big banks to borrow money because everybody knows they'll always get bailed out. That's an inherent advantage that they shouldn't have, I think, capitalism. So all of that is a hangover of 2008. The ESG thing is, it's another version of the same that we saw with mortgages. They're playing around with different terminology and insider, sort of rigging of the game.
It seemed to be working out so well for Disney.
Right, exactly. I think these schemes always, whenever they try to get, game the system too much that way, it always ends up seeming to backfire. I think.
Yeah, well, that it does backfire if the market, if a well-regulated market actually retains its common sense. Because as you pointed out too, the people who are playing the capitalist game honestly, and that's the majority of people who are doing business in the U.S., because otherwise it is, and so unbelievably stable and productive, right? Because things actually get done and they work, and that means that people who actually get things done and work are doing those things. Now, there's a handful of bad actors on the capitalist side, and it's definitely not in the interest of honest capitalists to let the dishonest crooks game the whole system and get away with it on the regulatory capture side, etc. You know, that's really a place where the left could come together within the insistence that, okay. So let's talk about your last 3 books briefly, and then I want to cover the debate you had with Douglas Murray, Michelle and Malcolm Gladwell. It was you and Douglas on the same team, and a little bit on the Twitter files. But let's go through Insane Clown President, I Can't Breathe, and Hate Inc. If you could just say a little bit about each of those books, I think that would be very interesting. Let's start with Insane Clown President.
Yeah, so Insane Clown President is basically just a compilation of all the stuff that I wrote in 2016, mainly for Rolling Stone, about the Trump campaign. We decided after Trump won that there was probably enough of an appetite out there for reading about what happened during the campaign that people would buy that book, and it turned out to be true. It was a bestseller. But the thing that I like about that book, when I go back and look at it, I don't like all my books, but I think that one, early on, I think I called a lot of what happened with the Trump campaign correctly. My early impressions of his campaign was that he was onto something, that if sort of mainstream American pundits didn't wake up, they were going to find out very quickly that they were making him stronger by misreporting things about him, and then there is a section of that book where I was convinced by a pollster that he had absolutely no chance of winning, and so I kind of got the wrong impression that his campaign was really going to result historically just in the destruction of the Republican Party. But I think there were a lot of things about that book that captured 2016 correctly, and it was, it's a funny book to read too, because there's a lot of odd stuff that happened on the campaign trail. So,
So what did you come to make of Trump, both in terms of his strengths and weaknesses? What's your assessment of Donald Trump?
Well, one of the first times I saw Trump in person was in New Hampshire. I think I was in Plymouth, New Hampshire. I was at Plymouth State University, I think was the locale. And, the press is always on a riser. We always look ridiculous standing in the middle of a political event. And Trump started to talk about it. He feels the crowd's out like the media. He looked at us and he said, you see these people over here, see these bloodsuckers, they've never come so far for an event. They hate me, they want me to lose so bad, they want all of you to lose. And I watched as the crowd kind of turned toward us and started hissing, and they were throwing bits of paper at us and everything. And I immediately recognized this is going to work, and the reason I knew it was going to work is because he doesn't hate journalists. Just look at us. And there were a lot of
you and your Mongolian basketball career.
Well, yeah, they don't know. The average person probably doesn't know about that, but the ordinary journalist, political journalist who covers presidential campaigns is a very specific type of character. That person is always wearing a gingham shirt, a tie, and khakis, and asks you one question that he already knows the answer that he wants, and then goes back to, the story they've already pre-written. People hate that person, and I recognize that, right? And so Trump picked up on that, and then he started to move not just from the press, but to other institutions, NATO, Fed, Congress, obviously. But what he was doing, he was feeling in his crowds that there was this enormous amount of resentment out there about all kinds of issues. And he was feeding it, I think, in many cases with very sensible and real criticisms. Some of the things he said I totally disagreed with and I thought were outlandish and crazy and unnecessary. But
to what degree do you think is that the thing that about figures such as Trump, even though he's singular in many ways, is that when you're attempting to redress populist concerns, you can go in two directions, right? You can listen to the concerns, and you can honestly try to formulate responses and policies that would deal with those concerns, or you can capitalize on that resentment and foster it. And that's a very, very dangerous road to walk down. Now, I'm not making a categorical judgment that Trump did or the other of those. I'm curious about what you think. Because, of course, his populist front terrified those people who became paranoid about him. What was your sense? You watched him and his handling of the crowd. He would do things like single out the journalists and turn the crowd against him, for better or for worse. Was your sense that he was he manipulating the crowds? Was he manipulating the crowds and himself at the same time? Was he playing a relatively straight game? What do you think he was up to? And you also compared him to a comedian, right? They could read the crowd. A leader can do that, but you can be led astray by the darkest impulses of the crowd too.
Yeah, so it was interesting because I was covering Trump and Bernie Sanders at the same time. And Sanders was picking up on a lot of the same things, but his answer to those grievances, he had a long list of policy solutions that he was really, really anxious to implement. Trump, on the other hand, I think, at heart, Donald Trump is a salesperson. Like, that's who he is. He's always selling something, right? And it was funny to watch the reporters because they were all carrying around books about fascism and, the 1940s, whereas they should have been reading books about sales culture because that was the key to understanding Donald Trump. And I thought Trump basically was selling outrage. He was selling the experience of feeling solidarity with other people who've been screwed over. And he was fostering those feelings. And I think to answer your question.
Yeah, did you detect a danger in that? Did you detect a danger in that? I mean, because there are times being frustrated and wanting justice, those two things aren't that easy to distinguish, right? And being resentful and wanting justice, those two things aren't always that easy to distinguish.
That would have hurt. That wouldn't have
business. Because, you say, well, you should forgive and forget. That's the highest possible dictum, but justice has its place as well. And if you have turned over, and I think the American class has been turned over in many ways, although whether that was planned or just incidental is a different question, they had their reasons to be outraged. Now, Trump obviously appealed to that outrage here, intimating that you believe that you capitalized on it in a way that you didn't see characteristic of Bernie Sanders. Now, of course, Bernie also wasn't born with the delusion that he was likely to win.
No, and
really?
Bernie he didn't have the same ability to connect with people. Right.
Yeah.
That's a difficult question, right? Because it gets to the question of motivation. I would say I never got the sense that Donald Trump was honestly a reformer, that was really his motivation was to, change the system, and that he was up at night reading policy proposals. That wasn't my impression. I think Donald Trump, over time, I got the idea basically, and this was talking to people who knew him, which was that he was insecure, but mostly just wanted to be liked. I didn't find that the core of him was terribly scary. Maybe I was wrong in perceiving it that way.
I don't think the evidence is clear that you were wrong. I mean, look, under Trump we had no wars. That wasn't such a bad thing, and we did get the Abraham Accords, and the economy did quite nicely, and I don't think the culture wars were raging as intently under Trump, even though they raged away quite madly as they are now. So, for all of Trump's purported dangers, he was much less of a threat, certainly on the international stage, than he might have been, and that everybody had been afraid he would be. And I do think also that he generated a certain degree of respect and apprehension from, the more authoritarian types around the world. And I certainly don't think that's the case with Biden at all, because I think Biden, like Trudeau, is beneath contempt in relationship to people like the president of China. So, and I don't think that was true for Trump because at least he was unpredictable or had that appearance. So I don't think you were out of line in your failure to see anything truly malevolent in Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, my impression of him was that he was doing this for a lot of reasons. That it was complicated. He has a mischievous streak in him. It was clear watching his family early in the campaign that they wanted no part of any idea that he might win.
That's funny.
And I wasn't exactly sure that he wanted to win. But,
Right. Yeah, well, I thought it was an exercise in brand awareness expansion, at least. Quite a brilliant one in some ways, if you're thinking purely from the perspective of sales.
Right, and he was selling himself the entire time, and he was doing a great job at it. I mean, with the tools that were available to him, he was a pioneer in many respects, bypassing the media and going straight to people using Twitter and that sort of thing. All that was very interesting, and I think that was something that if people had looked honestly at the situation, they would have found really compelling. Study instead, the establishment press just settled on a narrative about him about halfway through the campaign, and from there it was just attack, and it became, I would say, a sort of ongoing, uninteresting diatribe.
Yeah, well, it would have been a lot more compelling had there been real journalists covering the Trump phenomenon, trying to figure out what the hell was going on, because at minimum it was insanely interesting and not predictable in the least, and mysterious, and it would be good to get to the bottom of it. Like I said, I think Victor Davis Hanson did a nice job in his book, The Case for Trump. I think it's a very even-handed treatment without the kind of crazy gonzo journalism style that, might have added something quite compelling to the overall analysis of Trump. What did you do with I Can't Breathe and Hate in the other two books, 2017 and 2019?
Yeah, I lived very close to where Eric Garner was killed in Staten Island. I was in New Jersey, just a short drive away. So I decided to do a book about what happened there. Just on a lark, I went to the neighborhood, hung out in the streets for a little bit, talked to some of his friends. In fact, he was a very interesting person. So I thought it might be cool to write a book about this guy. And, so I spent a couple of years really just talking to drug dealers and with a portrait of what happened to garner all the different forces that converged to cause that incident.
Sweet child.
Left with an understanding of police brutality that was a lot more complicated than people made it out after George Floyd incident, which I think is
Baby? Hi.
What's
up?
I'm gonna take the dog for my street.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I think a lot of what happened
Totally,
with
please.
cops in cities like New York
Rather than suffer.
It sucks.
implementation of programs like Broken
Open the other window too.
was that they were
Okay.
This one open now.
forced
No.
by
This
news
one, no.
space
It is, well, it does, but
to
not without
create
breaking.
artificially engender
Okay.
contacts with the population.
I wish I
when they
wasn't
weren't
full of paint.
necessarily-
I'd come with you guys.
The court-based Ohio v. Perry
Yeah, I
from
know.
1968 in the United
I
States
can't stop because my
allowed
paint is getting clumpy, which is why I have to scrape it off the wall now.
search people on the street. And police departments clued into the idea that if they did enough of those stops, it would find people who had warrants on them, that they would probably grab a lot of guns.
What?
that people were carrying.
Okay, thank you. I love you.
In the first place. So they did hundreds of thousands of these stops. And on the surface, that might sound like a good idea, but what ended up happening was a lot of people got frustrated with being stopped and searched. And a lot of those incidents went wrong. And that's how a lot of these police brutality cases happen. They happen because they begin with some really stupid reason for stopping somebody. Somebody gets mad, and it ends up in a melee, and that is the backdrop.
Okay, well, there's no real evidence Do you think that those more frequent stopping programs promoted by that same open window hypothesis, my hypothesis is, by the way, for those of you who are watching and listening, is that you have to attend to minor infractions of the law to set stops more major infractions of the law, which is the reverse, for example. California. Do you think there's any credibility to the claim that the implementation of those policies did in fact lead to the radical reductions in crime rate, for example, in places like New York City? What was your sense of that when you looked into it?
Oh, it's in my pocket.
Well, there's a couple of problems with the way they implemented broken windows in New York. One
I think it should be.
in many cases told the officers
Is it?
to do more of those stops in certain
Yeah,
neighborhoods
sure.
than in others. One of the reasons stop and frisk was overturned in New York is because they had one of the captains on tape basically telling, a whole bunch of patrol cops, I'm looking for black males aged 18 to 21. He says that openly, right? So there was a I think, and this goes to your point earlier, there may not be a discrepancy about deadly force, but there's a huge discrepancy in terms of the more minor stops, right? And especially about things like drug arrests. Are you really going to get fewer drug arrests if you stop everybody on Wall Street and look through their stuff? Then you might if you stop everybody in Bushwick or Brownsville or someplace like that. I think it'd be closer than most people would think. And so that engenders hostility. They used it as a way to kind of keep property values high in some places by basically using police to clear out undesirable looking people. That was the narrative with Garner. Garner was kind of a slovenly dressed, obese guy who sat in the corner selling illegal cigarettes, and there was a condo complex across the street that didn't like it, and so he kept getting moved off the corner and got tired of it. And some of those things that you mentioned, the broken windows theory, it wasn't just minor things that are against the law. It's what they call order maintenance. So it's things that were maybe not against the law, right? But they were also cleaned up. And
it's always going to be tremendous dispute things out there in situations like that. I mean, which is why you need a variety of different approaches, I guess, to try to find out what actually works. Because it seems to me that places like Portland and Vancouver, Canada, increasingly Toronto and San Francisco have gone far too far in the opposite direction, and you have just absolute chaos reigning in places where that shouldn't be happening. But then by the same token,
you can't just stop enforcing the law either. I mean, that doesn't work either, right?
Right. No penalty for shoplifting under $1,000 just doesn't seem like a very good solution, for example. All right, and so let's turn to the last book that you finished. I believe it's the last one, 2019. Yeah, when I say a few words about that, then we'll talk about the debate you had recently with Douglas Murray.
Sure. So I had always loved, when I was a kid, the as I mentioned before, Manufacturing Consent. I grew up in a family of journalists. My father was a television reporter, and that book was very eye-opening, even though I'd been around the media my whole life, because it was about the unspoken pressures that go into editorial decisions before they get to the reporter. Why are some stories reported on their side, not others, right? Why do people at ABC or CBS, why do they freak out about the assassination of a Catholic priest in Poland, but not in El Salvador? It's that kind of thing. But I always thought that book was interesting, so I wanted to do basically a new version of that for the internet age and see if anything had changed. And I talked to Tom Key before I started writing the book. I said, "Are you okay with the project?" He sort of said, "Okay." And the premise of the book that I came up with is that the internet had changed the game significantly, and that really for financial reasons, the media business had evolved in this new direction, where instead of trying to go for the whole audience, which is how ABC, CBS, NBC made their money in the old days, now they were using the new model, which was blue-leaning audiences, and then some that are only selling to the right. And it's a very successful commercial formula, but as news, it's really bad. Because what ends up happening is that you're just giving your audience what they want to hear most of the time, usually about the people on the other side. And that formula, that commercial formula of doing news, I think has been a major driver of a lot of the culture war division in this country.
You think, how much of that do you think is an inevitable consequence of, again, of technological transformation? Because in ABC, CBS, NBC, they dominated when television bandwidth was, well, almost infinitely expensive, and every second that they were speaking on video was unbelievably financially demanding, and the audiences were huge and in some ways homogenous. Now, especially with YouTube, video is basically free. And so, and that means an infinite number of channels, because of course there is a virtually infinite number of channels on YouTube. But it isn't obvious to me at all that in a landscape like that, you could have anything other than fracturing. And I think the primary driver of the disintegration of the legacy media isn't so much their transformation into woke ideologues, although that hasn't helped and it's been embedded by the idiot universities, but the fact that there's just no bloody way they can compete. You know, I mean, you have your own Substack, and I believe that's doing quite well. And like people who are talented journalists, like, well, and Barry Weiss is a good example. There's just no reason for her not to go out on her own and just start her own newspaper for all intents and purposes. So, I mean, I don't see any way back from that, essentially.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In fact, you nailed the main thing about it. I remember I interviewed the former publisher of the newspaper in Dallas, and he said that up until the 80s, the news business was a scarcity business. There were only so many slots in the newspaper to sell one ad. There were only so many hours on TV. There were only so many hours on radio, and those slots basically had limitless value because there was no other way to reach audiences for advertising. You put the internet into the mix, suddenly it goes from scarcity to infinity. All those things that were immensely valuable before are now essentially worthless, and you have to find a new commercial strategy for making money. It's evolved this place for selling subscriptions is the only way to go. But the problem with that is that it doesn't pay for things like investigative journalism as well. It doesn't pay for foreign bureaus in Jakarta and Moscow. It doesn't pay for an awful lot of things. So the news business has suffered. I think it's lost its way trying to navigate this new terrain where money is so scarce. Not knowing whether to chase after clickbait or whether to stick to journalistic principles or what to do exactly. And so all those brands have been irrevocably damaged, I think. And nothing has stepped up to replace it yet.
Well, and speaking of that, you were just in Toronto not so long ago at the increasingly famous month debates. They apparently seem to be doing something right. And you and Douglas Murray faced off against Michelle Goldberg and
Malcolm Gladwell.
Malcolm Gladwell. And I believe that you and Douglas won the debate by the biggest margin that had ever occurred at the month debates. And actually speaking to an audience that in principle shouldn't have been particularly favorable to your claims, right? Because the month debate audience is Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, Glitterati, such as we produce in Canada, are equivalent of people who think they're celebrities, let's say. That might be a good way of thinking about it. And the probability that they would be both beholden to and fundamental supporters of the legacy media was extremely high. And yet, by all accounts, you walked forward with both Michelle and Malcolm. So do you want to walk through that a little bit? Tell everybody what the debate was about first, and tell me your impressions of the whole enterprise.
First of all, I had an amazing time. It was a great event. I think anybody who has the opportunity to attend the month debate should definitely do it. The resolution was, be it resolved, do not trust the mainstream media. And so Michelle and Malcolm were arguing the nay portion, and Douglas and I were arguing the yay portion. And you said that we mopped the floor with them. Really, Douglas mopped the floor with them, and I was kind of there. But he's very impressive as an orator and as a stage performer, and he was very
as a fighter.
As a fighter.
He actually enjoys it, and so you messed with Douglas at your peril.
Exactly. But another thing I think that really turned the tide with that debate was kind of the superior attitude, I would say, of a couple of the participants, Malcolm in particular. I don't have anything in particular against him, but I made the observation at one point that Walter Cronkite had twice been voted the most trusted person in America in the 70s and 80s, and Malcolm wouldn't let that go. He kept implying that by saying that I was longing for the days of Jim Crow in America, and that I had forgotten that when those votes were taken, by the way, he was wrong about this, when those votes were taken, that lots of people didn't have it so great in America, implying that this was the 50s or the 40s when women, gays, and African Americans had a tough time in the States. Again,
actually, people were doing a hell of a lot better on the marital front back then than they are now, by a large margin. There were a lot fewer children who were fatherless. So, some things have improved, but there's lots of things that haven't improved. So we might not want to be too smug and superior about how well we're doing on the moral front compared to 40 years ago. Lots of things have changed for the better, but it's by no means a universal panacea, let's say, and that's especially true for poor people who are nonetheless on average richer. But I would put that at the seat of capitalism, rather than of any, well-meaning government programs or ideology. So, anyways, he said he adopted a view of superiority on what basis?
Well, essentially he was calling me a racist for making that observation. So, and he went back to it 5 times, and by the 5th time, there were actually sort of audible gasps in the audience. So I think that had something to do with what happened with the debate.
Well, that sort of thing actually doesn't play very well in Canada. The people who I debated at the month debates, they played that same mistake too. They played the racial card and racist card. Yeah, Canadian audiences, they don't like that much because that hasn't really been part of our parlance, part of the tenor of our public discussions. Not nearly as much as in the U.S. I mean, we're trying hard to get there, and we might be successful in this country, but generally it's not a good Yeah. So did you learn? Did you think that Ford and
fucking asshole
made any points in relationship to why the legacy media might still be worthy of support and trust?
Well, their basic argument was that the procedures of the legacy media are still good procedures, fact-checking, that sort of thing, and we countered with, yes, those are good things. Unfortunately, they're mostly gone from legacy media organizations, and that's one of the reasons that you have problems like the Russiagate case, where one story after the other goes sideways, and you guys don't catch it. And that's, I think, there's still a failure of vision. I still know a lot of people who work in legacy media, and there's a slowness to recognize that audiences no longer, I think, really believe that they're reading in a lot of these organizations, the New York Times, Washington Post, they see it not terribly reliable factually. And I think that's a shame. Even as an independent, I think the mainstream media needs to be good, right? Like, I think it's everybody benefits when it is. But they haven't figured out that in order to have that respect that they think they deserve, that they just can't get as many things wrong. And that's been the fact.
You don't get to be the
was that led to the release of the so-called Twitter files. The first response from the legacy media was, what would you say? There's nothing to be seen there. And the second response was, well, there was something to be seen, but we knew it all along. And that's really where the story has settled now. You know, I was reading your Wikipedia page, for example, while preparing for this interview, and some of the criticisms about the Twitter files were, well, you know, nothing that we didn't know already was revealed, and so there's nothing to see here, folks. So what do you think about that? What's your sense of tell us about participating in the release of the Twitter files and what you think the cultural consequence really was.
Well, first of all, what's interesting about it is that time-wise it happened. I learned that I was going to be doing that right before the month debate. We actually got asked a question about Elon Musk maybe opening up the Twitter files during the debate, and I had to pretend that I didn't know the answer to that question. So I flew to San Francisco right from Toronto, and the first batch of the Twitter files, which was about the suppression of the Hunter Biden story, was interesting, but I wouldn't say that it was groundbreaking. There was stuff in there that was worth publishing, but it wasn't until we started to see this organized system of communication between the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and all of these platforms, that there was this sort of highway of content moderation requests that was flowing to all of these companies. I don't know that anybody knew that was happening. I certainly didn't know that was happening. And Twitter itself was denying that it even engaged in shadow banning before the Twitter files. We got rid of that the first day. And I think what happened was the argument eventually became, what's going on, but it's not illegal. It's not technically a First Amendment violation because they're not ordering these companies.
It's just being able to see the collision between government and big media in from the public. Nothing to see here, whether or not something is technically illegal, that's a pretty damn shaky moral argument. It's not a bad legal argument.
Yeah, and it's funny because I got a lot of criticism about that, and my response was always, well, I don't care what it is. That's a matter for judges to decide or juries to decide. I'm not gonna worry about that. But I can tell you that showing this to audiences,
Please?
what it looks like in practice,
Let me die.
that Americans, but a lot of people all over the world thought this was crazy, and they really didn't like it, and it scared them. And I think we can see that with lawsuits like the Missouri v. Biden lawsuit now, where a judge has ordered it all to stop. This is a big issue in America and around the world, frankly, because you really can't have a free culture without free speech. And this is a very organized assault on the entire concept. And I think we need to have a big debate about how we're going to go forward on the internet and not do it in secret the way they were trying to do it.
Yeah. Well, it looked to me, watching that from the outside, that I found the documentation revelatory, the exposure of what I think of as fashion collection of guys and others, all of the only especially when combined with the fact that it was really put in the hands of a very tiny number of extremely radical people in these wide-scale decisions with absolutely no right whatsoever, or training, or competence, or moral guidance to be doing so. And so I thought you guys did a great service, and I thought it was a good bang-off beginning to Elon Musk's revolutionary takeover of Twitter. And he reinstated the purchase of the company, and I was happy about that because, well, happy and unhappy because I was back on Twitter. It's a tough thing there, but an attractive one. So anyways, I certainly found that it was useful, and because of the fact that you were exposing this high-level collusion designed to take out free speech in a manner that was extraordinarily dangerous, obviously. The way we communicated about everything during the pandemic lockdown, which was
an outbreak of authoritarianism far greater than with a far greater danger than any danger posed by the bloody virus. I think the fact that all came to light was absolutely necessary. So thank you for that, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm glad to hear it.
Also for coming up to Canada, delivering a good trouncing to the.
What?
Yeah.
Any excuse to come trip to Toronto. It's one of my favorite cities in the world. So my way.
Yeah, well, we're gonna do something about that real soon.
I can't even.
I'm going to continue talking about on the Daily Wire Plus side of these interviews. He said something interesting to me during the YouTube conversation that I want to follow up on. He said that as a kid he was very introverted, and he's obviously dealt with that problem to a large degree. And I'd like to delve into exactly how and why that transformation occurred, and to track the development of Matt's career, which are obviously multidimensional across the span of his life. So we're going to do that on the Daily Wire Plus side. Join us there if you're inclined to. Otherwise, thank you all for watching and listening. Your attention is much appreciated. And to the film crew here in Northern Ontario, to the Daily Wire Plus people for facilitating these conversations and professionalizing them on the production side, and to Matt, thank you all very much for talking to me today. I appreciate everything you said.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. Glad to meet you.
Oh, fuck.
The people you and I spent.
What? Why? Fucking big bitch. Ow!
Hello and welcome to this special episode of Stay Free with Russell Brand. Conspiracy theories, conspiracy facts, the journey of the music. The national flows in that direction and discerning what is the truth amidst the fiction. Where is the freedom amidst the friction? We're going to be talking today about the CIA's involvement in Ukraine. About Marcus Baxter, you're going to love this video. And Joe. They are 15 minutes will be freely available exclusively. The gambling and quality and sweet stream of freedom people rumble. It's worth downloading the app. It's worth clicking the red button, in fact, to get additional content. Not even make their beautiful additional content. Every single week, we that on the bloody MK Ultras. You're going to love it. Become a member of our community, get the additional content, be part of the movement, and oppose injustice and stand up for ordinary people. Now, the first conspiracy fact is the CIA have been in Ukraine for 10 years. They've been meddling in Ukrainian politics for a while now. They were even involved in that coup. And yet the legacy media continues to support them. Should someone scrutinize this subject in a little more detail? We've done it for you. Here's the news? No. Here's the news.
No, here's the fucking news.
If the CIA have had secret spy bases in Ukraine for the last 10 years and have been engaged in a shadow war, then whatever Putin's invasion of Ukraine is, it ain't unprovoked, is it? So why the New York Times changing the story now? What we're talking about is the New York Times have now acknowledged that there are CIA bases inside Ukraine and have been for the last 10 years, and they've been waging a shadow war on Russia from within Ukraine, and essentially deep state interests have been in control of Ukraine for the last 10 years, which is old since that 2014 coup, which we've been talking about in independent media, but they've not been talking about in legacy media, and that's before we talk about NATO's role in exacerbating these conditions and the escalation of conflict between Russia and Ukraine. So why are the New York Times telling us now that there are CIA bases in Ukraine, probably biolabs, all the sorts of things that we've been discussing in these spaces for a while, and were of course called conspiracy theorists for discussing? It's evidently true. So what's the agenda of the legacy media? Is it as simple as ensuring that funding can continue? And is it clear now that the legacy media are starting to acknowledge that you cannot completely suppress truth? You can employ agencies like Roger BAI. You can have government agencies using proxies to crush, dissent and censor. But ultimately, this is actually pretty good and exciting news. We're too powerful now to be controlled. I don't mean we, just the literally you. I mean the people that occupy these spaces, all of your various resources that you use to formulate your understanding of reality so that you are not subject to the reality that Google and Google AI and the establishment would have you live with. Because remember, it's not that long ago that they told you pretty repetitively and with absolute determination that this was an unprovoked war. But because of the odd, peculiar amnesia of our times, you may have forgotten that. But they did do that. Have a look.
The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on people in Ukraine without provocation, without justification.
Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine. The prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine tonight as they suffer an unprovoked and unjustified attack.
Imagine if those announcements, just the ones you've heard already, included, we do have CIA bases within Ukraine and have been waging on a shadow war. And as you know, NATO have been provoking Russia for years by inviting Ukraine to join NATO since 2008, knowing that that's a red line for Putin. That can no longer be called an unprovoked attack. It's a provoked attack. It's still terrible to think of Ukraine or where, and I pray that Ukrainian people are watching this, and I pray that they're safe. Obviously not in Ukraine, I'm assuming, elsewhere as refugees, due to this terrible war that could be prevented, because I bet you wouldn't be so willing to spend your tax dollars funding the perpetuation of a war that is provoked rather than unprovoked. We'll get into why the legacy media have changed their tune right now, but for this moment, we can double down on the fact that we can't trust them, we could never trust them. Why would you ever trust them? What do you think they are about?
Commenced its full-scale, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. President Putin has launched a horrific, unprovoked attack on their country.
That image, so full of pointless, that's a lie, is essentially an artwork. Work. We know they don't work. This war is completely illegitimate. I shouldn't even really be Prime Minister. I'm pretending to be all nice. I haven't voted emergency yet. But the whole thing, you literally go to Broadway in New York City and watch a show and be hit with more truth than watching the news.
We are united in condemning the Kremlin's unprovoked aggression.
He also actually knows, because that's Jens Stoltenberg from NATO, who directly get in contact with Putin and go, so what will you do if we, that would be a war with it.
No justification apart from the fact that he is a warmonger that wanted to build an empire.
You can't call someone a warmonger when you've done what Batman was going to have done with the beginning.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war.
Okay. The sign language lady have to sort of retract all of that. Okay, let's get into some analysis why the New York Times have chosen this moment adverse injuries. Oh, there are legitimate room for all conditions. Oh, we should have perhaps looked at whether or not we should vaccinate this community or that community. All stuff that could have been discussed years ago, curiously, before they made all the money. It's very interesting that the most sensitive events in history are the most lied about events in history. And they're not being lied about by conspiracy theorists, they're being lied about by the establishment and their legacy media attack. Let's get this one. For the past 2 years, nearly every reference to the US media to the February 2022 invasion of Ukraine by Russia has been preceded with an obligatory word, unprovoked. The public was told that this was a war without cause, that Ukraine was blameless, and that the invasion was to be explained entirely in terms of the intentions and psychology of one man, Russian President Vladimir Putin. Of course, that's what it's so much hysteria about the now famous podcast living. Then you can watch it with your own eyes. You can make your own evaluations about Russian propaganda versus US propaganda, and you can make decisions about your own tax dollars, and your own family, and your own military, and your own community, and your own nation. But they don't want to do any of those conclusions. However, on the weekend of the second anniversary of the war, the New York Times has published a lengthy article revealing that the Russian invasion of Ukraine on February 24, 2022 was instigated by a systematic and widespread campaign of military intelligence aggression by the United States. The article details an outstanding Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, operations in Ukraine, in which the agency sponsored and built up the Ukrainian military intelligence agency, using it as a weapon of spying, assassinations, and other provocations directed against Russia for more than a decade. Why are the New York Times writing this piece now? Why are the New York Times, which are a mouthpiece and an amplifier of the establishment agenda, choosing this moment to reveal that the CIA did indeed have bases and assets and engage in provocative activity inside Ukraine, which means it can't any longer be referred to as an unprovoked attack. A provoked attack doesn't mean that, that the Kremlin is Disneyland and that Putin's a great guy or that Ukrainian people aren't being brutalized. It just means that we have to have an adult conversation rather than propaganda. The Times writes, towards the end of 2021, according to a senior European official, Mr. Putin was weighing whether to launch his full-scale invasion when he met with the head of one of Russia's main spy services, who told him that the CIA, together with Britain's MI6, were controlling Ukraine and turning it into a beachhead for operations against Moscow. Does that make sense to you? The idea that British and American intelligence agencies essentially had control of Ukraine? Does that sort of ring a bell of truth somewhere in your belly? Or do you think that Zelensky is some sort of military genius, come activist, campaigner, who is Churchill-like leading the charge against Russia, the indefatigable yet evil enemy? Or do you reckon what happens is countries like the United States and the UK puppet various nations in order to either win resource or strategic global wars to fulfill an agenda where it would be popular to go to face-to-face good old-fashioned gloves-on wars with Russia and China, wars that took place in Vietnam and Korea, Afghanistan, and basically wars that happened at the end of the Second World War. Proxy conflicts are being fought for military-industrial complex reasons or strategic reasons, and we're just given a narrative up front that stops us going, oh, how are we benefit from this? Good, one thing that's done. I like paying for this war. Is this unwinnable? Hey, ain't they a nuclear super power? Both of those questions all sort of belong to the answer of total lies. The New York Times gets how to propagandize us with images of brutality and suffering in Ukraine, which we should, of course, be aware of and doing everything we can to prevent. Get a bunch of funding for raiding modified from and Boeing. The Times report demonstrates that this Russian intelligence assessment was absolutely true. For more than a decade, dating back to 2014, the CIA was building up, training and arming Ukrainian intelligence and paramilitary forces that were engaging in assassinations and other provocations against pro-Russian forces in eastern Ukraine, against Russian forces in Crimea, and across the border into Russia itself. So that's sort of like there's been a war going on for ages anyway. What's really happened is they've just reframed what's happening and increased funding. In a critical passage, the Times writes, as the partnership deepened after 2016, the Ukrainians became impatient with what they considered Washington's undue caution and began staging assassinations and other lethal operations which violated the terms the White House thought the Ukrainians had agreed to. Infuriated, officials in Washington threatened to cut off support, but they never did. In other words, the Ukrainian paramilitary forces, armed, funded, and led by the United States and NATO, were systematically assassinating forces supporting closer relations with Russia. Ukraine have their own autonomy, they have their own dignity, and of course they have their own sovereignty. The fact that they have their own attitude to their relationship with Russia, the fact that they took advantage of an opportunity to escalate tensions knowing they were backed by a military superpower is hardly surprising, but it is certainly related to this. I suppose ultimately the United States
bunch of time, I think.
have an agenda to
I think that means our time.
Russia, the increasing hostility in the South Pacific are about draining and destabilizing China. But it is becoming increasingly clear that the country of America is one thing. You people, your culture, your country, your beliefs, your values, your Christianity, your tolerance of other religions, all of that stuff is there down here. There's never a set of interests controlling to some degree or another both political parties and ensuring that they can maintain the forever wars that are their lifeblood, but sadly the death of literally every other territory in the world and a good many of your own citizens if this mentality continues to run on. The newspaper's account begins with the maiden coup of February 2014 when right-wing and neo-Nazi forces backed by the US and European Union overthrew a pro-Russian president and installed a pro-imperialist regime headed by the billionaire Petro Poroshenko. In a way, there could have been an entirely different trajectory, couldn't there? There could have been sort of an easier, if still somewhat tense relationship between Russia and Ukraine. Really involved the United States, or therefore didn't require siloing of weapons that were now no longer needed in Afghanistan into this new territory. A new paradigm was possible, and it seems like it was preventing. Furthermore, neo-Nazi, right? I mean, if our culture is defining itself by one thing, it is opposition to these bloody right-wing fascists. I mean, there's barely a mainstream media news program ends about some new person being called a neo-Nazi or a right-wing fascist. When it comes to actual people who come out and tell you, do you know what I am? Please tell us. I'm a neo-Nazi. I'm a new one. Now, can I have some money to go to war against other people? Yes, you can. We don't care about anything.
Because we don't care about anything.
We'll talk about how much we hate Nazis when someone like Off the News who wears a tie who's basically a Christian doesn't think about race that much. They live in America and they're American. This coup was the culmination of 2 decades of imperialist inroads into the former Soviet bloc with the expansion of NATO to include virtually all of Eastern Europe in violation of pledges made with the leaders of the former Soviet Union. The Times is silent on this earlier history as well as on the role of the CIA in the maiden event. Why are they silent on those important facts? Maiden set the stage for a massive escalation of the CIA intervention, as detailed in the Times report. The intelligence agency played a central role in fueling conflict between Ukraine and Russia, first as a low-level war against pro-Russian separatists in eastern Ukraine, then as a full-scale war after the Russian invasion in February 2022. 3 US administrations were involved, first Obama, then Trump, now Biden. I'm sure you know by now that what I suppose that indicates is that whoever you vote for when it comes to significant issues like perpetuating forever wars, you don't really have the right to vote. That's why independent candidates like Robert Kennedy, who say they will end these wars, and I pray they think like that, all of these wars ought to be taken very seriously. According to the Times account, CIA operations included not only widespread spying, but assisting direct provocations like the assassination of pro-Russian politicians in eastern Ukraine and paramilitary attacks on Russian forces in Crimea. The Times reported that the Ukrainian unit, the 5th Directorate, was tasked with conducting assassinations, including one in 2016. The Times writes, a mysterious explosion in the Russian-occupied city of Donetsk in eastern Ukraine ripped through an elevator carrying a senior Russian separatist commander named Arsen Pavlov, known by his nom-de-guerre, Motorola. What? After the
What?
So again, it was television that killed him.
Very good, though. It was actually phonetics.
The CIA soon learned that the assassins were members of the 5th Directorate, a spy group that received CIA training. Ukraine's domestic intelligence agency had even handed out commemorative patches to those involved, each one stitched with the word lift, the British term for an elevator. Fun guys back in this massive, expensive, mad war they keep lying about and simplifying because you keep funding it. People say, oh, it's really terrible this, that, and yeah, I have a patch with lift because we blew out that person, didn't we? Nice collar to lift. We got so much in common. Why don't we support some new countries? Yeah, okay then, old chap. Cheers. The report describes another such operation. A team of Ukrainian agents set up an unmanned shoulder-fired rocket launcher in a building in the occupied territories. It was directly across from the office of a rebel commander named Mikhail Tolchtik, better known as GV. Using a remote trigger, they fired the launcher as soon as GV entered his office, killing him, according to US and Ukrainian officials. It's not provocative, isn't it? Like, it's not unprovocative. Anything that happens after that, again, like Putin, illegal war, terrible, children die, buildings destroyed, tragedy, devastation, it should stop as soon as possible. But since the outbreak of full-scale war, the Ukrainian has extended these assassination operations to the whole territory of Russia. Again, that's pretty provocative, including the killing of Daria Dugina, the leading pro-government and military officials. And seems like designed to irritate him into a bellicose state, which it eventually did with the ongoing attempt to recruit Ukraine into NATO. The CIA found
Ukrainian allies very useful amounts of data on Russian military and intelligence activity, so much that the HUD itself could not process it, and had to forward the raw data to CIA headquarters in Langley analysis. An earlier, less detailed report on this intelligence collaboration in the Washington Post cited Ukrainian intelligence officials estimate that 250,000 to 300,000 Russian military intelligence messages were being collected each day. So they were spying on Russia to an extraordinary degree. More funding, more spying, more transgression, more provocation. So again, we just watch the news, unprovoked. Were you spying on us, Regis? Yeah. Did you blow up a geezer who was really nice about us on the news? Yeah. Did you get a load of bad news done? Celebrating the brutal assassination of someone with lived on it? We did do that, yes. We also joined the fun back to the office, didn't we? This data was not just related to Ukraine, but concerned Russian intelligence activity all over the world. Long before the Russian invasion, the CIA was seeking to coordinate its attack on Moscow. Behind reports, the relationship with the Ukrainian HUD was so successful that the CIA wanted to replicate it with other European intelligence services and share the focus in countering Russia. So they wanted to establish it everywhere. It's a bit like, I suppose, Russia's concerned that Ukraine will join NATO, then other border countries will join NATO. Then they have secret CIA spying bases in them where they would engage in provocative activity and spying missions in an attempt, it seems to me at least, to create one global government ultimately controlled by the interests that currently control the United States, the biggest economy, most powerful nation on earth, replicate that everywhere, and the only things that are powerful enough to prevent that at the moment are Russia and China, so let's crack on and destroy them. Is that basically what's happening? The head of Russia House, the CIA department overseeing operations against Russia, organised a secret meeting at The Hague. There, representatives of the CIA, Britain's MI6, the HER, the Dutch Service of Critical Intelligence, and other agencies agreed to start pulling together more of their intelligence on Russia. Again, provocation. The result was a secret coalition against Russia, and the Ukrainians were vital members of it. All these activities occurred well before the Russian invasion of February 2022, not to mention the 2014 coup and placing, as of course, sounds like a puppet government was ultimately being controlled by deep state interests. I don't know what provocation could be, and that's some of the provocative stuff I've ever heard. The outbreak of full-scale war led to even more direct CIA engagement in Ukraine. CIA agents were the only Americans not covered by the initial evacuation of US government personnel from Ukraine, removing only to western Ukraine. They continually briefed the Ukrainians on Russian military plans, including precise details of operations as they were unfolding. This is it is and has always been a proxy war. The nomination of Russia's invasion of Ukraine as the start date seems like the type of narrativization that's favourable to the interests engaged in these years of provocation after sponsoring the coup and insisting that Ukraine join NATO. Actions that seem designed to provoke Russia. So when Russia invaded Ukraine, killing loads of Ukrainian people, causing all that decimation and destruction and all of that criminal and illegal activity, it's because of all of this stuff. Because temporarily Ukrainian interests align with those interests, they're a convenient conduit for the expression of the power of the establishment. And when they're no longer a convenient conduit, they will be pretty mercilessly dispatched, I guess. According to the Times, within weeks the CIA had returned to Kiev and the agency sent in scores of new officers to help Ukrainians. A senior US official said of the CIA's sizable presence, are they pulling triggers? No. Are they helping with targeting? Absolutely. Okay, so aim the gun there. Now, are you able to pull that trigger yourself? Well, I haven't been military, so okay, well, pull it now and aim it there. Well done, that's good. Any assistance we can give in this war we're not involved with, use this. We have some more money, but of course you need it. Some of the CIA officers were deployed to Ukrainian bases. They reviewed lists of potential Russian targets that the Ukrainians were preparing to strike, comparing the information that the Ukrainians had with US intelligence to ensure that it was accurate. In other words, the CIA was helping direct the war, making the US government a full participant, a co-belligerent in a war with nuclear-armed Russia, despite Biden's claim that the United States was only aiding Ukraine so far. And all of this without the American people having to play safe. Now, let's not forget that. Let's not forget that vital detail that America is meant to be your country was established on those principles. And I really now see more clearly than ever Mike Benz, the expert in deep state activities analysis of weapons. So we have to protect democracy. What they need are a set of institutions that preserve oligarchs' power, rather than the electoral process by which ordinary people go, I think I'd like to not be in a nuclear apocalypse, because that kind of thing isn't happening. The Times account also provides an inadvertent indictment of America's media, as it writes the details of this intelligence partnership, many of which have been disclosed by the media for the first time, have been a closely guarded secret
America and sometimes we're only revealing this now because it's we revealed this later in a brilliant article. This admission means that these secrets were closely guarded by the government all the time. Hey, listen, don't tell people there have been no clinical trials on this product. Just tell them that if they don't use this product, it's irresponsible and kills all people.
You got it, boss!
Yeah, Bill Keller once said, freedom of the press means freedom not to publish. And that's a freedom we exercise with some regularity, particularly we might add when it comes to the crimes of US imperialism. The Times article is not so much exposure, it's a controlled release of information. Yeah, that's what I figure. We're starting to spot that now. As independent media becomes more robust and yet more agile, they have to, at points, recognise, look, people can no longer be expected to do this was entirely unprovoked attack. This is going on Joe Rogan, there's Bobby Kennedy out there all the time saying, wait, what about that agreement between Gorbachev and Reagan? Oh, well, let's just see, what about it? Yeah, we'll try that for a while. You can't do what about it. Shut up, or you're Mr. Trump. They found out too much cumulative and aggregated information. So in order to a degree, keep a sliver of credibility, they're acknowledging, okay, yeah, we promote this, we've known about it for ages, and the deep state has promoted Ukraine for ages. So there's another agenda to do with to support ongoing funding of this war rather than withdrawing the funding. That's coming in a second. The US newspaper Record reports that the two authors of the piece, Alan Ennis and Michael Schwartz, conducted more than 200 interviews with current and former officials in Ukraine, elsewhere in Europe, and in the United States. These activities would hardly take place without the knowledge, permission, and even encouragement of the CIA, as well as the Zelensky regime and Ukrainian intelligence. Wow, as we've been saying for some time, the legacy media works in conjunction with the establishment and deep state to maintain a particular reality that we can all be manipulated into believing in, so that our behaviour can be controlled so that we can shut down. This is a brilliant, perfect, beautiful example. In the meantime, a real journalist, Julian Assange, is awaiting the decision on his final appeal against extradition to the United States, where he faces 175 years in prison or even a death sentence. The crime of Assange and WikiLeaks, which Assange founded, is that they did not obey the rules of worldwide journalism and did not seek the permission of the military intelligence authorities before publishing their revelations about US war crimes in Iraq and Afghanistan. The efforts of the US State Department to manipulate governments for spying activities of the CIA and National Security Agency. In short, he released information that was favourable to what you might call the electorate, or the citizens, or the subjects, or the people of nations like yours and of mine, in order that we might more discerningly regard our establishment, including the legacy media, who lies to us. Now, what happens to people like that is what's happened to Julian Assange, but there are other examples of how the establishment behaves if you act against your interests. The exposure of a decade of CIA operations in Ukraine, clearly at the request of the agency itself, appears to be linked to the ongoing conflict within the US ruling elite over what policies to adopt in that war, in the wake of the debacle suffered by the Zelensky regime in last year's offensive, which suffered colossal losses. Congressional Republicans have blocked further military and financial aid to Ukraine, effectively declaring that the US must cut its losses there and concentrate on the enemy, China. Concentrate on this? No, different enemy. Wow, so this isn't being done in order to, all the news that's fit to print. This is like all the propaganda that's fit to use to manipulate the ongoing forever war so that we can keep the offices open and the lights on. Well, we convey mostly darkness. This is the most important couple of paragraphs, I think, in the piece. Have a listen to this, then you will understand exactly what's going on. You can use this to argue with people who still believe propaganda. By reporting the virtual control of the Ukrainian regime by the US military intelligence apparatus, the Times is seeking to pressure the Republicans to support the war funding. It is arguing that this money is not going to a foreign government in a foreign war, thousands of miles from US borders, but to a subcontractor of American imperialism waging an American war in which US personnel are deeply and directly engaged. Although some American are deeply engaged in opposing these wars, as you remember from the sad self-immolation and death of Aaron Bushnell recently. In so doing, the Times has revealed its own coverage of the Ukraine war over the past 2 years to have been nothing more than war propaganda aimed at using a fraudulent narrative to dragoon the American public to support a predatory, imperialist war of aggression aimed at subjugating and dismantling Russia. And the only way, I suppose, that you could argue that that's a good thing
thing is if you saw yourself somehow as a subject and ally of this establishment, or at least your own destiny tied to their ongoing success. In order to believe that, you would have to be in constant fear that both Russia and China have their own imperialist agenda, and if they're not stopped, thwarted, attacked, drained, and covertly and insidiously dismantled, then you and your way of life will be under threat. We learned so much from this. We learned that the New York Times suppresses information when it wants to, that they support the agenda of the establishment, that they totally believe in lying and omitting information in order to ensure that the establishment agenda can be met, even when it's a bloody war that's killing Ukrainian people and Russian people. So you can assume that they might employ similar policies when it comes to the wars in the Middle East and the terrible and tragic deaths that are taking place there. What this ultimately reveals is that the legacy media is part of the establishment. You can't trust anything you read or hear in the legacy media. You can assume from the get-go that what they are doing is either trying to distract you, dumb you down, shut down any possible challenging to establishment interest, and even if that extends to claiming that current wars were unprovoked, when the truth is they were anything but unprovoked. And that's not to mitigate, undermine, or dilute the tragedy experiencing, it's just to point out that it's been caused by a greedy, avaricious, and tyrannical global establishment that requires war to sustain itself.
We can't bring you this content without the support of our partners and our supporters. I'm honoured to be bringing you this message.
Is it me, or does the future have been more insecure and uncertain? Wars, pandemics, lies, trickery. For those of you that are in the United States, there is a way to secure your American Heart of Gold makes it easy to protect your savings and retirement accounts with physical gold and silver. With one phone call, they can have physical gold and silver delivered right to your door or inside a qualified retirement account, like your IRA or 401k. American Heart of Gold is the highest rated firm in the United States with an ABB, that's the Better Business Bureau, and thousands of satisfied clients right now. They'll give you up to $10,000 of free silver on your first qualifying order. This offer, I'm sorry to tell you, is only for customers from the United States of America. Call 866-505-8315. That's 866-505-8315. Simply text brand 99, then they'll know we sent you. Get up to $5,000 in silver and protect your future in this crazy, crazy world with some solid precious metals literally made in stone. Now let's get back to the podcast.
We're going to have to leave YouTube right now. And will not permit freedom when it comes to talking about France's vaccine laws. Now, Article Pfizer or Article 9 by some of you wanks. So click the link in the description because we're only going to be here for a few more seconds and you deserve and need. We've got all this glorious merch and every single penny that we make once our costs are covered goes to getting junkies, alkies and the broken into treatment so that they can be strong and they can participate in this movement with us. View the second link in the description. Now, France's vaccine laws seem Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to announce my new tour for 2024. Beginning in early February, running through June, Tammy and I and an assortment of special guests are going to visit 51 cities in the U.S. You can find out more information about this on my website, jordanbpeterson.com, as well as accessing all relevant ticketing information. I'm going to use the tour to walk through some of the ideas I've been working on in my forthcoming book, out November 2024. We Who Wrestle with God. I'm looking forward to this. I'm thrilled to be able to do it again, and I'll be pleased to see all of you again soon. Bye-bye.
I mean, if you look at the predictors of going to college, one of them is having two parents at home. That's one of the strongest predictors of going on to obtain a bachelor's degree. The other piece is, when I think back to the guys I grew up with, and two of them went to prison, I had one friend who was shot. College may not have been the right path for those guys. College isn't the right path for everyone. But I do think that if they had been in an environment where there was more family stability, good role models, they wouldn't have been shot to death.
Oh, jeez. Fucking harsh.
Hello, everybody. I'm talking today to Dr. Rob Henderson, who's a novelist and public intellectual, a psychologist, and author of the recent book Trouble, a memoir of foster care, family, and social class, which was released in February. And we really talk about not so much his book exactly, although also that, but Rob's experience growing up in the foster care system in the United States, in California, and what
Hope it's not as bad.
sequential transformation in personality and status as he moved from the foster care system
Temporary safety, maybe should stop the kids away.
the military, and then
You know,
it's
fucking leave it. Fucking leave a leave.
so quite a upward
Whole head off. So,
academic and intellectual
oh
side.
yeah.
We review his book, the autobiography that's made out of this book, talking about his early experiences and concentrating as well on his developing ideas of family fragmentation and the manner in which that fragmentation has been aided and abetted by the same elites, essentially, that Rob studied with at Yale and perhaps to a lesser degree at Cambridge. And so he's the originator of the notion of luxury beliefs, right? The idea that the elite classes who are yammering constantly about privilege have as one of the privileges they're unwilling to discuss the privilege of adopting ideas that are very, very harmful. Dispossessed people, especially those who are economically dispossessed, they have these ideas of unstable family structure, for example, that when implemented in the real world are absolutely catastrophic. And so we talk about that too. And so join us for that.
So I just reread your book, Trouble, a memoir of foster care, family, and social class last week. And I found some topics that I'd really like to zero in on. But the first thing I'd like to know is when exactly was your book published and how is it doing?
It was published February 20th. So as of this conversation just a few days ago, I think it's doing well. It seems to be well received. A lot of my Substack subscribers are leaving positive feedback on Goodreads and on Amazon, and it's been reviewed in various outlets, and so far I've been really pleased with how things have developed. I hit some strange obstacles on the way. Initially, my publisher and I thought we'd do some kind of a mini book tour, maybe visit some bookstores, do some book signings, and that ended up not going through, which was really disappointing for me, but fortunately others have stepped into the breach, and we've been able to do some events outside of the bookstore promo circuit. But so far I've been very pleased.
Okay, so that was one of the things I wanted to ask you about, because I saw some allusion to that on X. So why have you been unable to arrange a standard book tour in bookshops? I mean, you'd assume that bookshops want to sell books since that's what they do.
Since that's what they do.
I ran into trouble with booksellers with my books because they certainly didn't promote them, and they often hid them, and that was particularly true in Canada. Now, what effect that had, it's hard to say. It might have effect, all things considered, because it was publicized. But still, to call it appalling is to say almost nothing. It's this kind of that underground shadow banning that seems to be a characteristic of our age. Because what exactly happened to you, and how do you explain it? Because you think that if your book had been published in the 60s, it would have been something like a clarion call to the left, right? Because you grew up under restricted circumstances, to say the least, and it's a tale of you prevailing despite that. It isn't the sort of book that you would think would attract censorship attention. Like, you're not the guy to attract that attention fundamentally. So why don't you walk me through that? Tell me what you make of it.
Yeah, it was a surprise to me. I didn't think that my book was particularly controversial, but perhaps my sense of these things, I don't know how much can be trusted. because the line is always moving constantly as far as what's acceptable versus unacceptable, and the line around political correctness and so forth. But I think the message in my book was perhaps to some degree unfashionable. I write in the book about the importance of responsibility, taking control of your life. In the later chapters of the book, I discuss some of the phenomena around elite universities, the self-help controversy at Yale and the other Ivy League schools. I describe luxury beliefs and point out some of the hypocrisy of the elites. And I think a lot of people who run bookstores maybe didn't like that message very much. It's not a very easy message to describe because I don't attribute a lot of the difficulties that my friends and I experienced growing up to systemic forces or to other fashionable sources. And so
your diagnosis of the problem.
My diagnosis of the problem, I focus a lot on family and deterioration of family, and that's not a topic that a lot of educated elites want to talk about. So that's one possibility for what was happening with the bookstores and why I got frozen out. The other is the associations that I have, some of the endorsements. So the back of the book, I have endorsements from people like Nicholas Christakis, and people like J.D. Vance, and there's a blurb from you as well, Dr. Peterson.
Oh, that was funny.
Well, a friend of mine actually showed me. He was at a bookstore recently, and he showed me that there's a sticker. There's the book, and then they have the sticker of the book, the bookstore price with their logo. And there were 2 copies of my book, and it was your name carefully covered with these stickers of the bookstore, just covering Jordan D. Peterson. And if it was one book, maybe a coincidence. Both books, I thought that was intentional. And so I think that as well. But the thing is, even that, I think those 2 possible reasons are intertwined, because you deliver this message as well about responsibility of family. I think you and I, we discuss a lot of the same issues and a lot of the same social ills that are playing in society. And so the bookstore promo circuit was shocking to me because I thought that I would have been kind of the right person to do that. There are sort of big name people. There are certain people, certain authors. If they were to do a book signing at a bookstore, it wouldn't work because they're too famous and too well known, and the store would just get overrun. And then on the other hand, there are authors who don't have a lot of traction online, not a lot of presence in social media and so on, and they wouldn't be able to attract very many people to come for a signing. Whereas for someone like me, I've done a few events now. I'm out here in New York, and I can attract a few dozen people, and that's roughly the right kind of crowd that you would expect for a bookstore signing. And yet they have no interest, but I look against other authors who are doing bookstore signings, and they, even if they don't have the same online presence as me, they have messages that the legacy media really like. There's that recent memoir, in defense of polyamory, of open marriages, and bookstores love to host authors like that because it's provocative and interesting, and it promotes a certain dogma. And my book is not like that, and I think that's one possible way to say it in one.
Well, one of the things about the book is that it's, in many ways, it's not political. My sense of your book was that you detailed out the consequence of having your family life fragmented, and the consequences you observed in the kids that you associated with having their family lives fragmented, right? And you weren't, most of what you said by doing so was implicit rather than explicit, right? You grounded the arguments in your lived experience, so to speak. I mean, that's not all you do, because, well, you also make reference to the relevant research literature. But it's appalling indeed that you're not encouraged to tell your story, because it's a very interesting story, and anyone with any sense would pay attention to it. I'll tell you part of the reason it struck me, but maybe what I'll let you do first, why don't you just tell everybody who's watching and listening, just give them an outline of the book structure, and so they'll have a better sense, if they haven't read the book, of of what we're talking about. So it's an autobiography, but why don't you take it from the top and just walk people through it?
Right. Well, I wrote this memoir describing my very unusual trajectory into higher education, some of the lessons and observations I picked up along the way. I was born in Los Angeles into poverty. My mother, she was from Seoul. She came to the U.S. as a young woman to study.
No.
She became addicted to drugs and wasn't able to care for me. We were homeless for a time, then we lived in a car, and then eventually we settled in this slum apartment in LA. And I never knew my father. My mother didn't know who he was either, so I was in this apartment with my mother. She would tie me to a chair with a bathrobe belt while she would get high. She would have visitors coming in and out of the apartment at all hours of the day and night.
Holy shit.
Trading favors for drugs. And by the way, I know all of this information because later I received this thick document full of information from social workers, forensic psychologists, and others who were involved in the case when I was in the foster care system in LA. And so I read these as an adult as I was writing the book to prepare. And so my mother, she was very neglectful. Eventually, some neighbors told the police. They heard me crying and struggling to break free from this chair. The police arrived, and she's questioned by the police, and then later by forensic psychologists asking who's Robert's father, what's going on in this kid's life. She didn't know who my father was either. She claimed that my father's name was Robert, and that's who I was named after, but that was the extent of the information she could provide for them. So at age 3,
that's terrible.
My mother was arrested. I was placed into the Los Angeles County foster care system and spent the next just shy of 5 years living in 7 different homes all across LA.
How old were you when that happened? You were taken away from her?
I was 3 years old.
Oh, wow.
3, yeah.
And so
you spent the next 7 years in a combination of homes.
In a variety of different homes. Later, I did get some information about my birth father. So I actually took a 23andMe genetic ancestry test last year. Went my whole life not knowing this, but I'm half Hispanic on my father's side.
Oh, cool.
I made this joke. I posted this on X. That, I wish I had known this when I was applying to colleges. But a friend of mine, I showed him the results, and he was like, "Okay, so you were sort of Asian mixed race." He was like, "You went to bed white adjacent, and you woke up as an underrepresented minority." But I didn't know this.
That's terrible.
And so spent. I lived in El Monte, in San Gabriel Valley. These were kind of rundown areas in Los Angeles. Some of these foster homes had upwards of 8 to 10 kids living in them. LA is one of them burdened. I mean, the foster system in the U.S. in general is extremely stressed as a system, but LA, it's especially bad. So I remember some of these homes. We have 4 kids to a room, 2 bunk beds, 2 kids on the top bunk, 2 kids on the bottom. There are just so many children who need homes and not very many foster parents available.
That's not true.
The tacit agreement seems to be
where are they going to get their money if they don't have kids in orphanages? It's adorable. You think so, but
extremely disorderly, and it's just impossible to
oh, like stop taking kids away from their fucking parents.
For a limited number of adults. And so I document these experiences in these homes. It was difficult for me for a lot of reasons. One reason was the level of uncertainty and instability, because not only would I not know how long I would be in any particular home, but sometimes I'd enter a foster home and I'd befriend some of the other kids there, and then they would be taken. Maybe someone from their family of origin would re-enter the picture, and so the kid would return to their aunt or mother or family member, or they'd go to another home. And so
it doesn't matter when you fuck up
I don't know where
forever.
I'm going to be. I don't know where these kids around me, how much longer they're going to be around. And then eventually,
Children from their parents
after
ever.
7 different homes, and this
They
cycle,
always come out
I was
fucked up, even if you
adopted
give them back.
by this working class family, and we settled in this kind of tiny town in Northern California called Red Bluff, which is located in one of the poorest counties in the state. And this was the late 90s. And at the time, I wasn't aware of this. I was just, a little kid. But in hindsight, having read a lot about class and family formation and what's occurring across the country, I got this front row seat to witness firsthand the kind of family breakdown that scholars like Robert Putnam and Charles Murray and others have been documenting over the last few decades. And so my adoptive parents divorced, and there was a lot of chaos and financial catastrophe and drama, not just in my life with this adopted family, but the lives of my close friends and those around me in this blue-collar town. And I described some of my friends' experiences and their outcomes as well in the book.
And you close the book. I mean, so you end up in a family that's actually reasonably stable for some period of time, although it had its instabilities as well. It's confused instabilities. But you go from there to the military. And actually, this is another reason maybe why your book is contentious, because you actually have pretty positive things to say about your military experience, all things considered. I mean, I think you ran into its limitations for you after it had disciplined you to some degree. But you certainly do point out that for you, especially at that time in your life, the predictability and relative severity of discipline, predictable severity of discipline was actually very good for you. And you found mentors and a pathway in the military that put you on a solid track.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
That got you funneled to higher education. Might as well fill that part of you too.
Well, yeah, that's right. I mean, the enlisting in the first place was not the most well thought through decision. By the time I was 17, going through all of these experiences, I perceived that the path I was on was not the right path. I saw, by this point, I was sort of self-aware and reflective enough that I saw where my life was headed, where the lives of my friends were going. I had 2 jobs in high school. I worked as a dishwasher at an Italian restaurant, and then I was a bag boy at a grocery store. And I had some older male coworkers in their early, mid-20s. And I would interact with them and hang out with them. And, on the one hand, I was 17, and I kind of thought these guys were cool because they'd buy beer and weed for my friends and I. And, they were still cool guys who had access to things that my friends and I couldn't access. But even at that time, I did think it was strange that some, 25-year-old guy would want to hang out with a bunch of high schoolers and drink beer with us. And I thought to myself, is this what I want to be when I'm 25?
Nope.
And that kind of carefree life, living weekend to weekend, is fun when you're 17 or 18, but when you're 25, it just seems a little pathetic. And so I barely graduated high school. I had a C- average, 2.2 GPA. I didn't know what my options were. I knew my options as far as university were concerned were basically non-existent, but one of my male high school teachers pulled me aside one day, and he initially during the school year, he would sort of prod me and berate me and say, why aren't you doing your homework? What's going on at home? And I would blow him off, or I would backtalk. And then eventually, I think he kind of gave up that route and just started talking to me and asking me if we talk about sports or we talk about whatever television, we talk about whatever was interesting to me. And one day he showed me a picture of himself in an Air Force uniform on his computer. He pulled up this photo and he basically said, this might be an option for you. He said, I can tell that you're not academically focused at the moment, but I can tell you're a smart kid, and this might be a good option for you. And
I just did myself. I was like, I'm angry.
In my mind,
like, no, I'm
there
bad.
were others as well. I was my friend and his brother my senior year of high school, and their father had also been in the Air Force, and he tossed that idea out to me.
Okay.
And so there were these kind of male figures in my life, not quite role models, but just older male figures that I trusted. And at that time, I probably wasn't aware of this, but I was longing for that kind of guidance from some older male mentor or figure, just someone who could give me some advice on what I should be doing with my life. I didn't have a father, I had a presence at home. And so the military became this option. I enlisted as soon as I graduated high school. I was still 17 years old. I had to have my adoptive mother sign essentially was a permission slip because I was still legally underage.
Chocolate powder.
I was the youngest guy in
Oh,
my
no,
village.
you got
I
powder
was
left,
training.
though.
That was probably the best decision I ever made because it completely removed me from all of the bad influences of where I was growing up and all of the sort of.
Thank you, baby. Where are you? How? What do I get? There is. I'm about to slice my wrists and use my blood as paint. Dark blue. If you tell me that this looks cool the way it is, I'm gonna fucking point you. I'm not even kidding. Oh. Do not say dark blue. Oh, is that Kilo? Oh my god! Shut up. Ugh. See? What's his name? Fucking the other black guy that we know. No! Oh, you fucking asshole. For a second, I thought this was real, and it's not. I thought fucking SedTech cut off his dreads. No, you did not. And I, for a second, almost shit on the floor.
I just forgot because I thought it was so stupid.
No, but this picture's very...
Like, oh yeah, so I'm going to do it.
The picture's very well done.
Right?
It looks legit.
Wow.
No
You
more
actually did a
dreads.
great job.
Oh, yeah.
And
No.
you want some people to comment on it? Like, are involved in the joke?
Wow.
Yeah,
That's going in for it. Like, that's really... Oh, look at the picture of Brenda. Kilo. Fucking... who's the other black guy we know?
Okay.
What?
Yeah, wait,
The fucking No, prime time. Prime time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, that too. Well, Pippin loves.
sure that you really have to I'm gonna go hide in your basement. Huh? Yeah. stupid. Somebody's gonna find it stupid. And I'll be like, never to say Sarah. You know what's the same? I was about to say. Yeah, you're a friend of my friend.
Not fucking stupid. I need Victoria. Need. I'm gonna stare at you. Oh.
Hello?
You remember me? Well, I phoned off yesterday on Facebook Marketplace.
Okay.
Yeah, yesterday I got it. Great. I'm really happy with it. It slipped out my hand last night.
Oh, jeez. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh. Oh. I think we're pissing off all the mob moms.
To win a pair of tickets to Stars on Ice at Blast Bell happening on April 30th. Tickets are on sale right now on Aveco.ca, or stay tuned in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll be giving you a chance to win a pair. As for what's happening tonight, Aaron, one of your favorite artists is in town. Mariah the Scientist brings her to Be Eaten Alive tour to the Beanfield Theater tonight. Doors open at 7 and show gets going at 8 p.m. Tickets start at about $65. Don't you remember Mariah the Scientist?
Mariah the Scientist.
Yeah, she was like opening for a Boogie with the Hoodie that one time.
Oh, no.
So she's back.
Good to know.
Beanfield tonight, Aaron.
Excellent.
$5. On TV tonight,
Yay.
it's time to sing some squeaky clean songs. The season 11 contestants kick off the night with a stunning group performance before serenading the audience with legendary tunes best performed at full blast in the shower. It's the Group C Finals Shower Anthems Night on an all-new episode of The Masked Singer at 8 p.m. You also have an all-new episode of Survivor at 8 p.m. and an all-new episode of The Amazing Race at 9:30. Late night, guys, Jimmy Fallon has Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Roman Reigns. They're going to be previewing WrestleMania. WrestleMania takes place this weekend, by the way, Aaron. The Rock.
Is that here?
No, that's in Philadelphia.
Oh.
WrestleMania 40. No, I wish. But The Rock, I mentioned Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. He's in the main event on the Saturday night.
Good.
He's returning to wrestling.
That's great.
Yeah, no problem. Jimmy Kimmel Live, Dak Shepard's on tonight. If you're looking for a movie to watch, Stars 1, Scott Pilgrim versus the World at 7:05. On Stars 2, Dwayne Dwayne The Rock Johnson. He stars in The Scorpion King at 7:25, followed by Jason Bourne at 9 p.m. On AMC, Helen Hunt and Bill Paxton, they star in the classic Twister at 8 p.m., followed by Mr. and Mrs. Smith at 10:30 in sports. The Montreal Canadiens picked up a 5-3 win over the Florida Panthers last night. Off day for the Habs tonight. They're back in action tomorrow night when they host the Tampa Bay Lightning at the Bell Center. Tickets start at about $75. As for tonight, 5 games on the ice, including the Devils and Rangers at 7, and later the Oilers take on the Stars at 9:30. Both games are on TNT. NBA, 9 games on the court, including the OKC Thunder and Boston Celtics at 7:30, and later the Cleveland Cavaliers, they take on the Phoenix Suns at 10.
The Cleveland Cavaliers.
Big news in the NBA, Vince Carter and Chauncey Billups were headlined. They're going to headline the 2024 Basketball Hall of Fame class. I'm sure we all know who Vince Carter is.
I have no idea.
Champion. In MLB, plenty of baseball throughout the afternoon. Unfortunately, you can't win them all, Aaron. Yankees lost their first game of the season last night. They're back in action this afternoon against the Diamondbacks at 3:40. I just saw a report. Juan Soto, the breakout star for the Yankees this year, he says next year he'll be a free agent. He's looking for a Shohei Ohtani type deal.
Another year before you go ahead and say that it's April, for God's sake.
Hey, Juan Soto. 5 games across the diamond tonight, starting at 6:45. You got the undefeated Pittsburgh Pirates. They take on the Nationals. Later, the undefeated Tigers. They take on the winless Mets. Jays, they wrap up their series with the Astros at 8. And the billion-dollar Dodgers, they cap off the night against the Giants at 10. NCAA, just a quick note on Monday night's rematch between Iowa and LSU. It scored as the most watched women's college basketball game on record. 12.3 million viewers, most watched college basketball game ever on ESPN platform. That's pretty amazing. Last bit of news is coming from the NFL. The Buffalo Bills are finalizing a trade to send 4-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Stephon Diggs to the Houston Texans for draft pick compensations.
By the way, I'm more concerned with the Yankees that yes, they finally lost. Has Aaron Judge hit a home run yet?
No. He's at Shohei Ohtani.
That's also weird.
Mookie Betts, I believe he's in league with 5.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
No problem.
All right, we got news coming up, and on the other side of that, this is Autism Awareness Month, and sadly, services available to families dealing with this disability remain difficult to access. We're going to talk to Elizabeth Prass, Liberal MNA, representing the riding, of course, of Darcy McGee. She's the official office for persons living with a disability. We'll talk to her about this and what she'd like to see happen next.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal, News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
Good afternoon, it's 3 o'clock. I'm Jason Mayoff with a CTV News update. Snowfall warnings in effect. It's 10 degrees downtown. Weather details in minutes. Here's what's making news right now. Northvolt says plans for its EV battery plant in Quebec still on track. Hundreds of stolen cars found in the Port of Montreal, and the Prime Minister makes another multi-billion-dollar pre-budget housing announcement.
Wow.
With the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Lauren Blazer.
Here's a fucking idea. Put a key on your fucking door. Oh, they're not gonna reveal.
That is busy between the La Bronderie and the Champlain. For the westbound side of the 20, it's difficult as well between Algrigno and Norman. Outbound side of the Mercier Bridge, back into Ville St. Pierre, delays eastbound side of the T-Cam. Starting Chateau-Vaudreuil to the Latour again between Cambridge and on the eastbound side of the Met. More volume eastbound Met between Lac-Fortier and Anjou. Westbound side of the Met delays as well between Pineup and Carrie. To the westbound side of the T-Cam, losing time there between Ancien Cabotel and the Latour Bridge. By winter, hello, big spring tire sale happening now at Canadian Tire. Until April 25th, get up to 25% off on quality brands you trust. Conditions apply, details online. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report at 3:15.
In news, the CEO of battery company Northvolt says the controversial Quebec factory is still on track and is going through the process of getting final environmental clearance.
Aldo Cerruti says he and his company didn't expect some of the controversy that's come with the project. There's been criticism of certain environmental impact studies not being performed for the area of the factory, but he says that he never asked for that and that he co-founded Northvolt to produce material in an environmentally safe way.
And being singled out as
not participating in a responsible way in an environmental debate was for us
Why are you
quite
stupid?
shocking. His company still needs about a dozen more environmental clearance steps from the government before construction can officially begin. The plan's expected to be running in 2026. I'm John Kagan-Fleming.
Police and Canada Border Services agents have recovered hundreds of stolen vehicles in Montreal, most of which have been taken in Toronto. Nearly 600 vehicles were found in containers at the Port of Montreal since last December and were destined to be sent overseas. OPP Deputy Commissioner Marty Kern says some had been used in violent crimes.
One of the recovered vehicles is linked to a carjacking involving a handgun. Another vehicle was stolen from a driveway and then used for a residential break-and-enter just hours later. In another instance, thieves invaded a home during the early morning, confronted the homeowners, and made off with 2 vehicles.
Despite all of the found vehicles, no arrests have
With
been made.
2?
The federal government is setting aside several $billion
That's
in the April
hilarious,
16th
though.
budget for its apartment
No.
construction loan program. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says the funding will
No.
help build over 30,000 apartments over the next 10 years.
We're going to make a massive injection of funding into our existing apartment construction loan program. Another $15 billion available. And we're going to make the entire pot of funding available for matching partnerships with provinces and territories who come to the table with ambitious and fair housing plans.
The government is also reforming the program to extend the loan terms and expand financing to housing for students and seniors. The head of the food charity that lost 7 aid workers in Gaza when their convoy came under Israeli airstrikes this week is appealing to the Israeli government to, quote, start the long journey to peace.
Israel is better than the way this war is being waged. That from Jose Andres, founder of World Central Kitchen, in a New York Times op-ed. Andres calling the 7 of its 8 workers killed in an Israeli strike in Gaza Monday the best of humanity, and appealing to Israelis for peace and mercy, telling them Israel is better than blocking food and medicine to civilians, and better than killing aid workers who had coordinated their movements with the Israel Defense Forces. Dave Packer, ABC News.
For more news, go to CJAD800.com or download the iHeartRadio app. Your Dormego Weather Center forecast has snowfall warnings in effect. Rain starting this afternoon. Windy, the high 10 degrees. The rain's going to change to snow late this evening. Heavy at times. We'll get 5 to 10 centimeters tonight. It'll be windy. The low -1. And more snow tomorrow. At times heavy. We'll get another 5 to 10 centimeters. Still windy and the high +1. It's 10 degrees downtown.
What?
For all the news during the next 3 months on your smart
Really?
speaker, just say play CJAD800. Your next CTV News update is at 3:30.
This newscast brought to you by Busta Move Moving. Are you moving soon? Shake off that stress and hire the pros at Busta Move Moving. Free estimates at BustaMoveMoving.com. Back pain taking you out of your game? Arthritis,
Shut
sciatica.
up. Pissing off all the moms. Including mine.
Trying to grow your brand using outdated tools? You're just not cool anymore. Stay on top of market trends with SurveyMonkey.
Okay, I hope you're not going to lose your shirt.
I can contain myself when I go down to casinos. I go down to the casinos just to watch people and see how they interact. Mr. Galloway, you are the Peter Pan of politics. And as you know, Peter Pan was written by J.M. Barrie from Kerry Muir, just up the road from Dundee.
From Kerry Muir.
Just up the
And he
road.
wrote it in Dumfries.
Oh, he did.
Huh.
It looks great.
I wouldn't call you George unless you let me, because I respect you so much.
Aww.
But there is nothing more impressive. Ian Barry's quote is there is nothing more impressive than a Scotsman on the make.
On the what?
And you're a Scotsman.
On the make?
And you're a Scotsman on the make. Which but Ian Barry didn't say what they meant. You know, you can make money, you can make love, you can make harmony in the world.
I'm good at 2 out of 3 of those, but my pockets are empty. So I'm not on the making that side. But I'll tell you what, do you want to say a word or two about Scotland's hate bill? Because I'd like to respond to it, Ross.
I would like to say something. You are already a criminal in Scotland because you've said things that some people, anyone, actually anonymous people, can say you've said hate crimes.
Fuck off.
But you haven't. You just spoke out. You just said your thing. And I'm a long time fan of you.
Oh.
And it's slightly creepy to say it. I'm a West Coast of Scotland guy from Greenock. I am a Rangers fan.
Well, nothing wrong with that, Russell. At least nothing that can't be cured by a self-victory at Ibrox at the weekend. I'm only joking. I'm only pulling your leg. But it is quite an important event, not just because it will determine the course of the league championship, but because it will be the first big test of the Scotland hate crime bill. Because there are no Celtic fans there, because Celtic and Rangers don't allow each other's fans to come to these games, which I hope will be sorted out soon. But it's quite likely that songs will be sung and chants will be uttered and words will be said that people of my persuasion will be so offended by that now under the hate bill, hate act, hate law, we can now demand the hard-pressed Scottish police force must go and investigate and, if necessary, charge and send for prosecution people who say things that other people don't like. Now, it's bad enough that can happen at a football game, but under Scotland's hate law, even that which you say in your own house to your own family can later be used as a criminal case against you. A Scotsman's home will definitely no longer be his castle. If he falls out with anyone around that dinner table, at which he gave his no doubt ill-considered views on this or that group or classification of people, that person that was present and heard those words can go to the police, and the police are bound by law to investigate. In the land of G.M. Barry, in the land of the Enlightenment, we have become the most ludicrous wee country in the whole world, where we're all going to be clapping on each other. He said, she said, except this time the police have got to become involved. I can't believe that I have gone 12 whole minutes after the break, but I do know that I've got Professor Saeed Mohammed Marandi from the University of Tehran as the guest in the second hour, and that is definitely going to be what's put in. Stay tuned.
Tintin faded his eyes around and they were smiling, and he was very charming.
He became this incredible pop idol kind of prime minister.
Like most people who have dealt with me think I'm a pretty straight sort of guy, and I am.
New Labour was backed by the most powerful media interests because they realised that he was representing them. He was cool, red-handed, trading policy, turning for hard cash on a businessman.
America has no truer friend than Great Britain.
Foreign shadows, as well as in the land, are now wanting to plunge the world into a holocaust.
Jason Morgan paid him off for the Iraq War. The man is a war.
He's doing no war criminal, in my opinion. Yes, most definitely.
The pursuit of money has become the dominant theme in your life.
All these relationships are, in most people's estimation, corrupt relationships.
No previous Labour Prime Minister has behaved in this shameful, money-grubbing way.
How do you keep the political enemies to happy as a person?
Shit.
He is the chair of the American Studies Department at the University of Tehran, capital of Iran. And what a time to be so. He is Professor Saeed Mohammed Marandi, one of our most important and most popular guests on other talk shows. Now, Professor Marandi, I've lost count of the number of times I've had to say so, but the condolences to your people from our audience on the loss of life in your embassy in Damascus. It was a heinous but also foolish crime, which has changed the whole paradigm of diplomatic relations, protection of embassies, ambassadors, diplomats. It turns the world upside down, and that's presumably what it was intended to do, isn't it?
Absolutely, and thank you very much. But I would also like to congratulate you on your victory, and I'd like to congratulate all those people who are working against war and against the genocide in Gaza, who supported you and who are a part of this victory. But you're absolutely correct. It's obvious that not only the Israeli regime is trying to turn the region upside down, it's trying to turn the world upside down. They are trying to escape defeat. They've suffered a major defeat on the battlefield, and they suffered a defeat in the eyes of the global community, in the sense that they've been exposed to genocidal, brutal, and illegitimate. And therefore, I believe that this escalation was to find a path to victory, to escape, or at least a path to escape this defeat. But it's not going to make things any better for the regime. But what is, I think, important is that the West, the collective West, the United States, Britain, France, the European Union, they've already demolished their soft power, because the world has seen them as supporters of genocide. But in the UN Security Council, when they refused to condemn this attack on the embassy, an attack that consisted of violating Syrian airspace, bombing the Iranian embassy, and killing Iranian officials, by refusing to condemn this, these Western countries have again exposed themselves to the international community as being both void of any morality, but also utterly hypocritical, because the West is always speaking about international law and international norms. But this is unique, what has happened. Never before has an embassy been intentionally bombed, or at least openly.
Really?
In the case of Yugoslavia, we had a somewhat similar incident, but they never, they always at least pretended that it was mistake. But here it was an assault on the embassy, and the number of people who were killed was significantly higher. So by refusing to condemn this, the West is showing that it has no respect for the law that was designed in a way which benefited the West. So again, the West is sacrificing itself for Israel. And this I find to be extraordinary.
Yeah, well, I think we are also, and we are in the West, and we find it as inexplicable as it is extraordinary. Only now, with the death of 3 British military veterans who may or may not still have been in service somehow of the British government, were cruelly, systematically hunted down like they were wild animals, like they were game on a safari shoot, and murdered in cold blood. Only now are we seeing, finally, people who hitherto would have smeared you if you had criticized Israel are now on their front pages demanding answers from the killers of our men. So I'm wondering if you have. I asked this of all my guests, mainly because I don't have an answer to it myself. I know the answer to most things, as do you, but I don't know the answer to this. Why? Why are these Western countries so prostituting themselves for a tiny little country on the Mediterranean of 7 million people, thousands of miles away?
My answer, I'm sure, is no better than the answer that you can give. But the influence of Zionism in the United States, in Europe, in the UK, in Canada is immense. And again, I'd like to stress that most Zionists are not Jews. Most Zionists are Christians. In fact, many Zionists are not even religious. So no one should blame any particular religion or any particular group for Zionism. But Zionism is very influential, very powerful. And what is actually more surprising to me is not how the West has been captivated by Zionism. What I find so extraordinary is how this is falling apart in the eyes of public opinion. I never thought I'd live to see the day when so many young people in the United States, in Europe, in London, in England, in the UK would stand up to this regime. Young Jews, young Christians, young Muslims, Hindus, people from all walks of life. I never thought I'd see this day. And for me, it creates a great deal of optimism. We're all terribly sad at this. We wake up in the morning, literally one of the first things that I see, like yourself, are the scenes in Gaza. When we go to sleep at night, probably one of the last things I do is check my Twitter feed and see more clips of Gaza. But, which is, of course, very painful, depressing for many people. But the shift, the change that we're seeing among the younger generation is amazing. And the very fact that the United States is so keen on swiftly shutting down TikTok is basically because they've recognized that the eyes of the younger generation have opened. So while this ugly ideology has a hold over the Congress, and the White House, and they are influential in the corridors of power across Europe, I think on the streets the situation has changed dramatically. And I personally believe that the Israeli regime needs a ceasefire more than anyone else. Regardless of the fact that people are being slaughtered, and we all want an immediate ceasefire for the sake of preserving lives. But that aside, the side that needs a ceasefire desperately is the Israeli regime. Because every day that this genocide continues, hostility towards the regime grows across the world, and people's views towards Israel, their negative views, become increasingly entrenched. So they're utterly foolish for continuing this war, which they cannot win. Whether they escalate or not, it's not a war that they can win.
Professor, the CIA say that within 48 hours, your government, your state, is going to retaliate against the crime in Damascus. I don't know how they would know that, or if they just made it up. But given the quite widely held view held amongst your friends, like Pepe Escobar on this very show earlier, that this was intended as a trap, that it is intended to lead to a wider and bigger confrontation. Would Iran be advised not to respond in kind?
That's a very good question. And I think that the reason why Iranians have not responded to Israeli provocations over the past 6 months is because the Iranians want the focus to be on Gaza. They don't want the Israeli regime to be able to shift the debate away from Gaza to an Iran-Israeli conflict or to an Israeli Hezbollah conflict. Israel has to be defeated in the eyes of people across the world in Gaza.
Fuck that
Focus
hurt.
has to be on what the regime is doing to Gaza. So the Iranians,
Please.
the Israeli regime murdered a number of Iranian military officers in Syria, and the Iranians didn't respond directly, at least. But this is a different type of attack. This was an attack on Iranian sovereignty, an attack on the Iranian embassy, and if the Iranians, the argument in Iran is that if the Iranians don't respond adequately, then the regime will see this as some sort of sign of weakness, or that the regime will feel that they've crossed all red lines and start striking anywhere that they want. So my understanding is that the Iranians will strike back, and it will be a substantially painful strike.
But obviously you don't know when, and even if you did, you wouldn't tell me, but you don't know you're an academic, a professor. Is there any reason to believe the CIA prediction of within 48 hours?
That's a bad one.
In the chat? In Iran in any way?
That fucking hurt.
Well,
Burnt
you know,
the
George,
fuck
the
out of my
CIA
finger.
seems to be very good at
I thought the
predicting
paint would cover it up. The
Moscow
paint did not do
where
that.
they're going to take place. And
Just please.
and that sort of thing, they turn out to be quite good at that. And they are able
Fuck,
to
that one hurt.
inform us literally less than an hour after the attack that it wasn't Ukraine and it had nothing to do with Ukraine. So when it comes to these sort of things, the CIA, I have to admit, a good job. But I don't know when the Iranians will. I doubt that the CIA knows definitely when Iran will strike. But I think that it is possible that it may happen within hours, and it may take longer. What I do know is there will be a response, and probably the CIA is a bit of this is psychological. So we'll have to wait and see. But what I can say is that the Iranians would have preferred not to respond because the Iranians want focus to be on Gaza and to put pressure on the regime because of Gaza. And not only does the Israeli regime, but the collective West would like to distract attention away from Gaza. But this demands a response. So I think the Iranians will respond in a way in which it both creates a deterrence
Gonna
in
cry.
future, but also in a way so that the Israeli regime will not be able to shift the narrative away from their genocide against the people of Palestine.
Professor Marande, as always, a big thank you for your wisdom and your time.
Thank you, George.
Professor Mohammed Marande, Chair of American Studies at the University of Tehran. Will the Al-Shifa Hospital massacre end Western arms to Israel? Yes or no? Probably my last time to ask you, because the poll closes in 10 minutes. You want that, your voice to come get vote on my Telegram, on my Twitter, on the YouTube community poll, or on the YouTube stream. Quick break, and then it's off to Maryland and Enfield in London after this.
The 1897 edition of War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, read by George Galloway, available only on...
The cylinder was artificial, hollow, with an end that screwed out. Something within the cylinder was unscrewing the top. Good heavens, said Ogilvy. There's a man in it, made in it, half roasted to death, trying to escape. At once, with a quick mental leap, he linked the thing with the flash on Mars. The thought of the condition was so dreadful to him that he forgot the heat and went forward to the cylinder to help turn. But luckily, the dull radiation arrested him before he could burn on the still glowing metal.
You are listening to the Mother of All Talk Show with George Galloway.
And a big salute to all my good friends that support me on Patreon and through my darkest days. I'm very grateful to them for their support of our work. There's the address, patreon.com/George Galloway. I hope from tomorrow to be back on the chat on that site with my Patreon supporters. Free of charge, my Killings of Tony Blair film, the Killing Kelly film. You get all kinds of additional content, including the ability to chat directly. So, if you think that's worth the price of a cup of tea per week in an insalubrious cafe, please, at the end of the show, support me on patreon.com/George Galloway. Let's go to Maryland, USA, where Nestor wants to talk about Israel. Nestor, welcome.
Yes, hi, Mr. George Galloway. It's an honor to speak with you again. I live in Bethesda. It's a very science around here. So I just wanted to, I'm starting to, with everything that has happened recently, especially with the A truck being, hit 3 times by missiles in cold blood, and having our government, my government, the United States government, just apologize, like being apologists for Israel about this cold-blooded murder, and not only was it different volunteers from different countries, but there was a U.S. citizen amongst them. And I'm starting to believe, and I wanted to ask you as well as starting to believe that perhaps in the back rooms where we don't get to hear those stations, Ben and Netanyahu has actually threatened the United States government with the sex and saying that, you know, if you guys stop supporting us, we're going to start using our nuclear weapons not against our enemies, but also the people who abandoned them. So I'm starting, you know, I live in an area where I work, I talk to many people. I try to have these conversations where,
Yeah, good luck.
where, you know, kind of like project to people that this is a very dangerous time that we're living, perhaps even more so than the Cuban Missile Crisis. We are looking at two areas of the world where things can go nuclear, and I mainstream media, at least for the older generation, they're doing a really good job at keeping people asleep and not really realizing the emergency that needs to be had right now, and the conversations that need to be had, and the changes in our own Congress that need to be had, and we need to find out this rogue state, this Israel, I call it Israel hell, is actually threatening us with nuclear weapons, and this is why they are so.
Well, I'll tell you what, very powerful call, Nestor. I move on because the numbers trying to get on the show. But a very powerful call and a very important question. Are they threatening us? There must be some. What is the reason why we are prepared to act openly and systematically, consistently, over decade and decade and decade, against our own interests, but in the interests of a small group of people in a tiny country, thousands of miles away? Some say it's money, some say it's compromise. I myself can answer it. I don't know. That's why I ask all my guests. Nobody really has the answer so far. Seamus England in Enfield on the US and Israel. Go ahead, Seamus.
Congratulations, George.
Thank you, sir.
Hopefully you can get down on the Enfield and start taking over down here soon as well. Because Labour's trying to start.
Yes.
But anyways, as you wait away talking about the 93 Labour MPs who took donations from the realms of Israel. Now, it doesn't say anywhere in any
Well,
of the
I talk about it. I talk about it, Seamus, all the time, including moments before this show began. I ask, I mean, if I take a slightly obscure place for most people in the world, Runcorn in Cheshire, where there was no conceivable demographic reason why both of the Runcorn Labour members of Parliament were members of the Labour Friends of Israel. I mean, have you seen Runcorn? Have you ever been to Runcorn? Do you think that Runcorn is at the centre of international? Why are both of their MPs in the Labour Friends of Israel? They're not members of the Labour Friends of Zimbabwe, which doesn't exist, or Swaziland, or Namibia, or Argentina, or Mexico. No, it's Labour Friends of Israel. Why? Why are 7 of the Labour MPs in the great city of Manchester all members of the Labour Friends of Israel? What first attracted them to this little Israel to sign up and join this organization, as in most cases all other? Why was it in the interests of their constituents that they do, or was it in their own personal interest? Well, we, Seamus, as you alluded, we're determined to hunt them all out democratic. We're determined to hunt them all out electorally.
What?
We're going to pursue to the ends of the election. In every constituency, every one of these Labour Friends of Israel will be opposed by us, and we'll give their voters the opportunity of voting for a party, Workers' Party, which will never have a Friends of Israel in its ranks, be sure.
Oh, here's that school, brother.
Great call. And now don't forget, if you've just joined the show, just
great call.
scan your phone up against that QR code. You can download the Moats podcast right now by scanning that QR code. This is the International University of the Airwaves. Simon, our legend, is in Florida and is up next. Go ahead, Simon.
Good evening, Mr. Galloway. Thank you. Your worldwide audience has been asked to be quick because you have fewer callers, so I will be. The answer to your question as to what was going to happen after my biblical moment of contention last week for call number 43 was so significant I made an entire documentary about it, which is available for you, your staff, and your listeners to watch on a website called weaponisednews.com, and it is called The Dawn of Year Zero in the New Era. But whilst you've been on air, the Arab League have been in emergency session, and not only are they agreeing upon the Palestine call for a vote on their full membership of the United Nations on April the 18th, which may in fact, if scheduled by the rotating Maltese presidency, quickly cause at least a 2-week delay in any Iranian response. So in that regard, I might disagree politely with some of your previous guests. But the Arab League have also asked for a Chapter 7 peacekeeping resolution to be considered by the United Nations Security Council. And it's notable that the application by the state of Palestine to be made a full member has already been supported in writing by the League of Arab States, the Organization of Islamic Countries, and the entire 120 members of the non-aligned movement. So it would appear that passage through the United Nations General Assembly is guaranteed, and the sole issue, once again, will be, will the United States veto Palestine becoming a full member of the United Nations in the month of April?
Brilliant, Simon, and succinct and to the point. I appreciate it because of the sheer number of callers trying to get through. Will the Al-Shifa hospital massacre end Western arms to Israel? 10 minutes, apparently, you've got still to go. Yes or no. DW says, Stoltenberg, Tusk, Rutte, Blair, Clegg, they're like actors moving from film to film, well, B-movie actors. What has happened to democracy that they can't be forced out of public life? Being voted out means no. No means no. Kestrel says, will they call GG our Prime Minister's questions? Or are backroom favours being done to scupper this state? I'll be on my feet. Whether the eye of the speaker can be caught remains to be seen. Sophia says Galloway has the best and most plausible analysis, which is in conformity with the way Israel treats allies if they interfere with their war crimes. Remember, the USS Liberty. Google that, you'll be amazed. Paul is on the line from Rochdale. How could I resist? Paul, what would you like to say?
George, first and foremost, I am not a fan of your politics. However, that being said, you may be the last bastion of democracy, so to speak, so I'm going to try to appeal to you. George, are you aware of the scam currently being proposed on us by the UK government in relation to Companies House?
No, tell me.
Okay, so there is a former police officer that is currently under, he's uncovered a massive government fraud using Companies House. Now, I've seen the evidence. I am also aware that he has emailed your team to share the evidence with you. Are you aware of this?
I'm not, but I'll investigate it, Paul, right after the show. I was just about to ask to send me the this material. But it sounds like a bit of a legal minefield. So if you don't mind, I'll leave it at that and promise that I'll look at the material and get back to you. Thanks for the call. Yasser is in Quebec, in Canada.
Oh, dear.
Go ahead, Yasser.
With you on your election. It's nice to see giants amongst
Hey,
the beyonds of board of deputies, and it's really lovely that mostly comprised the House of Commons happy. And I hope you'll be seated next to the future chairman of the Workers' Party, Mr. Chairman Corbyn. Really a delight to see both of you together. My question pertains to the role of Turkey. I wish my call had gotten through before the interviews of the two guests you had today, because they're eminently qualified on this subject. And now, under the circumstances, Turkey, led by the new Ottoman Emperor, new Caliph self-styled, has been acting as the most egregious enabler of this genocide. They're literally, not just figuratively, literally fueling this genocide. They're immensely profiting from it. And there's been a sequence of events leading up to this duplicitous role of Turkey in this conflict, starting from gas exploration with Israel and the $10 billion news keep coming out of their sales of military equipment and gunpowder and drones and everything else to Israel as it's in the midst of genocide. My point is, I guess first, if you could please have your future guests as well as your own opinion on this subject. And secondly, how come the BDS movement gives a free pass to non-Western culprits? How come there is no call for boycotting Turkish Airlines that makes $4.5 billion US, mostly from South Asian, Arab, Middle Eastern, non-Turkish passengers? How come there is no call to boycott Turkey and make it punitive, costly for duplicitous, deceitful leaders like Erdogan, so they have some, price to pay for their shenanigans?
Well, a lot of big questions in that. Let me declare an interest that I'm a big fan of Turkish Airlines and of Turkish people and society and culture and food and so on. I'm a very pro-Turkish person. I also was an admirer of Erdogan when Davutoglu was his foreign minister. I thought as a double act, they were pretty hard to beat almost anywhere in the world. I can't say I feel the same way about him now, and Davutoglu certainly doesn't. But for a time, I think that Turkey was on the right lines and its economy was successful. It had a peace process with its Kurdish. It had a policy of no quarrel with the neighbors. And now it has quarrels with all the neighbors. The Kurdish regions are about to be on fire again with the nullification of the victory in a big mayoral race this week by the Kurdish candidate, who clearly won and is now having it robbed from him. Whilst I've always been in awe of the rhetoric of Erdogan vis-a-vis, increasingly it has become obvious that in practice Turkey has two faces and faces two ways. Now, Erdogan's argument that these were private companies in the private sector doing all this business with Israel was always a fairly paltry excuse, because when it comes to war and peace, when it comes to life and death, the buck stops with the government, with the president. You can't say it's a private company that's doing this and I can do nothing about it. Not least when you're shooting the breeze as loudly and powerfully as a president like Erdogan habitually does. But in any case, it has turned out not to be the whole truth, because many of the businesses that are doing a roaring trade with Israel during this journey are owned by the sovereign wealth fund of Turkey, whose president is President Erdogan. So the always quite tenuous excuse has completely fallen away. And when you said, here is what you meant, that 40% of the Israeli war machines' petrol and diesel supply comes from a pipeline across the sovereign territory of Turkey to Israel. There's no private sector in that. The land belongs to the Turkish Republic. The president of the Turkish Republic is Erdogan. And so he has, throughout the the war machine of Israel, as well as you yourself said, selling or it being sold under his watch. That's come from Turkey. I suppose the answer to your question as to why people don't put Turkey on the boycott list is that this boycott list is going to end up with us boycotting everybody and everything. We'll only be able to buy goods from a small number of places, and those places are quite often also sanctioned by our government, and so we wouldn't be able to buy them anyway. Of restricting our boycott campaigns to a relatively small number. And at this stage, though you could persuade me otherwise, Turkey is on the list. Shiad Kausovic, 6901, says the real question is what ICC and Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan is doing. He needs to resign immediately. And Roll-Up says, with guests like this, thank you. Joe Conley says, loving your return to mainstream politics. Been looking forward to it for years. Don't always agree with you, but on most things you're back. So, David in Swindon on arms to Israel. Go ahead, David.
Arms to Israel, yeah. But just going back to quickly on your Turkish oil pipeline, which we could call Turk Stream 1. What would happen if that got blown up? If people are looking for targets?
Hope not. We've got enough pipelines being.
Yeah. Anyway. Your friend, apparently, yeah. But your friend and mine, Grand Chaps, I want to talk about arms sales. For our friends around the world, Grand Chaps is our defence secretary, and he said a month or so ago that the UK arms sales to Israel were small amount. Well, they're about 48 million, which isn't a great deal. But if you look at the House of Commons records of what those parts were for, they weren't like whole aircraft. There were parts for F-35 aircraft, missiles, tanks, technical, I'll come back to that in a minute, small arms and ammunition. That's all in the House of Commons library. But the biggest proportion is in technical. And technical actually means guiding of weapons, guiding of drones, guiding of things that hit targets. So that goes back to your initial point in your monologue about targeting those three food aid guards and targeting the Iran embassy. So it's highly likely, not proven, that the targeting equipment was supplied from the UK. What do you reckon to that?
Yeah, it's one of the greatest ironies and biggest. Star newspaper this very morning broke this story, being followed up now by others, but the Morning Star broke that it is highly likely, his famous words, highly likely that the targeting system on the drone that murdered our soldiers one by one in 3 consecutive missile strikes.
Wow.
On a journey that had been given to all details given to the Israeli armed forces in advance.
That's fucked
on
up.
Vehicles clearly marked
That's super fucked
as
up.
being World Food Kitchen vehicles. And 500 meters apart, deliberately so. Versus
Wow.
weapons. The target.
That's kind of Super hot.
of which was
Kind of a crucial detail there.
supplied by Britain, then murdering.
Yeah.
That's not possible.
Like, are they not going to do anything about that
Right.
though?
Not sure. What? Thanks, David, for that opportunity.
Nah.
Now I get to meet my own good wife, albeit on the street. Gayatri, what's rattling tonight?
Will Shiva Hospital massacre end Western arms to Israel? Unfortunately, the answer is no. Altogether, on all the platforms, the people have no confidence at all in Israel. West is Israel. Why would they stop themselves? The Zionists are the new crusaders who also massacred, pillaged, and destroyed in the Holy Land. And old Femi Okeni says the Western world has nailed its flag to the Israeli mast. We cannot acknowledge what evil we have created and support unconditionally. So only a military defeat or divine intervention will alter the situation. And Gordon Style says Western governments have been utterly corrupted by the Israel lobby. Our governments are captured. Cameron is allegedly hiding so that they can continue to support plausible genocide. So the only way this ends is with the total destruction of Zionism as an ideology.
So abundantly clear.
Well, your point about the arms sales, judging by our poll, is overwhelmingly no. The Al-Shifa massacre of at least 400 Palestinians in a hospital will not bring about an end to arms. Before the mother of the aid workers,
weapons
it could be that the aid workers will bring about a cessation of arms sales.
That's
at least
kind
in
of a
Britain.
problem.
And if the Britain's Eddie Amin, David Lammy, to a position of calling for banning arms sales, will become British government policy. We'll know
You hear that?
tomorrow or the next day. Much will depend on Netanyahu's response.
They're out. Just need a ceasefire? Like, nah.
It's not that great. America is overwhelmingly the
We're
biggest
sending
supplier of weapons
to another country so they can use our weapons to blow us up. While we go send aid to that country.
£2 billion per year.
How?
Easy.
What?
For the British.
Are you
ban arms sales. And they might well do it. Last one from you, Gayatri.
It might be small beer compared to the rest, but Britain was the author of this disaster that we're in, so it would be very significant indeed. I'm going to my last email, which is from in Richmond, Virginia. He says, George, international law is being broken on a daily basis, and this creates an opportunity for all the leaders of the global south to create a framework to distance these Western leaders. Every global south country should be unilaterally sanctioning all those who are complicit in this genocide. And what do you always say?
Thank you, darling. See you after the show. Yeah, go on.
No, I'm just answering Shazan by saying the empire is dying, but the new world is struggling to be born.
Yeah. The old world is dying. The new world is struggling to be born. We live in a time of monsters. And that period of morbidity described by Gramsci was the 1930s, the Italian and German and Japanese and other fascism, but it could equally apply now to self-described as fascism, but which increasingly shows all of the hallmarks of fascism, or at least a pre-fascist era. But let's hope we can see the baby born. Thank you, Gayatri. See you after the show. Last call, Steve in Canada. Last call, Steve. What would you like to say?
Hello, George. Yeah, it's just a quick call. I just want to thank you for having the courage to stand up and speak. Knowledge to disappear from handling the truth.
And it's very nice to see you in Parliament. The last political heavyweight that I've seen was just for you. So, back against you. You're tremendous. Thank you very much. I just want to let you know I appreciate all you're doing.
I'm beautiful. I'm a sportsman in Canada, which there are many, of course. Steve, thank you for those beautiful words. I'm conscious of the responsibility that falls to me. It's not so much that I'm a political heavyweight, it's that the others are all featherweights, bantamweights. They are none of them, or virtually none of them, worthy of being in the ring of the House of Commons. So they are forced to apply administrative means to try and keep me in my place, in my seat, unable to address the most important parliamentary occasion. That's why I need to be joined by 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Workers' Party MPs with hundreds of thousands of votes throughout the country to strengthen us. Then you really will begin to see and feel political change in a way that nobody could stop. So thank you. God bless you and all my friends in Canada. I remember fondly my speaking tours of Canada right up to the Arctic Circle itself. It is, alas, the end of the show, but the end of a particularly powerful show, I think, that will live long. When you've got Pepe Escobar and Professor Morandi as your two guests on a show, no other media can boast that, and regularly, twice a week. So I hope that you value the mother of all talk shows. I hope my habit out with Galloway will turn out to be enthusiastic enough to persuade people to take it. If you haven't watched it yet, you can watch it on my YouTube channel, Habit Out with Galloway. You can go to the website, habitoutwithgalloway.com. I hope you'll support the mother of all talk shows. I hope you'll support my work on patreon.com. If you value the kind of media that we are producing, if you value the kind of platform that we are affording some of the most important but least heard tributes and analysts like Moran, like Blumenthal, like the Dan Cohens of this world, like the Escobar, Scott, and the rest. If you value, then please continue to make it possible. Come back on Sunday at the same time in Rochdale, live. Will be another viewer with you. That's important. Now that our audience is not above 1 million, not above 2 million, but above 3 million every week, until we become unstoppable. Good night.
Oh wow, that is not the best. You done? I got to get electrocuted.
It's finally here, the day we've all been anxiously waiting for, April Fool's, April 1st, carbon tax increase day. Let's break down all the different things that are happening today. So today we'll see an increase of 3.3 cents for gas per liter, 4.01 cents for diesel, and 2.3 cents per liter on propane. And while this might not seem like a lot, once you start taxing fuel on every single thing that goes on society, it is catastrophic, as we've already seen. What we got here is an impact of carbon tax on fuel in Canada costs 2021 and 2030. If you're driving a Ford F-150, things are not looking good. This is 3 years ago, so we're a little bit higher than this now. It's still a long ways to go. Things are just going to get more expensive with Justin Trudeau at the helm, ruining Canada. What else is happening on April 1st here? Well, there's a beer tax. It was 4.7%. The beer industry fought back against this, and they got it reduced to 2%, but still a 2% increase. We've also got pay raises for Justin Trudeau and his cronies. All members of Parliament, to be fair, are getting pay raises. You got pre-pandemic, an MP was making $178,900. And today, that's an increase of $22,800 up to $227,000. So backbenchers getting $200,000. Minister was going from $287,400 up to $299,000, it's basically $300,000. And finally, the man who shouldn't have been born, Justin Trudeau, that filthy pig. Okay, I apologize. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah,
that's rude to pigs. Justin Trudeau is getting an increase from his current salary of $389,200 up to $405,400, making him the second highest paid prime minister on planet Earth. Imagine paying a man $400,000 to destroy the lives of 41 million people. Unbelievable. Today we've got numerous things talking about the carbon tax. We've got Wab Canoe here of Manitoba on this CBC interview.
Manitoba has a really strong case to make that we're going to hit net zero without a consumer-facing carbon tax. And as a result, I don't think that that's needed here in Manitoba. And by the way, January 1st, we lifted the tax on gasoline. It was 14 cents a liter. We brought it to zero. And I think in terms of fighting climate change, is we can't lose the blue collar. We can't lose the working class, the middle class. And I think governments like ours that are committed to solving the climate crisis, at least doing our part, we have to show that we're going to be flexible. We're going to keep life affordable. And we're going to move forward in a way that keeps working class, middle class Manitobans and Canadians moving forward in a direction that's towards a clean, safe, and healthy environment.
Okay, so just so I can better understand your position, you don't think that there should be an individual price on carbon, is what I'm taking from this. Are you then planning to go to Ottawa and make the case that what you have is going to meet the same goals that they have and will be enough on its own? Like, what is the plan here?
Yeah, no, actually, we've been making that case since taking office. I think what separates us from previous administrations in Manitoba, who were just trying to make the backward-facing argument that we've already done a lot on the climate in Manitoba with our Manitoba Hydro Grid as one example, is that we brought in new measures with the budget. So the fact that we're sharing our budget publicly on April 2nd, I think really strengthens the case and allows us to talk to the federal government and say, look, with these measures in terms of electrifying transportation and converting to ground source heat pumps for homes and businesses and these other incentives that we're putting into place, Manitoba has a really credible path to net zero. And we don't think that the backstop is needed when it comes to that consumer carbon tax.
Yeah, so just, and I'll move on to some other topics, but of course that would mean that people wouldn't get the rebate then, because you would have your own plan and you'd be putting in place your own measures. Is that, do you think that would be acceptable to Manitobans to no longer get the carbon rebate?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think the backstop is not needed in our province, and we'd be happy to make that case in Manitoba.
So I'm pushing the whole carbon rebate, please. Please, we've heard enough of that crap. No one wants your stupid rebate. We don't get rebates in BC. It's just, the whole thing is garbage. Next up, we've got Vasi Capellos here interviewing Danielle Smith. This is, sometimes we've got Vasi here who's a real bulldog and an honest journalist, and this is very much the opposite, where she seemed to get a memo from the Trudeau Liberal government, with maybe a briefcase of cash, or her higher-ups forcing to fire her, whatever the case may be. Who knows? But she's definitely not on Canadian side of this interview.
I know you appeared before committee this week to voice your opposition to that
upcoming hike in the carbon tax. You argued it was immoral to levy the tax when Albertans are struggling with a cost of living crisis. Yet, the provincial fuel tax is going up on the same day by 4 cents. How can you ask the federal government to provide relief to Albertans when you're not willing to?
Oh,
Well,
wow.
part of it is that we've given $7 billion of relief over the past 2 years to try to compensate for what we've been seeing at the federal level. And we have a program that's in place so that as soon as oil prices get high again, if they go over $90, then the gas tax would come completely off. When it's below $80, it comes back on. And so we're watching prices very closely. I told the committee I'd be more than happy if the federal government did the same thing. Because with their carbon tax, their fuel tax, and the GST, they charge 35 cents on every tank of gas. And if they took the same approach, that they would eliminate it when gas prices got too high, then we probably wouldn't have any complaint.
What I gather from that, though, is that you see there to be a purpose in the fuel tax you've applied, insofar as that money goes to pay for roads. From what the federal government says, they too see a purpose in levying the carbon tax, not to be punitive, but to affect behavior over the long term in order to reach this country's emissions targets. Isn't that valid?
That is so bogus. The whole affect people's habits, they're just trying to phase us out of existence. That's what it is. It's human extermination. They know everyone has to use their cars to go do things. They want everyone to go buy a $60,000 EV if they don't have electrical infrastructure to charge EVs at that level. This is bogus. This is like absolutely bogus.
Well, I guess I need to see some evidence of that. You had the Environment Minister, Stephen Guilbeault, said that he wasn't anticipating the carbon tax to make a difference until 2060. And so when you think about what behaviors are you trying to incent, well, part of it is you're trying to get people to buy zero emissions vehicles, which cost them $60,000. You're trying to get them to change out their home heating systems, which can cost $10,000 to $20,000, and you're trying to get them to make really expensive changes to renovate their homes. And I just don't know that giving people a couple $100 every quarter is going to incentivize that. There's other ways to be able to get those kind of changes, but this looks like just a shell game. It's a matter of taking money away, giving some about the environment. I think most people see through it.
I do understand raising the question because they haven't yet provided a lot of evidence around how effective is this particular measure. But there is recently some outside evidence that says the consumer portion of the carbon tax by 2030 will be worth a reduction in emissions of about 8 to 9% of the total. That's not nothing. What do you propose to displace that?
Okay, before she answers that, the Canadian Climate Institute, I already brought this up a couple of videos ago. It's funded by the Canadian government with Stephen Guilbeault in charge of this. That's paid off funding. As far as I'm concerned, whatever research they're doing is dog crap research. That's like the sugar industry for decades, doing research on sugar, the effects of sugar, and they do research to get the results they want. There's tons of corrupt research. It's easy to get researchers to find the results that they want. You eat sugar, oh yeah, you get healthy. You lose weight, you get strong. Everything gets better. When really quite opposite is the truth. If you're eating a bunch of refined sugar, obviously we know it's all the opposite. You get fat, you get sick. It's not good for you. It's the same thing. Guilbeault is using our dollars to pay off this Climate Institute to make research that is favorable to them. Period.
Well, I can tell you what we are seeing displace that. There are some programs the federal government has and has partnered with us that do seem to be working. For instance, the carbon capture utilization and storage tax credit. We've announced ours. We think the federal government will be putting some structure around this very soon. That has resulted in Pathways, which is our bitumen producers, talking about creating a $16.5 billion carbon capture trunk line. We have partnered with the Strategic Investment Fund, which is under the portfolio of Francois Philippe Champagne, on Dow Chemicals net zero petrochemical plant, Air Products net zero hydrogen, Heidelberg's net zero cement, Inter Pipeline on their ammonia project. Those are projects that are going to be net zero immediately after they're done. And I don't think that factors into anyone's modeling. But those are the kind of things that we need to do if we're going to make effective reductions in major industrial emissions.
The issue, though, is that those don't come for free for taxpayers. You're proposing over the next decade, for example, to spend between $3.2 and $5.3 billion of taxpayer money to fuel the development of carbon capture, for example, in your province. That's not nothing either. That costs taxpayers as well.
Well, I would say that there's a lot of industry making money, and it allows them to keep more of what they earn to be able to invest in these emissions reductions. That's, I think, a sensible way of doing it. When we've looked at our ACIP program. That's our program for petrochemical incentives. We've determined that has a payoff at about 10 years with the extra taxes that those companies will end up paying. So those are the kind of approaches that we think are going to make sense, as opposed to putting an immediate burden on people who can least afford to pay it. Those who are seniors, those who are low income. That's where we believe that the focus should be on the industrial emissions reduction, pricing that out, and making sure that we're holding those companies to account. But I think it's just frustrating for people to continue to see a tax when the alternatives just sit there and available to them.
Let's not forget the fact that, like, where's the tax on private jets? Where's the tax on, you know what I mean? There's a whole bunch of things, and it's not hardworking Canadians that are what this country is, what everything's paid for is by us. Where, like, you know what I mean? Why are they not banning, private jets or whatever? Obviously, that affects Justin Trudeau. He would never do that. It's the 1%, like that one article I showed a couple of videos ago. The 1% is responsible for 66% of the pollution, the pollution from individuals in Canada. This is all bogus dog crap.
Is it though accurate to say that the industrial side of things will be more effective or less costly, I should say, for Albertans or for Canadians writ large? Again, those come with a very specific cost. It's just not as naked as the carbon tax. And when you talk about particularly impacting lower income and older Albertans or again, writ large Canadians, I mean, all the calculations, the Parliamentary Budget Office, income brackets, in fact, they are getting more money back than they're paying in.
Vassy, please. That's dog crap. We all know that's dog crap. Somebody came in tapped on your shoulders like, Vassy, you gotta push Trudeau's crap today. Like, what's going on here?
Well, I would say the only way we're going to make significant emissions reduction is at the industrial level. Because if Albertans are going to have a different type of fuel, maybe it's hydrogen, you need to build up the infrastructure for that. You need to be able to create the hydrogen, transport it, change up your pipeline system.
But do you have evidence that the changes you're going to make, for example, more specifically, because you're talking more broadly, more specifically around carbon capture, are going to do what you said? Are you sure you're going to get value for taxpayer money there?
Well, look, we invested $1 billion 10 years ago to develop the Shell Quest project, and already it has captured 11.5 megatons of emissions. I know that over in Saskatchewan, they have a similar type of emissions reduction project, capture project, that has captured 40 megatons of emissions. We can align to a target of 2050. Not only do I think we can achieve that, I think because I know our industry so well, they'll strive to do it even faster. But if you put an arbitrary limit in place that reduces production, reduces your revenues, you're going to invest in those kinds of projects. And I think that's self-defeating.
Do you have evidence to support the idea or the characterization you're using that it's arbitrary? Because the federal government is aligning its targets with much of the rest of the world that has signed on to agreements, for example, through the UN about what the overall targets are by 2030, by 2035, and by 2050. And what they talk about is often, reaching those targets in order to stop the warming that's happening. That is increasing the frequency with which we are seeing the impacts of climate change. So fires, let's say, man-made in many instances, but taking up a wider swath of land that Albertans will be very familiar with and happening more frequently. In your last budget, spending expenses are up $2.1 billion from the previous year, largely due to $2.9 billion earmarked to deal with droughts, wildfires, and floods. There is a cost of inaction around climate change as well, and I think the federal government would argue that means that their dates, their targets are not arbitrary.
Well, I guess I would say is paying a carbon tax at the pump going to stop the fires in our province? The answer is no. What stops the fires is, number one, education, because 60% of them are human caused. Number two, building fire breaks so that we can protect communities. Number three, investing in water well equipment like the Haviland so that we can fight fires. Number four, sharing resources with the rest of the country through the Canadian Forest Fire Association. So I think the cause and effect are very different. You have to be able to deal with crises as they happen. So I'm watching to see with some evidence that the carbon tax is changing behavior. I just haven't seen it yet.
But the point is for it to do so over a long period of time, not immediately, right? That's the point of incentivizing the behaviors. And to separate the idea that reducing emissions does mitigate the impact of climate change from fighting fires. Of course, you have to do adaptation, as we were discussing, but that becomes more expensive if they happen more frequently. And though they are human caused, the frequency and the scope of them are a direct impact of climate change.
We will
How is the frequency of someone starting a fire, some bonehead going out and starting a forest fire, related to climate change? That's ridiculous. It's just put incentives. You start a forest fire, it's 25 years in jail. Problem solved. Start putting up some cameras around random places, catch these people and throw them in jail. This is not rocket science.
But we will always have fires, we will always have floods, we will always have ice storms, and the job of government is to make sure that we mitigate, that we are prepared for when they happen, and that we have the resources available to do it. I can't, you have to make sure that you're budgeting for both of those things. And so that's why we have a plan to be carbon neutral by 2050. But I just don't think that we punish people in the meantime. Let's build up the hydrogen infrastructure, build up the electrical infrastructure, make sure that we've got enough vehicles available for people to buy. And then we can start seeing the consumers change their behavior. But in the meantime, it really is just an extra tax.
I do understand the lack of alternatives, certainly, and those are pertinent questions to the federal government. But it sounds to me like you're delineating between fires happening and floods happening and mitigating the impacts of climate change. Do you not see them as the same thing?
Well, I guess what I don't see is that carbon tax is having an immediate impact on my pressing need each year to prepare for fires. Every year I'm going to need to prepare for fires. We've got an aging forest infrastructure. Our trees end up dying at about 100 years old. So we've got an aging forest infrastructure. We had the El Nino effect this year. We had a devastating fire season last year. It still means that I've got to pay for that. I can't just hope that a carbon tax is going to stop fires from burning in my province. We've got to be able to do both. And we have to be able to do both on a timescale that makes sense. So I'm going to be planning for fires this year. We hope that they're not devastating. And over the course of the next 25 years, we'll be reducing emissions by finding different alternatives, using innovation, and making sure that we get to carbon neutral by 2050. But I just don't think when we're in the middle of this affordability crisis, that increasing the cost of everything for individuals when they can't avoid those costs, I just don't think that's fair. I don't think it's right.
It's quite simple. If you catch someone starting a forest fire near a community that displaces a lot of people and causes a ton of damage, it's 25 years in jail. C'est la vie. But why is this so hard? I don't understand why we don't have strict penalties for people doing stupid things. And I have no idea what's going on with Vassie. She's sitting there now with her notes. She's like, okay, I'm going to be fired unless I, read off the thing. Make sure people know they get more money back than they pay. Like these stupid notes. The Coles notes from the Trudeau Liberals. It's pathetic. So what's happening today? Well, I'm filming this the night before, so obviously more things will be breaking as the day happens. But we've got we have to turn that music off. But basically, yeah, we've got people lining up already. This is Alberta, 9 p.m. Right now, as I'm filming this the night before, yeah, people lined up. Everyone's getting ready to protest. Big protests lining up everywhere. So check the Facebook groups. There's different groups for different areas if you want to be involved. One in absolutely every single province and numerous per province. So this is going to be wild. And where is Justin Trudeau during all of this? This is very interesting. Well, it's JCBD's got this clip here, and it seems Justin Trudeau's plane is getting ready to take off and leave somewhere. That dirty rat, Trudeau.
Toronto International Airport, and there in the distance is Trudeau's new plane, and it looks like it's getting prepped. It's outside the terminal. Who wants to make a wager that Trudeau has no intention of being in Ottawa tomorrow during the next protest April 1st? I wouldn't be surprised if we plan on getting that.
Seriously, that man is just the worst Canadian ever. I'm not surprised though. Trudeau's an absolute coward and a loser. Of course he's going to take off. He's probably going to be in Tofino if he is. I'll go down there and find him on the beach or find him in the town and heckle him myself. Now, speaking of heckling, we've got this Karima lawyer. She's always going around and getting tons of great clips of what's going on in Toronto. This one's pretty wild. She gets basically kind of chased down by the Palestine protesters.
Don't touch her. Don't touch it either. Leave her neighborhood. Don't touch her. Don't touch her. Excuse me. Let's hold her flag. Look. She shouldn't be here. We don't want you here. We don't want her. We don't want you here. And I'm unfortunate being here. You're all outside.
Imagine moving to a country and being welcomed in and then telling people to get out. Oh, that's rich. That's real rich. These people need to be deported. This type of ruling doesn't help their cause. Exactly.
You
I'm just telling any of these people are protesting. That pisses me off seeing that. It's like we break our backs,
you know what?
paying taxes, you get elected to the country, and then you do that. It's just like, don't. Just don't. I know obviously those couple people don't represent all the Palestinians. They're just a couple of boneheads. We got another quick story here of just cars being stolen in Toronto now just being listed on Facebook Marketplace.
Shut the fuck up.
For their value. Like, this is just outrageous.
These criminals do not give a care in the world about the cops. They're just putting the stolen vehicles on Facebook Marketplace. Here's a 2021 Escalade B for 28,000 Canadian dollars. Seller Man is selling this in Mississauga, Ontario. Don't ask any questions about this car. It's imported. Don't worry about that stuff. 28,000 Canadian dollars or best offer. This Escalade B has 7,000 kilometers on the vehicle. This is so hilarious. This just shows you they do not care at all about the government, the police, nothing. This is so brazen that it's all over Facebook Marketplace. This is not the only one. There are others. That is absolutely insane. I can't believe that this is...
Just seriously, somebody contact this person and tie him up and bring him down to the jail. Like, enough's enough. It should not be hard. Why is this so hard? And finally, we got a video here of a dog meeting his best friend's kittens. We got to end the video here with a feel-good story, something nice. There's no audio on this video, but this is so cute. Look at the dog just sniffing his little kittens. That nose is going crazy. You gotta get that sense. Look at these little kittens. So many of them. Big smile on that guy. Oh, that's so cute. He's already protective of the kittens. There's Mama. They make a lot of great stock video. Look at this. Come on. That's so cute. So that's what we're in today's video. Be sure to subscribe here for more updates, more content, more fighting for the truth, fighting for Canadians. We've got a lot going on here. I'll keep you guys updated, keep you guys posted what happens here on carbon tax. April 1st, Justin Trudeau fleeing the country. I gotta say, if we can track him down and know where he is, let's do it. We gotta keep tabs on this piece of garbage, the rat, just trying to slither his way out of Ottawa. I think he's gonna go hide off in Tofino somewhere, or he might go hide off to one of his vacation homes. Thanks for watching the end of the video. Be sure to subscribe and turn on the notifications, and I'll see you guys in the next episode. Hello everyone, I'm pleased to announce my new tour for 2024. Beginning in early February and running through June, Tammy and I and an assortment of special guests are going to visit 51 cities in the U.S. You can find out more information about this on my website, jordanbpeterson.com, as well as accessing all relevant ticketing information. I'm going to use the tour to walk through some of the ideas I've been working on my forthcoming book, out November 2024, We Who Wrestle with God. I'm looking forward to this. I'm thrilled to be able to do it again, and I'll be pleased to see all of you again soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's an ancient connection in the tradition to connect Job and Jesus. And he is associated appropriately with Job because what Jesus takes on is precisely that. Because it's not just suffering, it's suffering that's undeserved, or at least for the most part, undeserved. And you as a therapist, I am a priest, we've met Job a number of times. I mean, I know I have in my pastoral work. People that are in that kind of suffering. What God helps Job to see is he's trying to break Job out of this curvatus and say, my little consciousness that has this overweening pride.
Hello, everybody. I have the pleasure today of speaking with Bishop Robert Barron. And I've spoken with Bishop Barron a number of times before, sometimes with John Vervaeke, sometimes with Jonathan Pajot, sometimes alone, in all sorts of different places, including Rome. We've developed a good relationship, and he's a very interesting religious thinker in my estimation. He's contending with the core meanings of the narratives that sit at the base of our culture, and that for better or worse, sometimes both unite us fundamentally and most profoundly for better. We talked today about, I suppose, it's something approximating the undeniable reality of the divine or the sacred. Even by definition, we tried to lay out a mode of conceptualizing the proposition that there is a highest and uniting value, which what would you say, allegiance to that highest and eternal value is something like faith, it's something like covenant, it's something like the proper aim of life, it's something like the proper aim of life insofar as your life is meaningful and generous and productive. All of that by definition. We laid out the modern understanding of that and how the church, at least in part, has deviated from its obligation and responsibility to explain the nature of that relationship and to help people understand why it needs to be primary. So that's where the discussion will go. Join us. All right, so let me share some of my thoughts with you. It'll be kind of a lengthy introduction to our discussion, but there's been some very exciting technical developments that actually bear surprisingly on the religious question. So I'll give you one example. So one of my former students who's now working with me has been using large language models to investigate the concept of God. Now, one of the things that Sam Harris, one of the critics in general, have levied at thinkers like myself and thinkers, let's say, like Carl Jung, this is also a postmodern critique, is that the interpretation of the given narrative is arbitrary. That you can read into a narrative anything you want, and that there's no, you might say, intrinsic meaning in the text. Now, that's actually wrong, and we actually know why now, and we can actually demonstrate that it's wrong. And I have no idea what the ultimate significance of that will be, but let me tell you why, because this is really quite fascinating. So we know that some words are more similar than others, and then you might say, well, what makes words or concepts similar? And the answer would be something like substitutability, or you could think about it as, so substitutability with regard to a purpose. It's a very critical and strange definition of similarity, but also proximity in the space of meaning. And then you might say, well, what does it mean for things to be proximal in the meaning space? And it means likely to co-occur. Now, the student I'm referring to, his name is Victor Swift, by the way, he's been able to show, and this is essentially mathematically, a conceptual overlap between 10 concepts and the concept of God. So imagine this, Bishop Barrett, imagine this, that every concept has a center. Okay, so the concept of God, the center of the concept of God would be God. But then imagine that there's a cloud of immediate associations around that concept, and that those associations are the concepts that are statistically most likely to co-occur with that concept. Okay, so this is something approximating a mathematical fact. It has nothing to do with subjective opinion. So then you could imagine, and we're trying to map this, that you have God in the center, and then close to that would be the true, the beautiful, and the good. And then there'd be another cloud of associations around that. That would be second order associations. Now, the way a large language model works is that it actually learns those associations at multiple levels of comparison simultaneously. So it actually maps out what you might describe as the semantic space, or the space of meaning. Now, so this would also imply, this is where it gets so cool. So imagine if we took a cloud of concepts that people universally recognized as good. So you could imagine that you and me and Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins would have a fair amount of agreement on what those goods were. You know, of the individual
the idea of the good, the idea of the true, the idea of the beautiful, the idea of upward striving. Okay, now imagine that makes a conceptual cloud. There's going to be a center of that cloud that constitutes the reason for the similarity of the ideas. And it looks to me like, semantically speaking, so in terms of our verbal content, this might also be true with regards to the stories we tell, that the central concept around which all goods rotate is indistinguishable from the semantic representation of God. And it also looks like we can now back that. So I think we can dispense entirely with the criticism that the interpretation of, say, biblical narratives has to be something arbitrary. And we can also make the case, which Carl Jung made to begin with, is that in any system of value that's coherent, there's going to be a central factor that accounts for its coherence. And it's certainly the case, it's highly probable that that's indistinguishable from the concept of God. That's how it looks. And so that's so cool, because this is we're starting to be able to use this technology to dispense with opinion. So, Jung said, God, called or uncalled, God is present.
God is there.
Now, right. And I don't remember who he derived that from, but that was what he had carved on his castle at Bollingen. But that's the same idea, right? That implicit in a semantic landscape is the central concept of the highest ideal. That's kind of like the sum of bonum. So I'm just wondering, what you might be thinking about in relationship to that possibility.
Better.
Yeah, there's so much there. There's questions of hermeneutics and questions of metaphysics and questions of psychology and that. I'm against the postmoderns who want to unravel the self. First of all, there's no really coherent self that does this analyzing. There's also, they want to unravel metaphysics.
Okay.
And what you're arguing there, in a more sort of semantic way, is that there is a coherence to the self. There is a coherence to the metaphysical structure of the real. So to use an example of God, yes. We would say that God is not a being, but being itself. So the famous answer given to Moses, right? Ego sum qui sum. I am who I am. Moses is asking, what kind of being are you? He's trying to put God in categorical terms. And the answer there is so important because that makes all the difference when it comes to understanding religious language. Is if we follow Moses and his question, we will inevitably end up in atheism. Because if you think God is a categorical object in the world, eventually you'll say, well, I don't see this object, and there's no evidence for it, and I can explain the world without it. So that's why the answer of God in Exodus is so powerful, because he's saying, dumb question, wrong question. I'm not a thing in the world that you can name. I am who I am, which means I'm the prius, that's Augustine's language. I'm prior to thought and to language. I'm prior to being. I'm that upon which the categorical realm depends. Right. From that, if you get God is as Aquinas says, the active to be itself. So Aquinas says God is not en sumo, highest being, but ipsum esse, right? To be itself. Right. So if you say that, well, then right away you got the central organizing principle of all reality, and then everything else has to cluster around. Which is why we speak about God as being the creator of all things. But also to your semantic point about the good and the beautiful and so on, the true, we call those the transcendental properties of being. Wherever you find being, you find those things. Therefore, they are closely related to the central idea of God. And which is precisely why in the spiritual order, we get at God through those avenues, through the true and the good and the beautiful. It's, there's our friend James Joyce. When you see the beautiful girl off the beach and you take in her beauty, what that leads you to, as Stephen Denowitz says, is, oh, heavenly God. So that's the Platonic path that Joyce, so that's the clustering of those ideas tightly around God. And then to your point about stories, I think that's really important, because I don't agree with the postmodern kind of unraveling of narrative, and it's simply a matter of subjective opinion. It's just the reader response. See, what tells against that, as you well know, is this ancient tradition of a coherent reading of these texts. I mean, why is it that people over now millennia have read these texts and found very deep and consistent ideas? It's because they have a semantic structure which is dependent upon a metaphysical structure, which gives rise to a spiritual transformation. They're classic texts for that reason, and we shouldn't simply read them as, oh, they're just this, coming together of words, and I can read any old way I want to. Well, no, the whole of human interpretive history tells against that. So I think we do have to battle the postmodern, ultimately nihilism metaphysically, and sort of indifferentism at the level of interpretation. No, these are classic texts that have spoken for very good reason.
I actually think that battle is over, because I think the large language models are going to demolish their pretensions. So imagine this. Here's a way of two things. So why did God disappear, die, let's say? And the psychoanalysts believed that God sunk into the unconscious. That was Jung's proposition, that if God dies formally, all that happens is that the prime factor becomes unconscious. So imagine this. This is how you could think of that technically. So imagine now you have your cloud of concepts. So with the central factor of the good itself and being, by definition, this is by definition, by the way, that's what God is. And when there's a concordance between the explicit religious belief, you have a conscious God at the center, like you're conscious of that God. But then if you dispense with that central uniting proposition, you don't eradicate the commonalities between what is good. You just let them sink back into implicitness. And that seems to me to be going down into the belly of the whale, is that now God becomes implicit, right? But that doesn't mean that he's not there. He's still coded in the things that are meaningful. Okay, so that's pretty wild. And then with regards to... Go ahead.
If I can just jump in. What happened to God, the disappearance of God, is a function of God as a being. And we can see when that happened. It happened by the late Middle Ages, when Aquinas' more analogical metaphysic gave way to a univocal conception of being. That's in people like William of Ockham. Still there, but God is now one being among many. God's the supreme instance of the category being. Well, all right, in the late Middle Ages, God's still there. We take him seriously. But now move forward. As God is seen as a being among many, he becomes more and more distantiated, more and more irrelevant to the world. And then in early modernity, he becomes a rival to the world. And it has to be that way. If you and I were sort of plotted on the same mathematical grid, we're going to be to some degree over and against each other. We'll be battling for the same space. So God and humanity are on the same grid, both beings, one's smaller, one's bigger, but they're of course going to come into conflict. Now, look, read a lot of the early moderns that way. Then keep going, and you come right up to the atheists who finally say, look, I've had it with this being. I don't want this big being interfering with my freedom and my self-definition. Now you've got Jean-Paul Sartre, right? If God exists, I can't be free. But I am free. Therefore, God doesn't exist. That, I would argue, is in the mind of almost every teenager in the West today, that idea. God is a rival to my freedom. But you know this, how repugnant all of that is to the Bible, right? In fact, this morning in my office, so as a priest, I pray the liturgy hours every day, and we had the passage from Isaiah. And it says this, Lord, you have accomplished all we have done. It's a little line, but it'll take your breath away if you get it. Lord, you have accomplished all we have done. We've done it, but you accomplished it. The implication there is God is not a rival to our thought or to our action or our achievement. In fact, the glory of God is a human being fully alive, as St. Irenaeus said. See, and that's what modernity begins to have a problem with. And when you follow that trajectory, you get all the way right to the atheists who say, well, I don't want this big being interfering with my life and my accomplishment. And then we'll go back to something we both talked about a lot, the burning bush, right? Which is on fire, but not consumed. And that's a biblical imagination. When God comes close to the world is luminous and beautiful, compelling, and it's not consumed. It's not destroyed by the divine proximity. So that's the biblical idea that was compromised by the late Middle Ages, became exaggerated in the modern period and then comes to full fruition with the atheists. So whether it's Feuerbach or Sam Harris, it's a very similar problem. And they're not getting, seems to me, the biblical understanding of the non-competitiveness of God with the world. But that comes from this idea of God as to be itself, not a being.
Right.
I think all of that's the deep metaphysical background for what we're dealing with today.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go. I want to go two places with that. I want to investigate the burning bush more, and I want to talk about the fall.
Yeah.
And it's okay. So with regard to the burning bush, so I've been working on this new book, We Who Wrestle with God, and I've been trying to map out the semantic space. I think that's a reasonable way of thinking about it. Now, it's not only semantic, because it's also the space of the imagination, and it's also the space of the cultural traditions that unite us. Because the monotheistic hypothesis is something like there's an underlying unity rather than a diversity or a plurality, and that will make itself manifest at the behavioral, at the level of the imaginative, and at the level of the semantic simultaneously. Right? And there's going to be, this is also why the postmodernists are wrong, because they think meaning is only encoded in the semantic space, and that's not true. Like, a story is not precisely semantic like a parable, because it draws on the power of the image as well as on the power of the word, and those images are related to behaviors. Okay, in any case, what seems to happen in the burning bush story, so imagine this, is that Moses is okay, and so that's like a beckoning or a promise. Now, the way that works neurophysiologically is that we're always looking for path to treasure. Even bees do this, by the way. Like, this is very, very deeply embedded inside living creatures. And so there'll be things that call to us now, and attract our attention and pull us off our current path, which is exactly what happens to Moses. And this happens to him near Mount Sinai, which is the connection between the earthly and the divine.
The two dimensions, right?
And exactly, this vertical dimension. And so Moses pursues this thing that glimmers and gleams and compels him, and he pursues it right to the bottom. And as he gets closer and closer to the core concept, let's say, that would be the core idea in this web of meaning, he starts to understand that he's on sacred ground.
They don't bother
Right? So then he becomes even more humble.
Someone say he's
He
atheist.
listens himself more.
They don't even want to hear their opinion.
So
He's already
I was in the shoes that
stupid.
you're in command. If you have shoes on, you can walk anywhere you want to go.
Yeah.
If
Well,
soil or
it's depending on
incline, whatever, you can walk.
fucking opinions like
Take your
that.
shoes
Like,
off, you're much more vulnerable.
I'm all
You're
for
much
the
more
clear
humble,
and
you have
whatever
to be.
your fucking hippie.
You can also feel the ground better, you know, when you can imagine that as you're approaching the sacred, you don't want to have anything between you and the sacred,
I'm like,
because you
oh,
want to
I'm
feel
my own hard power.
going.
It's like,
Okay,
that's
so
ridiculous.
Yeah, so they don't
You know,
have this
it's like,
humility.
oh,
They
okay.
have close to
I don't even
the-
get really I can believe.
Right, it's not like
If immediately
degradation, it's
like,
just getting
oh,
close to
like
the earth.
the only
And
thing that
if
you
got
can't
your
use
shoes
your
on
own
and you
higher
have an
power.
aggressive sense of I'm going to go
You got a
above
higher
that and
power, but
examine,
you can't use
you're
the
not
higher
humble
power.
enough to get in touch
That
with
would
the sacred.
mean that you're above Jesus.
When did we decide to stop
Or whatever it is that
free
your
speech
religion
as a
is.
basic right?
That they
It doesn't
pretend
matter
to
what
say
your politics
they're
are
okay
or
with,
who you
but
voted for.
obviously you're not.
Everyone should have the right to express themselves freely. Sadly, the big tech monopoly has instead opted for silencing tactics and censorship. To fight back against big tech's control of the internet, I use ExpressVPN. Have you ever wondered how free-to-access tech giants make all their money? By tracking your searches, video history, and everything you click on, they build a profile of you and then sell it off to the highest bidder. When you use the ExpressVPN app on your computer or phone, the software hides your IP address from third parties. That makes your activity more difficult for companies to trace and sell to advertisers and helps keep your online presence more anonymous. ExpressVPN encrypts 100% of your network data to criminals. So let's stop allowing big tech to revoke our rights to free speech. Why not revoke their right to your data instead? Secure your internet with the VPN I trust for online protection. Visit expressvpn.com/Jordan. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/Jordan for 3 extra months free.
No, like a lot of the people like were like, oh, I don't want my data shared on the internet. It's like just
Well,
for
you
the
can imagine
internet.
it has to
There
be
was
the
the white
antithesis
pages.
of pride,
What's
because
the
pride
data that I have
is
on
perhaps
the
the
internet?
cardinal sin.
Here I fucking
It
watch
vies
it.
with
I show you.
resentment and
Yeah, oh
hate.
god, no,
It's
you're
certainly
gonna market
unfair.
anime
Okay,
to
so
me.
Moses allows himself to be transformed and compelled in this interaction with what calls to him, then the voice,
There's also
the voice
all the same
underlying
people
being
who are
itself
constantly
reveals
like,
itself to him.
well,
Right? The
if
essence
you have
of
nothing
being, let's say, or
to hide, then it should
it's
be
more
fine.
than that. Just as
I hate that.
the truth is not instantiated in a given truth, as you pointed out, the principle of being is not okay. So that's what Moses gets in touch with. But then, so what's very cool there is that's also now that he's grounded in the right place, or now that he's established a proper relationship with the transcendent and ineffable ideal, he now becomes the man who's capable of fighting against tyranny and destroying slavery.
Right.
Exactly. And despite his inadequacies, right, because he still can't speak. He's right. Yeah. So it doesn't matter. The message there is, regardless of the limitations that have been imposed upon you by fate and circumstance, if you delve deep enough, if you follow your calling with sufficient integrity, you'll form a relationship, a covenantal relationship with that which underlies being itself, and that will make you the leader capable of eternally opposing tyranny and leading people out of slavery.
Yeah, I think all that is right. You see, you become a vehicle of love. You become a vehicle of grace. If you open yourself to the transcendent mystery, you open yourself to God, and the ego has stopped its blockage. So the ego is always obsessed with wealth, pleasure, power, obsessed with Aquinas. So if I got those things in the way, then my ego is seeking those all the time. And they're not bad in themselves, but they're not the super vulnerable. And so when I seek all that stuff and I become addicted to them, then I block others' access to the sacred through me. So I become a block to the sacred rather than a vehicle for it.
Bomb us when we go try to help them. Like, what the fuck? No one's gonna do anything about this?
And then God can act through them. And now I say,
and that is a war thing, but like, even I think this might be a problem.
You're trusting the sacred. As long as God is construed as a competitive supreme being,
yeah, okay.
It makes no sense. I have to say, no, look, Lord, I'm going to do it. I'm going to accomplish it. And, thanks for your inspiration, but I'll keep you at a distance. Or at the limit. No, I want you out of the picture completely. I'm going to do it. But a religious
that's the revaluation of all values that Nietzsche spoke of. And he said that we should do that, right? That we should take onto ourselves the right and even the responsibility of creating our own values. So let me ask you about this then, in regard to that. So when God is laying out the rights of human beings in the garden, please correct me if you think I've got anything wrong here theologically. Okay, so God basically says to Adam and Eve, now that the garden has been created, that they can utilize the resources of the garden as they see fit, except for one thing. They can't eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Okay, so now I've been thinking through that. What does that mean? Well, I think it means the same thing as taking to yourself the ability to make any moral claim that you want, so that now you become the supreme master of the moral as such. Okay, now what Satan offers Eve, this is so interesting because the serpent is affiliated with Satan, and Satan is the spirit of the intellect that wants to overthrow God. It wants to put itself in the highest place. So it's something like intellectual pretension. And what the serpent offers Eve, he says this directly, is you'll become as gods, knowing good and evil. And the knowing means master of. You can take to yourself the right to be the master of what's good and evil. Okay, now I would say, when people do that, they bite off more than they can chew. So now Eve starts to conceptualize herself as the omnipotent feminine that can clutch everything to its breast, right, including the poisonous snake. It can incorporate any fruit, no matter how bitter and poisonous. That's her presumption. It's a presumption of pride. And then she entices Adam, and she uses his proclivity to name and to categorize. And what Eve approaches Adam and says, we should hearken even to the snake, even to what's most poisonous. We should incorporate even what's most poisonous. And Adam says, I can do that. And so you see a twin kind of pride, a feminine pride, which is, I can incorporate everything, like and clutch it to my breast, and a masculine pride, which is I can now reshape the ordering principle itself, even to incorporate that which is poisonous. Now, if that's okay, one more thing on that, then tell me what you think of this. There is this Christian insistence that suffering is a consequence of sin, and that's a weird one because death and deterioration seem in some ways to be built into the structure of existence, but it's an open question how much our tendency to overreach pridefully is the consequence of our continual suffering, right? Because we certainly know that when we suffer, especially when we suffer unbearably, it's often because we've taken upon ourselves more than we have the right to do. We've exceeded our domain of competence. And I think the fall story is exactly illustrating this modern proclivity that we have now, that Nietzsche put forward as a moral command, that we have. If it is the case that value itself is encoded in the structure of being, which is certainly the case semantically, it seems to be the case in the realm of the imagination, then we literally cannot take to ourselves the right to transvalue and establish all values without ceasing to be human, which is another inference of the story, right? Because that implicit moral order, there's no difference between that implicit moral order and being human. They're the same thing.
Yes. No, we could talk all day about this, of course, but to your very first point, I think it's very important to point out that the great permission precedes the prohibition. So eat of all the trees. See, the church fathers read that as God's desire that we flourish. There's this view that, Christians are hung up on sin, and especially sexual sin, and God is just, surveying us like Kim Jong-un, and, we live in a totalitarian.
No one's saying that.
The great truth
I
of
don't
that story
think
is
anybody
the
said that ever.
permission. As God creates this universe out of sheer gratuitous love,
No one thinks
and then
Kim
offers it to
Jong-un is
us
God.
to take advantage of, to pursue, to love, and to enjoy. So the fathers read that as it's science and art and it's politics and it's literature and it's friendship and it's all the good things of life. And God says, yes, enjoy them. In other words, it's a structure of value that's built into the being of the created order. And God says, off you go, enter into it. But you're right. The one thing you can't do is pretend that you're the criterion of value. This is John Paul II reiterated this ancient tradition in his writings. When you become the criterion of good and evil, the garden turns into a desert. You get expelled from the garden because now you don't have the humility to enter into the world of value. You become a sort of arbiter of value. You're even a creator of value. You're the evaluator of value.
Well, that's the accuser, the adversary.
Yes. Well, you see, because the minute you stand apart from it in that sort of judgmental way, then you lose contact with it. That's why the garden becomes a desert. God is expelling them not out of he's in a snit. It's just spiritual physics. It's just the way it has to go. As you say quite rightly, you stop being human when you lose your contact with this objective value system, and you become the criterion of value. Because essentially, you have made yourself into God, and that's in the Bible's reading always the fundamental problem. It just rings the changes on that theme. That's always the fundamental problem, is we turn ourselves into gods. And what God's trying to teach us is how joyful, how wonderful it becomes when you forget that goofy pretension. You surrender in faith. There's that grossly misunderstood word of faith. You surrender in trust. I put it that way, in trust to the world of value, at the top of which is the summum bonum, God, the source of all value. And when you surrender to that, it becomes a garden. And we're back into the garden, Now, fast forward all the way to Jesus, as God undertakes a rescue operation to get us out of this bad consciousness and to move us toward fulfillment. The fact that Jesus is buried in a garden and then rises from the dead out of a garden is not accidental. So that's the story of the Bible in some ways, is would you people please get over this pretension that you're divine, that you're the center of activity. because then you will be unhappy, period. It just happens like night follows day.
Well, it's also, Bishop, it's also very interesting what people mean implicitly when they say that now they are the source of all value, because that begs a question. You know, I think you mentioned that was Aquinas who identified wealth, pleasure, power, and honor. So you might say, let's say that a Sartre says, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. That was actually Aleister Crowley, right? Okay, so but that's a good statement of this self-centeredness. Okay, so what are the inevitable consequences of this? Okay, so one of them is that you become self-conscious. Okay, and this is what happens to Adam and Eve, right? They become self-conscious. They become aware of their own nakedness. And the reason they do that is because, or the consequences of that, if they've taken that burden of valuation onto themselves, are going to be self-reflective and self-conscious. We know from the psychological literature that self-consciousness and neurotic suffering are conceptually indistinguishable. They occupy the same semantic space.
Yeah, and we all know that from experience. We all know that. That's Augustine. When you're cravatus in se, you turned in on yourself.
Yeah.
That's his definition of sin. But I would say of unhappiness. The ipso facto, you're unhappy. And the best moments of life, we all know this, are when we're least self-conscious.
Right.
We're lost in
That's when we're walking with God.
Yes.
When we're least self-conscious is when we're walking with God in the garden.
In the cool of the evening. Right.
Okay, so now here's the other flaw as far as I can tell. So now I'm going to make the proposition that I can do whatever I want. But that begs the question, as Nietzsche knew, by the way, what I are you talking about? Because here's another way of thinking about it. You're going to be possessed by something. And you're either going to be possessed by the highest thing, or you're going to be possessed by something lower, or in the worst possible case, you could be possessed by what is technically lowest. But that's the range of options. You're going to be possessed by something. Now, why would I say possessed? Well, it's partly because you're socialized. So, okay, now, if the center fragments, so I think it fragments first into sex and power. And you can see the exploration of sex with Freud and the exploration of power with Nietzsche. But the next two gods, so to speak, that are lurking under the superordinate concept of the divinity are going to be something like hedonic pleasure. That would be the whore of Babylon in its worst possible manifestation, and power. And that would be the beast that you see in Revelation with the whore on its back. Okay, so that means that when the postmodernist or the modernist or even the liberal says, I can do what I want, they fail to understand that the I that's now being referred to is likely possession of the self by power or hedonism or some combination of the two. Because, like, when you say, I want, when you're angry, for example, I'm angry, I want to hurt this person. What you're also saying, even if you don't know it, is that I am now possessed by a spirit. So it might be the spirit of vengeance. Taken possession of me so completely that I fully identify myself with that whim. And so it isn't a matter of I versus God. It's a measure of subordinate idols. It's a matter of the competition between idols that should be properly subordinated and that which should be put in the higher place. And one of those would be, we talked about power, we talked about sex, but we could also think about that. That's the pretentious intellect. It's the thing that's most likely to possess you, and it's the thing that's most likely to foment rebellion against God. And that's why Satan is referred to as Luciferian in his pretensions by people like Milton.
Well, you're putting your finger on something very ancient in the spiritual tradition, which is true self, false self. And go right back to St. Paul. When Paul says, casually enough, it's no longer I who live, it's Christ who lives in me. Now notice how like Isaiah that is, right? You have accomplished all we have done. You look at Paul's letters, you never get the sense that Paul has somehow lost his personality. I mean, Paul's personality is on every page of his letters. He's palpable, right? But he is still saying, it's no longer I, the old self, who live. It's Christ who lives in me. And that doesn't mean Christ has kicked me out. No, I'm like a burning bush now. I'm on fire, but I'm not consumed. So it's the false self is given way to the true self. And that's the heart of the spiritual tradition. Is when Jesus says, metanoite, and it's these opening speech in the Gospel of Mark, and we say repent, fair enough as a translation, but literally meta nous, go beyond the mind you have. So you've got a fallen mind, and that's what you're talking about. A mind that's been possessed by wealth or pleasure, honor, or the love of knowledge, whatever it is. It's an idol. So metanoite, go beyond the mind you have, believe the good news. So what he's saying is, get rid of the old self. The good news is that I have come. I, the Christ, have come. So you should be able to say with Paul, it's no longer that old self that lives, it's Christ who lives in me. There's the whole spiritual life, I also thought of my fellow Minnesotan, Bob Dylan, you got to serve somebody. It might be the devil, it might be the Lord. And it sounds simplistic, but it comes from the book of Joshua, and it's dead right. It's what you just said. Is we're possessed by something. It's going to be the summum bonum, or it's some lesser good that is turned into an idol and is going to start manipulating us. But all you got to do, that's Paul Tillich said that. Just find out what people worship. That's all you need to know about them. The rest will follow. So you got to serve somebody. So when you meet a person and they're suffering, you're as a psychologist, I as a priest over the years, you deal with people who are suffering. I always found that's a super illuminating question. Try to figure out, okay, what are you worshiping? There's something that's the center of gravity. If it's not God,
that's that implicit God. Well, that's what you do when you go to a movie, man. Is you try to infer the aim of the protagonist, and basically by inferring the aim, you're inferring the central theme around which the entire personality rotates, and there is no difference between that and understanding. Those are the same thing. So as I said, I've been writing this book, walking through the biblical corpus, and so once Adam and Eve are thrown out of the garden, you have this situation where they have to work, right? They're condemned to work and to slog away, let's say. And so work becomes integral to adaptation. Now, and that begs a further question, which is, well, what is the best possible work? What is the greatest possible work? Now, as far as I can tell, there's no difference between sacrifice and work. They're isomorphic concepts. And the reason for that is that here's a definition of work. Can you tell me what you think about this? So, work is the sacrifice of the present to the future.
To the future.
Right now, if you're doing it optimally, it would be the integration of the present and the future. But if it's work, it's the sacrifice. Okay, so then the next question is, okay, what should you best sacrifice? What's the sacrifice that is most pleasing to God? Well, the thing we see happening in the biblical corpus is that's exactly the center concern of the next story. Because the story, exactly. And so these are two patterns of sacrifice, proper and improper, right? Bitter and resentful versus upward looking and faithful, let's say. Okay, and the sacrifice of Cain is motivated by Cain's willingness to allow himself to be possessed by the spirit of bitterness and resentment, because that's what God calls him out on. Okay, so now we can say the rest of the Bible is an attempt to work out the definition of the highest form of sacrifice. Now you see that being played with across a whole array of great stories. That's the stories of the prophets' lives, let's say, and the encoding of the lessons of their lives in the law. But then you have, okay, now that sort of culminates in some ways with the story of Job, right? Because Job and the pattern of sacrifice that's exemplified by Job. Okay, so what happens to Job is that almost all the unjust suffering of the world is laid on his shoulders. Okay, and what Job says, please correct me if I'm wrong, what Job says, and Job is suffering so much and so unjustly that his wife comes to him and says, the only thing left for you is to curse, shake your fist at God, and die. Right.
Mrs. Job, one of the great figures in the Bible.
Exactly. Well, and she's upset by what's happening to him and can't see a way out. Now, Job says,
Yeah, but she's right. She's the voice of so many today. They resent God.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
And just curse God and die. I mean, who needs all this transcendent nonsense?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, or the whole bloody game, like that's Goethe's Mephistopheles. It's like suffering. Yeah. The world is so rife with suffering. It would be better if the whole game just ceased.
Right.
That'd be the anti-natalists. It's right. Well,
Curse
it's a
God and
powerful
die.
argument. Curse God and die. Okay, but Job says, no, I refuse to do that, and I refuse to do it on principle. I'm going to assume, so this is the statement of faith, I'm not going to abandon my faith in the essential goodness of being, regardless of the proximal evidence. And I'm not going to curse myself finally, because although I'm not a perfect man, I am a good man. And so I'm not going to say that everything that's happened to me I deserve in some causal manner. And I'm certainly not going to say that the structure of being itself is corrupt. Now, you can think about that practically. So imagine if you're in a situation like Job's where your world has fallen apart, and maybe even genuinely to some degree through no clear fault of your own, or no fault that couldn't be laid at the feet of good men in general. What's your best strategy? Well, I can tell you as a clinician, if you take your suffering and you allow that to be transformed into a resentful bitterness, there's no limit to the amount of hell you can turn anything into. Right, so just
your suffering. Right.
You multiply immensely.
Yeah.
You know, whereas if you're suffering and you still strive to find good in that, and you still maintain your faith in the essential goodness of being, then instantly that ameliorates your suffering to some degree. It puts you in the best possible position to deal with it, but it also helps you embody like this supreme metaphysical claim. Okay, so now let's take that one step further. So I think you see the full flowering of this in the story of Christ, and I mean this technically, because so the question is, what sacrifice is most acceptable to God? So what works best across all possible situations and places? And Christ embodies the spirit of the sacrifice of what's lesser about the self, regardless of circumstance. So, because his story is an ultimate tragedy, right? Because he has to face betrayal, tyranny, the collapse of his friendships, a humiliating death in front of his mother. Like, it is the concatenation of all the potential dimensions of suffering that is outlined to some degree in Job. And Christ's example is that you establish a firm relationship with good despite all that. You continue to aim up in love and truth despite all that. And by doing so, you simultaneously transform and transcend all that. And that's the proper model for the highest form of being. My suspicions are that pattern of voluntary self-sacrifice, which is also key to therapeutic transformation, I suspect that pattern is isomorphic with the good that lies at the center of the network of conceptions of good. And I think that's what the biblical revelation is that there is no difference between the Son and the Father. That would be how you would conceptualize that notion in religious terms, is that if the spirit of Yahweh was properly embodied in a human soul, then it would be that spirit, it would be the spirit of voluntary self-sacrifice as the proper offering to God that would prevail. And then I would say further, okay, let's think about this as practically and, what would you say, realistically as possible. We know this in the therapeutic realm.
Yeah, but
the best pathway forward is to face the things that challenge, confront, and threaten you voluntarily. Right? We know that is transformative. We know that improves people's mental health. We know that it makes them braver. What you do with the person in therapy is you find out what obstacles are standing in their way, stopping them and making them bitter. And you plot and strategize with them about how they can decompose that obstacle into smaller constituent elements and face it. And that's the same thing as facing the serpent on the cross, the brazen serpent on the cross that Moses has his people do when they're stranded in the desert. It's the healing pattern.
What bites?
It's the pharmacos.
You've just touched on pretty much every major theme in metaphysics and theology, and in that last bit. And there's so much there, Jordan. The Job thing, that's an ancient connection in the tradition to connect Job and Jesus. And Job, of course, the end of the book saying, I know that my Redeemer lived. Jesus himself is the Redeemer in person. And he is associated appropriately with Job because what Jesus takes on is precisely that. Job is a kind of limit case of suffering because it's not just suffering, it's suffering that's undeserved, or at least, for the most part, undeserved. So it's all of that. And you as a therapist, I have praised, we've met Job a number of times. I mean, I know I have in my pastoral work, people that are in that kind of suffering. Metaphysically speaking, at the heart of it, it seems to me, is this claim that being and good are always more fundamental than evil. And that's because evil is best characterized as privation of good. So evil's always parasitic upon the good, which means no matter how intrusive it is, no matter how kind of bold it is, it's parasitic. It can only exist in and through the good. So, as Paul would say, where sin abounds, grace abounds the more. So sin can never outpace grace. Evil can never be greater than the good. And so Job is great, you might say, spiritual, is to see it. Now, how did he come to see it? He was very good in his dealings with his friends, who were kind of lousy friends. They were great for the first 7 days when they sat with him in silence. And you offering often it's silence and solidarity is the best thing you do. When they start to speak,
well, that's participation in their suffering.
Yeah, right, and that's what's so helpful about it, therapeutic about it. But then they start engaging in the most kind of trite theological discourse. By the way, because Job, you must have done something wrong. It's clearly, it's just evil comes because you do things wrong. That's a very naive level of spiritual understanding. And it's interesting. It's the only time in the Bible where God upbraids people for their bad theology. Because remember at the end of the story when God says, unlike your friends who spoke ill of me, your friends who did not speak well of me. So God is taking to task bad theology. And the bad theology is this silly, trivial, superficial. What God helps Job to see is this metaphysical truth, right? That evil is always parasitic upon the good. But also this more theological, your overweening intellect is just this little tiny, teeny, finite mind that can take in a tiny swath of reality. And Job, did you hear about, Leviathan and Behemoth and these creatures of mine? Do you know about them? I didn't even see them, but they're my creatures. And, where were you when I laid the foundations of the world? And where were you when I sang at the dawn and all this? He's trying to break Job out of this curvatus in se, my little consciousness, that has this overweening pride. No, there's no justification for what I'm going through. There's no morally sufficient reason for what I'm going through. Where were you? So it's a metaphysical move, if you want, and it's a theological move where Job is broken out of that. Can I say a quick? Such a central notion of the Bible. The fact that Adam is working not just after the fall, but before the fall. So he's given the task of tilling the garden. So John Paul II saw this as simply a kind of a result of sin or a punishment for sin. Work there, you might construe as art and science and philosophy and all these wonderful things that are just good in themselves, and that call forth our powers. And we know what that feels like. When it's a strain in a way to read a philosophical book and enter into a philosophical argument. But it's wonderful. It's not the result of sin or the fall. It's just But furthermore, the term in Hebrew, I forget what it is exactly, but the term for the tilling of the soil is the same term used for the care of the temple, which means a place where God is rightly praised. So the summum bonum is properly aligned with the human mind and will and body. And that's why Eden is a temple. The expulsion from the garden is, yes, into a desert, but it's also an exile from the temple. We're not praising right. Now, what goes wrong with us? Bad praise. I start praising the wrong things. Idolatry is the fundamental problem. And then look at the story of the Old Testament. Pharaoh, let my people go that they might worship the Lord in the desert, so they might find a place to worship. And then they build the great tabernacle in the desert while they're on the move, Mount Sinai and so on. And then finally, the Solomon temple in Jerusalem. Jesus, who says, I'll tear down that temple and in 3 days rebuild it, referring to the temple of his body. And then, Paul, and you, members of Christ's mystical body, you're the temple. So that theme of how do we bring people back to right worship, a right ordering to the summum bonum, that's the whole Bible, Now, see, go back to Job for a second, because what gets in the way of right worship? Lots of things. But one of them can be intense suffering. There's Mrs. Job. So cursing God is the opposite of praising God. So she's saying, your suffering is so intense, Job, that just give up on this project of praising God. That's why that of suffering, Job doesn't curse God. He maintains his connection. Now, one more step because of the Jesus-Job connection. Jesus on the cross, we say bearing all the sins of the world. That's what you just said. Bearing all of human suffering, maintains, nevertheless, his connection to the Father. So you might say it's like at a breaking point. Even God, my God, Chesterton said, God becomes an atheist on the cross. So you're almost at a breaking point, but it doesn't break. Jesus maintains the connection. And we would say the second person of the Trinity, having united himself to human nature, bringing humanity with him online, which is why we say the cross is central to worship. So at the Mass, which is that's the great temple moment when we give God right praise, we do it by remembering the cross. This is my body given for you. This is my blood poured out for you. We're going right from Genesis through Job, up to Jesus, up to the temple of the church, up to someone at Tuesday morning Mass at 6:30. It's the biblical trajectory.
A baby's heart begins to beat at just 3 weeks. At 5 weeks, that heartbeat can be heard on ultrasound, and this can sometimes be their only defense in the womb. That's where Preborn steps in. Preborn rescues 200 babies every day from abortion simply by providing mothers with an ultrasound. After hearing her child's heartbeat and seeing its perfectly formed body in the womb, she's twice as likely. The baby's eyes are forming. By 10 weeks, a baby is able to suck his or her thumb. Preborn needs our help to save these precious lives. For just $28, you become a monthly sponsor. You'll receive stories and ultrasound pictures of the lives you helped save. All gifts are tax deductible, and 100% of your donation goes towards saving babies. To donate, dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250 baby. Or go to preborn.com/Jordan.
Okay, so a couple of thoughts associated with that. So the first thing I would say is work properly done. So that would be consciously motivated by covenant with the highest good. That becomes play.
Yeah, good.
Right, but I even mean that technical.
Yes, yeah.
So imagine there is a form of work that allows you not to sacrifice the present to the future, but to align it perfectly. Okay, I think that's signaled by the emergence of the spirit of play. So the kingdom of God is the garden in which mankind can eternally play. So it would be, you could conceptualize heaven as an upward moving spiral, where everything is as good as you can imagine it. Music does when it unfolds. It's already perfect, but it's still reaching higher and higher heights. That's the highest form of play, this spiral upwards. Okay, we have an independent biological circuit for marking the presence of that spirit of play. Okay, so let me add one more thing to that.
Go ahead, please.
Well, just to pull in the symbolism of the Mass, then we can say in parallel that sacrifice, proper properly undertaken, so that would be voluntary, is indistinguishable from celebration. And then you might say, well, could you get to celebrate the crucifixion? And then, so let...
You've just touched on pretty much every theology in that last bit. And there's so much that we talk about. For the Job thing, that's an ancient connection to the tradition. And Job, of course, he had the most significant even in this suffering. And Jesus himself is the Redeemer in person. And he is associated appropriately with Job because Jesus takes on as precisely that. Job is a kind of limited case of suffering. Because he's not just suffering, he's suffering.
Bye.